At the late-night naval gala, everyone is raising their glasses in joy, followed by a social gathering of the elite. Everyone is dressed in splendid and luxurious formal attire. Outside, at this moment, the night sky is incredibly beautiful. And the final destination, the casino on the pleasure street. Bastian steps down from the carriage and looks around. Suddenly, someone approaches, taps Bastian on the shoulder, and asks what he is doing. Hurry up and go in. This person is Lucas von Lois, the only son of Count Lois, president of the Imperial Senate. Bastian quickly answers Lucas's inquiry, because there was a bit of an unexpected incident. Erihei follows behind, speaking absent-mindedly and unclearly. You will find out soon enough, Erihei says with a mischievous wink. Depending on each person's perspective, there are many interesting things here. And Erihei is Erihei. Faber, the eldest son of the Faber family, a clan that is breaking through in the steel industry. Seeing Bastian looking indifferent makes Erihei curious. What's wrong, don't you like casinos? Erihei and Lucas stare at Bastian, leaving him not knowing what to say. Then he suddenly closes his eyes. I prepare myself to enter with my two friends. Let's go in. Erihei happily praises Bastian. That's the spirit. I would be very disappointed if you left. Inside the casino, everyone is focused on playing cards. Then three tall, handsome men radiating charisma walk in. Seeing the three, the casino owner happily jumps up, welcoming them warmly. You gentlemen have finally arrived. The casino owner runs over to tell the three about his worries. I was feeling anxious, because it has been a long time since I saw you gentlemen visit. At this moment, the casino owner looks up at Bastian. Seeing him as a newcomer met for the first time, he curiously asks Lucas. But this gentleman. Lucas happily answers the casino owner that I introduced him. It's his first time here, so it's only natural you don't know him. Lucas decides to reveal Bastian's identity, to let the casino owner know. Do you know the figure who has recently caused a stir in the newspapers? In the naval battle at the Chauza Islands. That gentleman did not hesitate to engage in hand-to-hand combat right on the deck, bravely jumping into the enemy base, capturing the admiral of the Nobita army alive. He is the hero of the Empire, Captain Bastian Clausitz. He looked incredibly powerful back then, and currently, he is standing right here. Lucas happily introduces him to the casino owner. That person is standing right here, hearing Bastian's identity. The casino owner immediately knew he was extremely wealthy, eyes lighting up in admiration. I did not dare to dream that I would meet the hero protecting the borders and islands of the Empire right here. It is truly an honor, Captain. The casino owner bows respectfully and invites the three upstairs. Please, come this way. I will take everyone to the special room, prepared on the second floor. Erihei, following behind, exclaims about Lucas's recent introduction. Every time you meet someone, you introduce me in such a grand way, don't you? But Lucas doesn't care, and is actually very proud of Bastian. So what? I want to brag about my friend. As the three are walking up, Bastian hears the voice of a man, echoing in his ears. Please, just one more time. Please give me just this one more chance. He glances over and sees a gambling addict, constantly begging the guards. Please let me in. I still have something to bet. The guard, seeing the addict, addicted to the point of kneeling and bowing like that, could not help but look down on him. It's exactly as expected for this beggar duke. Show me where you're keeping that stake money. Hearing this, the addict trembles and stammers. This addict immediately thinks of his daughter, whom he could use as collateral, without any regard for blood ties. That's it, my daughter. I will put my daughter up as a bet. The addict becomes more outrageous by the moment, constantly praising his own daughter, to get the highest price. You all know my daughter is a beauty, how talented she is and all. Compared to that child, the entrance fee is worth nothing. So just let me play one round. Before the addict could finish speaking, someone immediately walked up and placed a hand on his shoulder, calling out, Hey you, can you take responsibility for what you just said? The addict turned around to see who had just spoken to him. Then Erihei continued, The matter about your daughter paying off all the stakes. And even more than that. I mean, can you guarantee it? The addict became hesitant upon hearing Erihei's words, but then he affirmed it again. That matter, of course. My daughter in this city, no. I can proudly say she is the most beautiful woman in the Empire. Erihei heard the addict's confirmation like that, and only gave a slight smile. Then gradually stood up and exclaimed, It seems this is going to get even more interesting. Erihei turned to ask for the opinions of Bastian and Lucas. What do you guys think? Lucas was also very interested and ran over, saying it's worth a try, isn't it? Lucas stopped Bastian from leaving, saying, Bastian, you've come all this way. You can't just leave halfway through. Bastian could only sigh helplessly after hearing that, because of the whining of his friend. He replied, I get it. At this time, the addict was brought into the room to sit with the three of them. The waiter immediately dealt the cards and set the remaining ones aside in a corner. Bastian didn't seem to care much about this game. Perhaps being the loser wouldn't be too bad. Thinking that, he smiled and told everyone it was time to start. Outside, the sky was pitch black. Inside the casino, where the four were sitting, it was currently very crowded with people coming to watch. Others, seeing it so crowded over here, curiously asked those watching earlier, "What are they betting on here that everyone is gathering in such numbers?" The first spectator answered bluntly, "This guy arrived late, so he probably hasn't heard the story yet. That beggar Duke over there has put his own daughter up as a bet, and it looks like the gamble is about to end." The addict looked at the cards in his hand, with a worried face breaking out in a cold sweat. Erihei boredly discarded his cards because he lost this round. "I couldn't recover anything either. Lucas couldn't win this round either, nor could I." Afterward, Lucas turned to curiously ask Bastian, who was seriously looking at his cards, "How about you, Bastian?" Bastian casually replied, "Well, the cards in my hand aren't bad at all." Having said that, Bastian placed his cards down on the table, leaving the addict shocked and speechless. Erihei was so astonished that he jumped up and exclaimed, "Wow, I swear, this is no different from a clean sweep." Lucas teased Bastian then, "Captain, Clausitz has just brought home the finest beauty in the Empire." Erihei couldn't believe Bastian had such great luck. What is this? Playing cards and being blessed by the goddess of victory like this. Isn't that against the rules? The addict is now so defeated that his mind is no longer lucid. "I lost? No way." The spectators from before approached and told the addict, "Come on now. Now you have to pay up your bet." Another spectator chimed in to tease, "Is the beggar Duke choosing a son-in-law?" The addict quickly denied the spectators' words. "No, something is wrong here." Bastian, hearing that the addict didn't want to follow through with his words, showed his annoyance openly. Thinking the man was so pathetic he didn't want to look at him any longer, Bastian quickly stood up to leave. "Everyone, stop it, let's go." Lucas, hearing Bastian urging to leave so hurriedly, was startled in surprise, reminding him, "What are you saying, Bastian? You have to take your winnings." Erihei also ran after him to stop him. "That's right. This is your legitimate right." At this moment, the addict suddenly realized something. Immediately stopping Bastian, Wait a minute." The addict begged Bastian to play one more time. After the previous loss, "Please let me off just once. If we play one more time, I will definitely." Seeing this addict so pathetic made Bastian look at him with annoyance, causing the addict to shudder in fear. Bastian couldn't help but feel truly nauseated. Then he quickly pushed him away. Seeing Bastian act this way, Lucas quickly understood his mood. This guy is angry. Lucas calls the guards over. "I want to collect the bet as promised." The addict is startled upon hearing that. He is resentful and does not want to lose his beautiful daughter, who is stunning enough to topple nations so easily. He stands up, putting on a threatening air. "Do you people know who I am?" The addict suddenly rushes toward Bastian, constantly shouting about himself. "If you dare treat me like this, you will face retribution soon. If news of you touching my daughter reaches the Emperor, then you will absolutely never know peace. Because that child," he says while smirking. The addict asserts, his daughter has royal blood flowing through her, so precious that you wouldn't even be able to look up at her. The daughter of this addict is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. Outside, it is getting later and later. At that moment, the clock strikes exactly 12. A girl who is knitting stops mid-action. Then she looks outside, waiting expectantly, worrying for her father, who is addicted to gambling. It's late at night already. I don't know when father will be home. Odette gently calls the girl who is fast asleep. Beside her, Tira. Tira wakes up when called. Then she quickly sits up and asks Odette, "Sister Odette, has father still not returned?" Odette smiles cheerfully at the worried Tira. Not yet." Tira is constantly worried and asks for Odette's opinion. "If something happens again, what should we do?" She takes Tira's hand to comfort her. "It's okay. Nothing bad will happen. It's late. Don't wait any longer. Let's go to sleep first." Tira obediently follows. Yes. The two walk toward the room together. Suddenly, a creaking sound rings out ahead, making Tira frightened. That sound is so scary. Odette comforts Tira. "Sister, it's okay. It's just the sound of the wind." Though comforted by Odette, Tira is still very afraid and hides behind her back, but it sounds like a ghost crying. Arriving at the room, letting Tira lie on the bed, Odette pats her. "Sleep well, Tira." Being gently cared for by her sister makes Tira feel as if she has another mother. "I'm not your child, you know." Odette says nothing, but gives a beautiful smile. Then leaving, Odette returns to the living room, continuing to stay busy despite the late hour. "Now I need to reorganize the list of essential items to buy, and then go to sleep. Tomorrow I can sell the lace strings I've made." Over the past few days, Odette's family has truly become impoverished because her father is a gambling addict. Last year, we were still living comfortably in a house with hot water, and yet, father caused trouble, leaving us with very little money. So we had to find a cheaper place to rent. Odette recalls what Tira said earlier. Tira said this sounds like a ghost crying, but that eerie noise somehow sounds sweet to my ears, because the whole family was almost kicked out onto the street. Odette feels a bit of relief. However, I managed to get the attic of an old building, all thanks to the royal pension for my late mother. Thinking of this, Odette picks up her photo to look at it. According to what she knows about her mother, she was actually the first imperial princess, the one who was deeply loved by the late emperor of this country, Princess Helene, born and raised in the love of all the people. She was incredibly beautiful, so radiant that everyone loved her and even flowers felt ashamed. The princess once had a fiancé. The counterpart was the heir of Nobita. They were a couple blessed by both the royal family and the citizens. But one night, 3 months before the wedding, the princess suddenly disappeared. She followed the shadows to run away with her secret lover, Duke Dessen, from a miserably fallen noble family. Naturally, that incident left the entire empire in shock. The emperor was disappointed in his daughter. He flatly declared a severance of ties and ordered the confiscation of all the princess's assets and status, while simultaneously banishing her from the empire. The ending was not hard to predict. My parents became poor wanderers in the blink of an eye. At that time, Odette's mother stroked her hair and called Odette. She advised Odette, "Remember, my child, you must remember. Never lose your dignity under any circumstances." Odette also smiled radiantly, etching her mother's words deep in her heart. "Yes, mother. Mother strictly raised me, always hoping that one day I would reclaim the royal status that was rightfully mine." Etiquette dancing, music, painting, and expanding into many different foreign languages. I devoted myself to learning everything according to my mother's wishes. But suddenly one day, Odette screamed out, "Mother!" Her mother collapsed. With a mouthful of blood, she whispered her final words to her beloved daughter. "Odette, my dear daughter, you must definitely reclaim the position that belongs to you." Odette heard her mother's words and could only cry in grief. The day we return with our former honor has not yet come. The mother who always clung to that hope, like a religious belief, took her breath, finally in a tragic reality with no escape. Odette placed the photo of her late mother back on the table. Then she pensively thought about herself. Will my end be like my mother's? While lost in thought, someone outside knocked on the door and asked, "Is anyone there?" Odette heard the call and looked back. Then, without defense, she casually opened the door and asked the visitor, "What is the matter? It is so late at night." The guard asked for Odette's identity. "Are you Lady Odette, the daughter of Lord Desan?" Odette was startled upon hearing that, thinking something had happened to her father. She immediately affirmed, "Yes, that is me. Did something happen to my father?" The guard quickly said, "Then please come with me." The guard informed Odette about everything regarding her father. The gambling addict. It seems he has incurred another debt, a terrifying one at the casino. She couldn't help but be startled after hearing this. The guard reminded her, "Please go there to hear a more specific explanation." Knowing her father had caused more debt made her clench her hands in anger. Odette spoke up, "I see." Then she quickly went back inside to get ready, not forgetting to instruct the guard, "I am going to get ready, so please wait a moment." Seeing Odette acting so calm, as if nothing happened, made the guard feel pity. Is she already used to this situation? Because of that trashy father, her life is being completely ruined. Odette goes over to put on her gloves, then grabs her cloak, recalling the words her late mother taught her. "Mother taught me never to lose my dignity, under any circumstances." She repeated those words over and over like a habit. Surely someone would mock it as being very useless. But I don't want to erase the traces of the past. After all, it is still the last thing Mother left for me before she passed away. After finishing the preparations, Odette turns to speak to the guard. "I'm ready. Let's go." Over here, the addict is constantly begging the casino owner to spare Odette. "I beg you, you cannot do this to her. She has royal blood in her. If you do this, there will be big trouble." But the casino owner doesn't care, and is even very annoyed with him. Playing the victim after committing the crime? You were the one who put up that noble daughter as a bet, and now begging is useless. The guards left to pick up your daughter a long time ago. Hearing this, the addict trembles in disbelief. "No, it can't be." At this moment, Lucas walks over and curiously asks about Bastian's feelings. Bastian is about to meet the granddaughter of His Majesty the Emperor. "How do you feel?" Bastian doesn't answer and instead asks Lucas a question. "Do you believe that man's words?" Lucas quickly shares his thoughts in a non-committal way. "I just think if it were true, it would be very interesting." As for believing, Erihe finds it very confusing that Bastian would ask such a question, knowing full well that his daughter is a beautiful person. The assertion that she is the most beautiful woman in the Empire isn't believable. Seeing Lucas and Erihe so interested forces Bastian to go along with everything. They seem quite interested, don't they? I suppose I must try to cooperate with this mess. Right at this moment, the guard has brought Odette in. I have brought her here. Bastian looks over curiously. The spectators hearing this are also waiting expectantly. Finally, she's here. Odette steps inside and gradually moves toward her father. But unexpectedly, she brushes past him, leaving the addict bewildered. Odette covers her face with a black hat, asking everyone in the casino, "Please tell me how much my father owes." Everyone is extremely surprised upon hearing her question. Huh? The spectators hearing Odette's question begin to gossip. What are they whispering about? How can that girl be so bold? The spectator nearby quickly understands. She probably doesn't understand the situation yet. Yahello takes the initiative to inform Odette about the current situation. "It seems you have mistaken something, young lady. We didn't call you here to pay the debt." Hearing that, Odette immediately wants to leave. "If that is the case, I have no reason to stay here any longer. I will take my father with me." Yahello quickly stops her. "Doing that makes it difficult for us. Let your father go, but you must stay." Odette asks back, confused, "What did you say?" Yahello immediately states what was wagered in the card game. "Because that father of yours bet you." Odette cannot help but be startled after hearing this. Yahello continues, "And the person standing over there is the one who won that bet." Immediately, everyone's gaze focuses on Bastian. After updating Odette on the situation, he asks again, "Do you grasp the situation now?" Odette is completely shocked. She screams out, "Father, the addict can only kneel on the ground now, begging. I am so sorry, daughter. I didn't think things would turn out like this." One would think the addict had realized his mistake, but he still stubbornly says, "Clearly, I could have won big." Hearing that, the surrounding spectators cannot help but mock him with sounds of snickering. Odette is so angry that she clenches her hands. Then she recalls the way the three men are dressed. Splendid white uniforms. No need to guess anymore. They are naval officers. If they work in the capital, they must belong to the upper class. What should I do? Should I take father and run away? No. No matter how we run, there are still guards outside. Odette quickly turns away. Her gaze immediately becomes sorrowful. As expected, this is the only way. Odette steps in front of Bastian. As soon as she stops, Odette shouts, questioning Bastian, "Aren't you ashamed? A soldier protecting the empire taking part in gambling like this. Surely you must know that human trafficking contracts cannot be established, right?" Bastian smirks mockingly, showing no concern. Bringing up morality and the law in this place is not an appropriate way to solve this. Odette still tries to use that professional ethics to pressure Bastian. Since when can a soldier use this location as an excuse for losing his honor and dignity? Bastian becomes annoyed by Odette's scolding. He didn't expect to be lectured in this situation. And she even speaks with such a righteous attitude. After speaking her mind, Odette pleads with Bastian, "Please forgive my father's mistake. Just this once. I will pay the entire bet on my father's behalf." Hearing that, Bastian puts his hands in his pockets and says, "What should we do?" "I don't want to." His face at this moment looks incredibly punchable, making Odette startle. Bastian gradually approaches Odette, asserting that the one with the right to give orders here is me, because you have fallen into my hands, Bastian says with a very smug expression. Then Bastian challenges Odette to try taking off that veil. "I don't care about money, and I have no interest in you. But I can't be the only one taking a loss. So let me see your face once. Then let's end this." Odette steps back, her body staggering. Then Bastian glances at Odette with interest. Behaving like this, it must be quite a sight to see. Lucas, seeing the scene between the two from the side, exclaims aloud, "That's a bit half-hearted, isn't it?" Yahello also wants to see and tells Bastian, "Drag it out a little more." Bastian, seeing these two talk so much, feels a bit annoyed in his heart. These guys don't know when to stop. Bastian feels annoyed and doesn't want to get involved further. If I let her go without paying anything, then I will continue to be entangled with her. Getting dragged into this troublesome matter was already enough of a concession. Hearing that, Odette's father stepped forward to urge his daughter. "All right, just do as they want, and then let's get out of here." Bastian also affirmed, "Yeah, if you don't want to, then I have no choice but to stick to the rules." Odette, unsure, asked once more to confirm, "Can you keep your promise?" Bastian just smirked without saying a word. Following honor and dignity comes trustworthiness, huh? It's far too noble to be seeking those things in a casino. Then Bastian turned back and affirmed with certainty, "Of course." Hearing that, Odette clenched her hands until they trembled. Then she prepared to take off her veil. "You must keep your promise." Lucas and Yahello were extremely expectant to admire Odette's beauty. To the astonishment of everyone in the casino, Odette took off her hat, revealing eyes and a face as beautiful as a carved statue. Bastian, upon seeing that face, seemed captivated and dazed. He recalled what Odette's father had said earlier, feeling a bit unexpected. I even thought that old man was a pathetic fraud. Standing before Odette, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "But his daughter is truly beautiful." That fact is perfect and undeniable. The next morning, Odette's father returned home and slept soundly, regardless of the troubles he had caused. Early in the morning, Tira came to the room to ask for Odette's opinion. "Sister, should I use wooden boards to block the door?" She was inside and asked cheerfully, "If you block the door, then what else will you do?" Tira said sadly, "You don't need to know. Honestly, even if father is locked in that room, no matter what happens to him, I don't care. It would be better that way anyway." Seeing her younger sister react like that made Odette worried. Tira turned away, speaking out in deep resentment. "Every day I have to endure him. Drunkenness, then all sorts of gambling debts, all that is fine. I'm used to it. But what he did to you, I will absolutely never forgive him. Just look at him," Tira said while revealing her resentment toward her gambling addict father, to the point of selling his own daughter. Tira feels annoyed seeing her father's death-like sleeping state. He leisurely returned as if nothing had happened, and now he's lying there with his legs stretched out, sleeping soundly. How can he be so shameless? Odette doesn't seem to pay attention to Tira's words. Instead, she recalls last night that her safe return was all thanks to the man who won that despicable bet. Bastian at that time let Odette go. Let's just consider that I have received the wager. Odette feels everything was very lucky. Fortunately, that officer kept his promise, since I had to endure the humiliation of lifting my veil. And thanks to that, father and I were able to escape that place. Suddenly, Tira speaks up and asks, "Can't we report this matter to His Majesty the Emperor?" Tira wants Odette to seek help from the royal family. Before father causes trouble again, please ask them for help. What if they agree to help? Besides, you are His Majesty's granddaughter. Suddenly, the book Odette is holding falls to the ground. She stands up to stop it. That's not allowed. Tira, suddenly being stopped by Odette with such a harsh attitude, makes Tira startle. But what Odette fears is, if they find out what father did, the royal family might cut off our pension. She walks over, holds Tira's shoulders firmly, and advises, "Listen to me carefully." "Absolutely not, you understand?" Seeing Odette's harsh reaction, Tira is also very surprised and calls out, "Sister." Tira decides to listen to Odette. "I understand. I'm sorry for bringing up the royal family." Hearing Tira's words, Odette feels relieved and embraces Tira. At this moment, Odette thinks sorrowfully, "There is no way they would be willing to help me, the daughter of a piece of trash who ruined his younger sister's life, because my existence is a source of contempt for the emperor." Ardemas, a coastal city near the capital, where the villas of the royal family and nobility are concentrated. The northern land has countless beautiful scenes, known as the Jewel of Ardemas. Originally, it belonged to a long-standing count, but through the ages they gradually weakened, and someone bought that territory. At the estate, a car drives in, a newly wealthy family, monopolizing most of the railways of the Berg Empire. That is the Clausitz family. As soon as they see Bastian return, someone runs out to welcome him. "Oh my Bastian, did you really drive that hunk of iron all the way here yourself?" This woman is Maria Gross, Bastian's aunt. Bastian points to the car for his aunt to see. "Yes, as you can see." Maria speaks up with a playful scold. "I really can't understand you. Why do you keep enjoying the things that your father hates so much?" Bastian holds his hand out and answers, "You never know, aunt. Perhaps he will take pity on a son who doesn't have enough capital to hire a driver." As he speaks, Bastian flashes an incredibly handsome, radiant smile. At this moment, the doors of the mansion are opened. The interior is so decorated it dazzles the eyes. Servants stand respectfully greeting them on both sides. Maria and Bastian walk inside amidst the welcome of the servants. Maria reminds Bastian, "When there is someone who cares about your inheritance more than you do, that person is your father." Hearing that, Bastian calmly replies, "It's not quite at the level of an inheritance yet. It's just an old house and a mediocre trust fund." Maria hears her nephew's indirect answer and quickly understands. "Still as tight-lipped as ever, I see." Rumors that he inherited a massive fortune from his maternal family have already spread everywhere, haven't they? Maria also quickly empathizes with Bastian. "If you don't want to show off, then I will respect that. Instead, but don't forget to hold on to it tightly." Maria suddenly mentions his maternal grandfather. "The reason your grandfather gave you the handle of the knife to hold. You know what I mean better than anyone." Bastian quickly acts innocent and smiles radiantly. "I don't understand what you're saying." Maria knows her nephew is stubborn, so she can only sigh helplessly. Then she points ahead and asks, "You know, right? Today's party is to announce the engagement of Franz, your younger brother. I heard the partner is Count Lane's daughter." Bastian affirms, Yes. Maria, hearing that, she could already imagine the expression Bastian's father made. "Then I know all too well how your father must have been grinning from ear to ear." Suddenly, Bastian's gaze darkens, thinking of his younger brother, Franz, his half-brother. His mother is an aristocrat, My father has always yearned to elevate his status. And without any hesitation, he chose Franz as the one to inherit the family lineage. Suddenly, Bastian smirks with an interested thought. That precious son, getting a wife from the high-ranking aristocracy. He must be absolutely delighted. Maria, seeing that he still doesn't have a marriage partner, quickly reminds him, "You should also hurry up and marry someone. Who will be your wings?" Bastian immediately flashes a bright smile and responds to Maria, "Yes, I will take that to heart." Hearing his answer makes Maria even more uneasy. That's a truly reliable answer. At this moment, Maria remembers the main point and warns Bastian, "I'm telling you beforehand. You'd better not foolishly cast your eyes on Princess Isabel. She is someone who will lead you to hell." Bastian asks, "Is she the eldest daughter of Berg?" Maria affirms, "Yes. The rumor that Princess Isabel is head over heels for you has spread throughout the entire high society already." Hearing this, he immediately recalls, the one who used to follow the emperor back when I was a cadet. At that time, the way she looked at him made him feel a lot of pressure. He shakes his head in refusal. "I have no feelings for her at all." Maria doesn't care and mentions the emperor. "You might think so, but the emperor thinks differently." Maria then explains the reason to him. Because the emperor once saw his younger sister, out of love, blindly ruin her own life. And if you think his daughter could live like Princess Helene once did, then it will be very difficult to provide a logical argument. Hearing this, he immediately knows who that person is. The ill-fated Princess Helene. Suddenly, Bastian remembers Odette's father. Thinking back, that beggar duke at the casino also mentioned that name once. He said his daughter has royal blood. Maria. Seeing him not paying attention to the conversation, she asks, "Bastian, are you even listening to me?" Bastian currently no longer cares about that father and daughter, Odette. "I am all too familiar with the tricks of scammers, who specialize in impersonating identities." Then he smiles and affirms certainly to Maria, "There will definitely be nothing for you to worry about. Thinking too much is just a waste of time." At the palace of the Berg Empire, the woman looks at the sneakily taken photos of Bastian and is annoyed. In the end, what should be done about this? The person on the other side reassures, "Calm down, my lady. It's just a few photos." This woman does not feel happy in her heart. She's about to get married soon. Yet every night she keeps looking at photos of another man. Do you really still think this is a trivial matter? This woman is the Empress of Berg. The man beside her reassures, "As you said, Isabel will get married sooner or later anyway. No matter how much she has feelings for Bastian, that fact still does not change." And this person is none other than the Emperor of Berg. The Empress holds her face in distress. Helene also had a fiancé once, defying everything for the sake of love, ruining her own prearranged marriage. The Emperor pauses upon hearing this. The Empress now realizes she has mentioned something that should not have been mentioned. So she quickly turns to reassure the Emperor, "I'm sorry. I did not mean to offend the royal family. I'm just afraid a similar incident to Princess Helene will happen." The Emperor also empathizes with the Empress. "I know, my lady." The Emperor crosses his arms and affirms one thing with certainty, but that will absolutely not happen. Although Bastian is a wonderful man, he absolutely cannot be paired with the princess. Hearing these words from the Emperor, the Empress recalls and mentions the matter of Princess Helene. "Are you really planning to neglect Odette forever like this?" The Emperor is startled and questions her. Why bring up Odette all of a sudden? The Empress mentions the situation of Duke Dessen. Duke Dessen seems to be causing a lot of trouble. The Emperor sighed, knowing full well what he was like. Well, that is hardly a surprise. The Empress is very worried about Odette. Lately, he has even been sneakily frequenting casinos. At this rate, what will we do if something happens to Odette? The Emperor seemed not to care much about Duke Dessen. The only reason I have looked after them all this time is because of Odette. Aside from my sister, I don't give a damn what happens to him. The Empress also agreed with what the Emperor said. I detest Duke Dessen, but she denied one thing. But we cannot just stand by and watch the precious daughter of Princess Helene suffer such misfortunes, can we? The Emperor said nothing upon hearing this. The Empress immediately offered an opinion. Therefore, I have been thinking, wouldn't it be better to find a suitable marriage partner for Odette? Someone like Captain Clausitz, for example? The Emperor couldn't help but be startled, pointing at the photo of Bastian Clausitz on the table. Do you mean Bastian Clausitz? The Empress affirmed, that is correct. Although his status is a bit low, he is a hero who achieved great success in the war. For me, I think he is qualified enough to take a wife from the royal family. The Emperor was a bit confused at this point. Even if his bloodline is somewhat lowly, he is still the son of the wealthiest family in the empire. A young man like him could marry any noble woman of low status. Why does it have to be the daughter of Duke Dessen? The Empress presented her perspective. Even if the family fortune has collapsed, Bastian is still a duke from a long-standing lineage. Furthermore, Odette carries royal blood. The emperor was still a bit hesitant. But the empress did not let the emperor think further, but took his hand to persuade him. And this might turn out to be very good for Isabel. The empress revealed her main objective. If Bastian Clausitz is paired with her cousin, perhaps she will have no choice but to reconsider her feelings. The emperor was caught by surprise. Then the empress kept whispering into the emperor's ear. You are the emperor, and he is just a lowly officer. You have more than enough power to manipulate him like a puppet. Please let Bastian, Clausitz and Odette get married. To protect our Princess Isabel in this world. Marriage is a trading opportunity. That couldn't be better. From the massive fortune gained through the marriage with my mother, to the elevated status when remarrying the daughter of an aristocrat. The lesson that my father has personally proven through 2 marriages. I have never forgotten, even for a moment, Bastian's appearance. Deeply attracts everyone's eyes. At this moment, a lady approaches to greet Bastian. It's been a long time, Mr. Bastian. How do you feel? Hearing the news of your beloved younger brother's engagement, this lady is Sandrine de Lavière, the only daughter of Duke Lavière, the wealthiest family in Philia, and also Lucas's cousin. Bastian glances at Sandrine, pondering. Anyway, if I have to sell myself, then I must make a trade. That brings in the greatest profit. Thinking of this, Bastian warmly smiles and greets her. Of course, I will consider it an honor for my family. Sandrine, hearing this, agrees with Bastian's words. That's right, it is an honor for the Clausitz family. Though I don't know if it has any major impact on you. Or not. Having said that, Sandrine turns away to call a server. Bastian observes Sandrine, thinking to himself, Sandrine de Lavière married a few years ago and became Countess Renard. But due to many conflicts in the early stages of the marriage, she is currently preparing for a divorce. Anyway, by sometime next year, if nothing changes, she will return to being the beloved daughter of the Duke's family. After all, Lavière is a very powerful family. After giving instructions to the server, Sandrine turns to call Bastian. Sandrine speaks of her hope. I am putting in my best effort so that the glory you've achieved can come even closer. I believe that during that time, you won't make any foolish mistake just because you acted on impulse. Upon hearing that, Bastian also affirms one thing to Sandrine. Of course, I will also try my best to not lose the trust in our relationship. However, suddenly he leans in close and bows, whispering into Sandrine's ear to remind her, you shouldn't trust me too much either. At the present moment, the Lavière family is my top choice. But you know how it is. The trends of the marriage market are inherently ever-changing, right? Hearing this, Sandrine asks back in disbelief, are you threatening me right now? Bastian does not confirm it, but gives a radiant smile. How could that be? Just consider it a word of spiritual encouragement. I hope you find your freedom as soon as possible. Countess, yes. Sandrine, seeing his actions, becomes helpless. Then she criticizes his face. That smiling face is affectionate, way beyond what is normal. Sir, the words you spit out don't have a shred of emotion in them. Bastian responds, oh, is that so? While talking to Bastian, Sandrine notices someone entering. She reminds Bastian. Lady Clausitz is staring resentfully in this direction, seeing her son standing here for so long, with the daughter of the prestigious Duke's family. Her ladyship's insides must be boiling over, right? Hearing this, Bastian cannot help but offer praise. As expected, you are very observant. Sandrine also sighs helplessly, calculating even that far. You are truly impressive. Sandrine does not want to talk to him anymore and intends to leave, confirming. I'll be leaving now, because today, I just wanted to confirm the level of reliability between us. He hears this and politely replies, yes, then I shall see you next time, watching Lady Sandrine leave, making the other ladies gossip with each other about the relationship between Sandrine and Bastian. You saw that just now, didn't you? Yeah. The relationship between those two looks particularly unusual. As expected, the remarriage partner for Countess Renard is Captain Clausitz, isn't it? The words of the two ladies were overheard by Maria. Bastian seems to dislike the atmosphere of this party, so he goes outside, standing and observing the surroundings, breathing the fresh air. But looking up high, Bastian realizes, thinking back now, that girl didn't cry even until the very last moment. Clearly that guy, that beggar Duke, won't easily fix his terrible old habit. It's as if it were the deciding factor for that girl's future. Not like me at all. Today I've dwelled on nonsense twice already. While he is pondering, Maria suddenly steps out in surprise. So you are here, Bastian? He turns and smiles at Maria. I'm taking a short break. I've been on the battlefield for so long. So adapting to parties takes quite a bit of time. Maria's face darkens with worry. Even so, why are you looking in that direction? That's not exactly a good memory. Maria becomes hesitant. You almost died on that beach, didn't you? Back then, on the beach, wild wolves were constantly chasing Bastian at that time, bearing a wound on his shoulder while fleeing from the wolves. running until there was no way back. In front was a cliff and below was a large river. Bastian turned around and saw two wolves waiting right in front of him. They opened their mouths wide and lunged forward. Bastian became terrified and decided to jump down below, making the woman witnessing this from here startle. At that time, Maria was still young, and seeing something fall into the sea, she wondered what it was. Could someone have jumped into the sea? At this moment, Maria is shocked to see the person before her is Bastian. After a while, Bastian was brought back to the mansion and was bandaged by the servants. Maria scolds, while the boy ended up in this state. What on earth was a teacher like you doing? The teacher quickly denies the fault, claiming it was just an accident. The young master was riding on horseback when it suddenly got agitated and bolted away. I also did my best to find the young master immediately afterward. Maria angrily questions, then where did those wild dogs come from? Did you not check if that was a safe place to study? The teacher heard this and became tongue-tied. That matter... Maria was determined not to let this matter slide. I won't let this go so easily. I will investigate it thoroughly, and... Before Maria could finish her sentence, a man placed his hand on her shoulder and advised, Stop it, Maria. I heard what the teacher said. It was just an accident during the lesson. This man is Jeff Clausitz, Bastian's father. Maria heard her brother speak so casually, as if nothing had happened, and yelled angrily, Your son almost lost his life, and yet you intend to see it as a simple accident, and just overlook it? Jeff quickly offered a neat solution. This matter will end here. I will fire that teacher. It is due to his negligent supervision. Maria did not accept Jeff's easy decision. Brother? Jeff walked up to Bastian and asked, You're not hurt, are you? Being asked, Bastian looked up with a cold gaze, seeing his son still very much alive. Jeff exclaimed with amusement, You are quite lucky, aren't you? Jeff's words from the position of a father made Bastian terrified. Maria observing the situation between the father and son. Thì không khỏi thất vọng với Jeff. My brother has clearly lost his mind. He said it was a wild dog bite, but the wounds on this boy's body are absolutely not marks that appeared in just a single day. I will not let Bastian live in this house any longer. Thinking this, Maria clenched her trembling hands with determination. As soon as I made that decision, I contacted the boy's maternal family. The Illis family came and took him away, just 1 week later. Even though the boy's departure was something they always dreamed of, I do not regret that decision at all, because Bastian had to survive first, before he could even think about taking revenge. Maria now spoke her opinion, could not help but be disappointed in Jeff, divorcee, though she can't quite be called that yet, because she hasn't successfully divorced. But that girl, I cannot deny that. She is exactly the ideal bride model that you need most. If backed by the Laviere family, this will clearly be a major threat to your father. Bastian felt comforted after hearing this because Maria understood him. Thank you for understanding me, Aunt. Even though Maria said that, she still has great trust in Bastian. But you also cannot discard all other remaining options. Just because of that. Because you always need to have a backup plan. Hearing this, Bastian falls into reflection. A backup plan? Then he speaks up to affirm to Maria. I will keep that in mind, lady. Gross. Returning to Odette, Tira is annoyed, because she looks exactly like her gambling addict father. Why did your appearance have to be identical to your father's? An older woman, sitting opposite Odette while sipping a cup of tea. Indeed, I'm glad that, at least. That man did something useful for his child. I'm talking about the guy who turned the whole empire upside down with his face. This older woman is Countess Trier, the cousin of the late emperor. The countess asks, Where is Duke de San now? Odette bows her head and answers, Father has gone out. He will likely return late. Hearing this, the countess cannot help but feel lucky. Fortunately, I didn't have to face that pathetic man. At this moment, Odette notices something and takes the initiative to ask, Did you come here for a particular reason, my lady? The countess sets down her teacup and affirms, Didn't she come to tell you about that marriage? The royal family has chosen a groom for you. Hearing this, Odette is shocked. What? She stands up abruptly, unwilling. Why is marriage being mentioned so suddenly? The countess does not want to beat around the bush and speaks directly. I don't like talking in circles either. It's a waste of time, so I'll get straight to the point. The emperor wants you, Odette, to marry Bastian Clausitz. Odette is completely stunned hearing those words. After that, she becomes curious. Why? Why would His Majesty suddenly... Countess Trier honestly reveals the reason to Odette. Because the emperor's eldest daughter, Isabel, has a one-sided crush on Bastian. But he is a commoner of lowly blood. He absolutely cannot become the life partner of a princess. Hearing that, Odette feels even more uncomfortable. But she does not let her attitude show, and calmly sits back down, in a place where no one can see. Odette, filled with resentment, clenches her hands tightly. Then she frankly speaks her thoughts. So you are saying His Majesty wants to use me? The Countess, seeing Odette understand so quickly, is also very satisfied. Fortunately, you are not an unintelligent child. Exactly. If you and he get married, it could make Isabel give up her feelings quickly. But according to sources within the nobility, Bastian seems to have no feelings at all for Princess Isabel. This is also a stroke of luck for you. The Countess feels somewhat pleased, in all honesty. Even without a title, Clausitz is still an educated family. After running an industrial business, profitably for many generations, that family has now risen to the ranks of the extremely wealthy, and is known as the railway king of the empire. Despite remarrying, Clausitz married the daughter of a prestigious noble family. In reality, he has been recognized as a member of high society. However, the eldest son, Bastian Clausitz, son of the first wife, is an exception. Everyone knows about the lowly bloodline on his maternal side. Of course, the maternal Illis family is also extremely wealthy, but that is wealth accumulated through trading antiques from the slums. There are also rumors that they hold all the bloodlines that flow into the world's currency. Thanks to that, the nobility gave the grandson they raised a nickname, the junk dealer grandson. But it seems this child knows nothing of those rumors among the nobility. The Countess affirms to Odette one thing: Bastian is not a bad husband at all. It seems he is not favored by his father, so he will not be able to become the heir. But he is a talented naval officer, to the point of being hailed as a hero of the empire. With luck, he will be promoted to Admiral of the Navy. To be honest, he doesn't exactly want to become your father's son-in-law either. Odette, who had been listening in silence until now, suddenly spoke up with a proposal. If that is the case, Countess, Trier, could you relay my wishes to His Majesty on my behalf? Hearing this, the Countess was startled and scolded her loudly. What do you mean? Do you think the Emperor is asking a favor of you for this marriage? This is not a request, it is an order, Odette. Odette spoke back. Why? Why must I obey such an unreasonable demand? The Countess quickly provided an argument that left Odette speechless. Because you are the daughter of Duke Dessen and Princess Helene. Do you still not understand? Hearing this, Odette's face turned pale. His Majesty the Emperor wants me to bear the debt of the sins of my parents' past? The Countess spoke and then sighed helplessly, slowly standing up to remind Odette. But as I see it, this is a precious opportunity that I have brought to you. In all your life, you will never find a better husband than this. Odette heard this, but still had her own opinion. But I have never once given a thought to the matter of marriage. The Countess gently approached to persuade her. I understand. You say that only because you grew up with a father like that? The Countess wanted Odette to understand one thing clearly. Do you really want to spend your life cleaning up your father's messes? And living in a state worse than a maidservant? Odette still hesitated, but Countess... The Countess stroked Odette's cheek and used gentle words, softly advising her. Then just try it once. Who knows? Bastian Clausitz might just be the type of man who is dazzled by a girl's beautiful face. At Bastian's private residence, Butler Lovitz greets him. You've returned, master. The dinner party lasted longer than I expected. Bastian explains the reason. These days, everyone focuses their attention on politics. To achieve my goals, I must also maintain favorable relationships, since I plan to wear the military uniform for a few more years. The butler feels. Bastian carries many burdens on his shoulders. It seems you've worked very hard. Arriving before the room, the butler opens the door. After both step inside, the butler informs him, Ah, that's right. Lady Odette sent you a letter. Bastian hears this with some confusion. Lady Odette? The butler explains the identity of this person. She is the niece whom His Majesty the Emperor introduced. Bastian's face darkens upon hearing this. Ah, that lady. The butler takes Bastian's coat and informs him. As usual, I have placed the letter on the desk. Bastian hears this and says, You've worked hard. Go get some rest. The butler immediately obeys and leaves. Yes, master. Bastian reflects. Waiting for the lady to contact first is the courtesy of the nobility. But I had hoped that side would refuse first and never contact me. Looking at the letter on the desk makes Bastian show his annoyance openly. It looks like this damn marriage really has to proceed. A few days ago, the Marquis summoned Bastian to inform him. I called you here because there is an order that needs to be relayed to you. As you know, His Majesty the Emperor regards me as a close friend, so I think that's why he gave me this important task. This person is Marquis Demel, Admiral of the Navy. The Marquis questions Bastian. Are you aware of Princess Helene, His Majesty's younger sister, the one who was previously expelled from the royal family? He simply replies with a soft, yes. The Marquis conveys the Emperor's intent. His Majesty wants to introduce the daughter of Princess Helene to you. Bastian cannot help but be startled by this. Did you just say this was a royal command? The Marquis closes his eyes and affirms. Yes, His Majesty wants you to marry Lady Odette, the daughter of Princess Helene. Those words from the Marquis left Bastian shaken. Back to the present, he has finished bathing, then tosses the towel aside, sits down in a chair, annoyed. How could the Emperor do something so ridiculous? He briefly thinks of the princess. It's clearly because of Princess Isabel, that troublesome brat, knowing he can't do anything. Even as the Emperor, he cannot force me to marry. Nhưng đây nghiễm nhiên vẫn là quân lệnh. I cannot ruin everything I have built up until now, just because of this marriage arrangement. He then picks up the letter on the desk, then looks around, thinking further. After showing enough sincerity to save face for the Emperor, I must rearrange everything according to the current situation. The best way is... The person who wrote this letter is Odette Theresia Marie Charlotte von Dessen. After seeing the full name on the letter, Bastian is astonished. He smirks with interest. Lady Odette. She truly is a girl with a memorable name. Returning to Odette, Tira reports, I've placed your letter on the desk. Thank you, Tira. Odette takes the letter and opens it to read. I agree with Lady Odette's suggestion. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon this Wednesday, I will book a lounge at the Rainfield Hotel on Privet Avenue. After finishing the letter, Odette cannot help but be surprised. Really? Odette's gaze darkens with annoyance. What an insolent man. To show a formal letter, I introduce myself in full, and yet the reply consists of only 3 short lines of notes. He didn't even want to write his name, just his initials. She sighs helplessly and dejectedly. Odette is truly a bit curious about her future husband, Bastian Clausitz. What kind of person is he that even his reply is like this? I have a bad feeling about this. But then suddenly, she remembers the words the Countess said earlier. Do you actually think this marriage is a request from the Emperor? This is not a request, it is an order, Odette. But Odette feels those words are no different from a threat to her. She looks at the only beautiful dress on the wall, reflecting that, besides obeying the Emperor's order, for the sake of the pension, she has no other choice. I never expected to wear the dress mother left behind in a situation like this. For now, I must meet and speak with this person before the Royal Palace's ball takes place. At the Royal Palace, Lucas puts on his boots with a mood full of exhaustion. When will these troublesome matters finally end? Lucas constantly complains. This old man's academy requires study every single day. I've already received transfer orders to the main headquarters, academy, officers even in charge of etiquette education. This is truly too much. Bastian quickly offers a solution for Lucas. If you're so dissatisfied, why don't you apply to return to the Naval Warfare Unit? Lucas replies gloomily. I already threw away the position my father prepared for me. Do you think he would leave me alone? I even threw away my mission and followed you unconditionally. At this moment, Lucas realizes something. What are you trying to say? Anyway, it seems my father is very satisfied with you. He once said he wanted to sit and have a drink with you again. How about it? Bastian adjusts his clothes and responds cheerfully. If your father invited me, it would be an honor. Lucas truly admires Bastian a little. You really are impressive, because you have a natural talent for pleasing those elders. Give me your secret. Bastian just smirks and smiles at this. A hunting dog to protect the sun. To Count Lavier, I will be used for those things. At that time, Lucas was knocked down by a group of bullies. They looked down on and criticized the young master of the Lavier family. Is he really this weak? I heard the people in your family are famous as naval officers, right? Having said that, one of them grabbed Lucas's hair, pulled him up, and asked, But you're just a child who was picked up, aren't you? That guy was bullying Lucas when someone stopped him. What you just said was way too much. That guy was startled upon hearing those words. He turned around in annoyance and asked, Who the hell are you? But before he could even finish his sentence, he was punched and sent sprawling onto the ground. The other one was terrified, backing away and stuttering, You. Seeing the bully in front of him being punched repeatedly left Lucas in awe. As sunset arrived, Lucas followed Bastian, calling out, Hey, you! Thank you. You're Bastian, right? Hearing that, Bastian coldly turned to look at him. Lucas introduced himself. I'm Lucas von Lavier. Bastian saw Lucas approaching him and was smug, because his goal had been achieved. The timid son of Count Lavier was a blessing that had come to him. The deep connection with the Lavier family, the solid relationship built from that desire, propelled his status and prestige within the Navy, up by 1 level, with that price. Even if I have to be a hunting dog, it's not bad. Lucas saw Bastian preparing so carefully and was curious. So you're gonna meet that girl now? Perhaps Sandrine's marriage will be arranged within the next year. Could it be that you're actually thinking of accepting this marriage? If Sandrine finds out about this, she'll cause a scene. Bastian replied cheerfully. I must handle the upcoming meeting properly. Since it's a royal command, I have no choice. Lucas reminded Bastian with good intentions. Even so, you should be careful not to get caught in a trap. You know that even with a noble lineage, relying on a woman like that won't lead to anything good. Bastian heard this and simply replied calmly, "All right, Princess Helene will marry Crown Prince Belov and leave Berg. Just keep trying to play along with this damn marriage. Until then, and that will be enough. If he sees that much sincerity, the Emperor won't insist on forcing it further. After that, a divorce. And then I will marry Sandrine. Once she has finished handling her personal matters, nothing is obstructing the schedule. I cannot get caught up in something like this and ruin my plans. If only Lady Odette were a sensible lady, that would be wonderful." In the lounge of a cafe, Odette looks up at the clock. It's already an hour past the appointment time. She just sits there waiting. Then she thinks, could it be that the person who wrote the letter won't come? Ever since I received this letter, I've clearly had a bad premonition. But at this moment, at the door, a man in a military uniform enters and is greeted by the server. "Please come in, Captain Clausitz. I will escort you to your reserved table." Seeing him, Odette confirms, he's finally here. As he approaches, Odette is stunned and dazed. Oh, Odette can't quite believe it. There's no way. It can't be, right? Odette immediately remembers. Was that lowly gambler back then actually the hero of the Empire? Bastian is also shocked upon seeing Odette. He can't believe she is the partner for this marriage. Both stare at each other for a moment without saying anything. The server asks curiously, "Is there a problem, sir?" Bastian thinks he has come to the wrong place. "I don't know if there's been a mistake with the reservation. Please check again." The server helplessly but firmly affirms, "This is exactly the table the captain reserved, sir. The lady has been waiting for you for over an hour. Please, have a seat." Hearing that, Bastian doesn't know how to argue back. Then he falls into deep thought. The beggar duke of the casino. If all the bragging of that impostor was actually the truth, then the current situation matches perfectly. Looking at Odette, Bastian confirms, "The wager from that night. That's right, it's definitely her." Having thought that, Bastian smirks. Seeing that smile makes Odette feel terrified. Bastian takes off his hat and introduces himself. "I am Bastian Clausitz. Perhaps this is not the first time we've met. Is that right, Lady Odette?" After a while, once both are settled, Odette pours tea for him. Then, with a somber face, she asks, "You've known everything from the beginning, haven't you?" Bastian takes the teacup and denies it. "I wouldn't dare." "Lady Odette." Bastian previously wasn't certain that person was Odette. "It's a pity. My imagination is not so excellent, to the point of thinking that the father who wagered his daughter at a casino at the end of an alley was the Duke himself, and the daughter who was wagered in that place is actually the niece of His Majesty the Emperor." Hearing this, Odette is startled and falls into deep thought. "Actually, I knew from the first moment we faced each other that Bastian Clausitz was despising me, and he has no intention of accepting this marriage. However, regarding this, so do I." Thinking of this, Odette clenches her hands, then makes a proposal to Bastian. "Please tell His Majesty on my behalf that I am not satisfied with this marriage arrangement. I hope you will reject me, Captain." Seeing Odette's attitude, Bastian has to look at her with different eyes. Then he sets down his teacup and refuses, "I apologize, my lady. But I have no intention of rejecting you, Lady Odette." Bastian recalls the first time he met Odette. He is quite surprised that Odette is still the same. Nothing has changed. Bastian thinks to himself, she is still exactly like she was that night. In the flashback, Odette yells at Bastian, "Have you no shame?" Odette coldly and loudly scolds Bastian with an angry look. What kind of soldier gets involved in gambling and wagering? While reminiscing, Bastian wonders to himself why Odette can be so unusually calm. If others were in such a situation, they would only know how to kneel and beg, but she still looks very dignified. Intertwined with Bastian's thoughts is the sound of Odette scolding him, from gambling to human trafficking. Don't you know that human trafficking is illegal? Bastian is still immersed in his own thoughts. He is extremely curious about Odette's attitude. When she has nothing in her hands, she essentially has no power at all. Is it because she carries noble blood that she tries to appear so proud? In Bastian's flashback, Odette was incredibly cold, stern, and decisive. "Please reject me, Captain." Bastian laughs arrogantly. In his heart, he thinks, even if she lives at the bottom of society, it seems that ladylike nature is deeply ingrained in her blood. Inside, Bastian silently judges Odette externally. He politely asks her about recent rumors with a tone of mockery. Irony. "I wonder if you are aware of the rumors regarding the Descent family?" Odette narrows her eyes slightly. Odette's expression darkens. Her voice sounds somewhat less confident. "I am aware." Bastian crosses his arms and looks at her, speaking with a mocking and sarcastic tone. "Why do you think I still came here, even though I already know everything?" Suddenly, Odette lifts her face. Her gaze is sharp, seemingly a mix of anger. "Please get straight to the point, Captain." Bastian's voice becomes more stern, no longer having the sarcastic air from the beginning. His gaze is also more serious. Right now, I am doing my best to demonstrate my loyalty to the Emperor, as Odette feels panicked by Bastian's seriousness. He no longer has the joking, sarcastic demeanor as before. Instead, it is a look of seriousness and decisiveness. This makes Odette feel anxious. Does that mean you will accept this marriage? Bastian crosses his arms, looking at Odette and speaking with self-satisfaction. Unfortunately, I think it will be difficult for both of us to actually go through with the marriage. So, why don't the two of us put on an act together until Princess Isabel gets married off? Hearing Bastian say they must act to deceive the Emperor and everyone else, Odette is startled, her eyes wide and filled with panic. Act? You mean deceiving the royal family? Bastian's gaze has turned several degrees colder. He speaks with a stone-cold voice. Even if it is only a play, we still have to look exactly like a couple, about to marry. Odette hears him speak and can no longer maintain her composure. Her eyes widen. Bastian continues, but that is exactly what the Emperor wants. The atmosphere in the room grows heavy. Bastian crosses his arms and speaks with a helpless tone. As you can see, I am a naval officer, and the Emperor commands the military of this empire. So if he has given an order, I have no choice but to obey. Lady Odette. Odette closes her eyes and frowns slightly. She knows that she is merely a shield. I am just a shield to protect the princess. I realized this truth upon coming here. Odette hesitates over a thought, but then she asks Bastian in a low voice, "Don't you think that the rumors during that time will affect your reputation? Or mine?" Bastian casually gestures in response. "I don't care. It's not like I'm a refined gentleman or anything." Bastian's voice sounds teasing, making Odette feel shocked to the point her eyes widen and her mouth hangs slightly open. Or it can be understood that I don't mind that gossip. Then Bastian rests his chin on his hand, speaking with a mysterious smile. "So I think you had better make a decision." Bastian starts using a sarcastic tone again, mixing in a bit of a joke while speaking to Odette. Compared to a naval officer like me, the Emperor would surely value the opinion of his beloved niece more. Bastian's words cause Odette's mood to sink. Her expression becomes gloomier upon hearing Bastian's statement. Isn't that so? Odette remains silent and does not reply to Bastian. She just sits there still, while Bastian continues to rest his chin on his hand, and feels extremely amused. Bastian's blue eyes narrow slightly as he begins to think. Bastian suspects that Odette is trying to approach him for some reason. If that were true, then she could have rejected this marriage right from the beginning. This woman must have some purpose for coming here. Feeling that Odette does not want to put on an act with him, Bastian picks up his hat from the table, intending to leave. In his heart, he thinks, I don't want to waste any more time. If you don't want to, then we'll consider everything finished here. But as Bastian turns his back, preparing to leave, Odette is startled. Realizing the situation, Odette hurriedly runs after Bastian. Please wait a moment. Seeing Odette calling him, Bastian turns his head back. Odette hands him a white envelope. The scene becomes unusually quiet. Bastian looks straight at Odette in surprise. The two just look at each other for a while. Bastian wonders in surprise to himself. Is it an envelope full of money? He quickly asks Odette, Are you planning to pay me back? Odette is so embarrassed that her cheeks turn rosy. She is still holding the envelope in her hand. Yes, I don't want to dodge the bill for the captain's tea. Odette shyly hands the envelope to Bastian. Her cheeks are blushing. Bastian says nothing. He only smiles slightly. Then he bursts out laughing. Odette feels extremely surprised by this attitude of Bastian's. However, he refuses and tells her to keep that money. He speaks to her in a sarcastic tone, giving more money to the Duke. So he can go gambling is quite fine. That way, I won't have to meet you in that place ever again. She doesn't understand what Bastian is saying. What do you mean, Bastian? Speaks in a cold and contemptuous voice, regarding the fact that her father sold her to him. You should feel lucky that he sold you to me that day. There is no guarantee that you will still be that lucky. Next time? Hearing Bastian say that, Odette is shocked beyond belief. Odette realizes the mocking attitude, Bastian's sarcasm toward her. That man is showing contempt for me. Odette stands frozen, thinking about the plan Bastian mentioned, pretending to be engaged until the princess gets married. That plan of his will surely succeed. Odette still feels fearful, and is not yet ready to face the current situation. The sunset gradually falls behind the houses. Odette silently takes tired steps back home. She sighs after everything that has happened. Today truly is terrible, and she is genuinely immersed in her thoughts. I don't want to see his face ever again. But no matter how hard I try, I have no other choice. She quickly runs and opens the door. Odette quickly runs to and opens the door to her house. Inside, her younger sister is clutching the savings that she and her sister had kept. Beside her is her gambling addict father, intending to steal that money to go gambling. This is the emergency money my sister and I worked hard to save. Her father angrily raises his hand to hit her sister. You insolent brat. Seeing this, Odette calls out her sister's name, Tira. She runs over to take a slap from her father in place of Tira. Dasan is shocked to see this. He speaks loudly. Odette! Her father, Tira, tremblingly asks Odette, Sister, are you okay? Her father asks tremblingly, Why you? Odette coldly glares to warn her father. Never lay a hand on Tira ever again. Odette's gaze turns icy as she looks at her father. If this happens again, I will not let you be. Her father is terrified but still speaks loudly to challenge her. What? Not let me be? What are you going to do to me? Odette steps closer to him with a warning voice. If this happens again, Odette threatens her father. I will make your greatest fear come true. The father says in an angry, growling voice. Are you threatening your own father? Odette says frankly. Without me, you won't receive a single penny of pension from the royal palace. I believe you know that, right? Duke Dessen grimaces in fear, while Odette's attitude remains unchanged, looking at him coldly. Her father leaves angrily. You wicked girl! Odette stands still in silence while Tira collapses and sobs. She silently thinks, I know I am his weakness. As long as he still receives the pension money, he will have no intention of letting me go, because I am his only bridge to the royal family. Odette loves Tira, even though the two do not share the same mother. I still love Tira very much. She is determined to protect her life, and I also don't want to lose this life that I have always tried to protect. Odette tells herself she must not be weak. She must not become soft. As long as I can protect what I cherish, then I can endure everything. She is ready to endure everything to protect it all, whether it is her father, Tira, or anyone else. She is also ready to endure it, even if it is my father, or even if it is that play to deceive the princess. At Bastian's residence, the butler hurriedly looks for Bastian. Master, there you are. What is the matter, Lovitz? Lovitz presents a blue envelope. The invitation to the Empress's birthday has arrived, sir. He feels very happy for Bastian for being invited to the party at the royal palace. You have been invited as a guest to the party at the royal palace. If the mistress in the afterlife knew, she would be very pleased. Bastian reflects in silence. They invited me, surely just to confirm the progress of the marriage. Holding the invitation in his hand, Bastian cannot help but exclaim, It's not too bad. He looks up at the sky, thinking of the royal party. He remembers meeting Odette earlier this afternoon. Yes, I don't want to dodge the bill for the captain's tea. He suddenly smiles. The butler feels surprised. The master must be very happy in his heart. He feels very expectant. I am truly looking forward to it. Bastian smiles and thinks to himself, I wonder how she will look at the party. At the royal palace, inside a carriage, there is a man crossing his arms and looking out the window. He thinks in surprise. Is that Duke Herhart's carriage, father? Bastian says cheerfully. Finally, today we can meet the finest noble of the empire. Franz Klaus asks, What do you mean, father? Franz Klaus, Bastian's younger half-brother, father? Bastian asks Franz Klaus in a stern voice. You and Duke Herhart studied together for so long, and you aren't close at all? Franz Klaus immediately responds, Even if we studied together, we couldn't become friends, father. Hearing what Franz said, the father feels extremely angry. Furthermore, Duke Herhart, that man wasn't very close to your mother. The school year was also different from mine. Bastian thinks angrily. How much money did I spend? So that you could enroll in a prestigious private school? Franz, the boy has good grades. But it's not just about the studies. He clicks his tongue in frustration. I wasn't able to integrate into the world of those children who pursue meaningless concepts, like art or philosophy. Mother, Franz Klaus sees this and speaks up. Come to think of it, the young lady of Duke Desan will also attend this ball, right? He says with contempt. What Duke? Because of education, they're still considered nobility. But their situation is no different from those idlers. Franz Klaus's mother smiles and says, Anyway, nothing bad will happen from meeting someone with royal blood. Isn't it about time for Bastian to get married now? Bastian's father agrees with Franz Klaus's mother. That is true. But why get involved with the daughter of that family? Franz Klaus's mother's gaze becomes sharp. The Clausitz family has been accepted as a member of the nobility. That is thanks to our constant efforts. Of course, that path is limited to my husband, myself, and Franz. In ancient noble society, they cannot accept Bastian, who has lowly blood. She feels Bastian is a major obstacle. But Bastian has now crawled all the way up here. How can we get rid of him? I just finished clearing out that ex-wife who was like chains, obstructing his path forward. She can't accept it now that Bastian has made a name for himself. Franz Klaus suddenly speaks up. But isn't that a matter of dishonor? For us, he is also a member of the Clausitz family. His mother speaks to him. Don't worry, Franz. No one can consider Bastian's bride as a member of our family. After leaving Arden at age 12, that child has been living at his maternal home, hasn't he? Franz Klaus is about to say something, but his father speaks up. Your mother is right. Franz, he advised him not to worry about anything. You only need to worry about your own future. Furthermore, in today's ball, your brother will also be attending. Franz, Clausitz must carry on his shoulders the responsibility of the family successor. So prove to me what you can achieve under the title of the successor of the Clausitz family. Franz narrowed his eyes, thinking of Bastian, his brother. Then he obeyed his father without saying anything more. Yes, father. The Royal University Hall. Captain Clausitz has arrived. Franz Clausitz thought while biting his nails he was so excited that I thought I would just run here. He felt jealous of Bastian. Anyway, in everything he always shows that he is talented, only appearing right before the ball begins. But very quickly he changed his attitude again. Even so, in exchange for hunting people, one must eat the meat first. Truly a mediocre beast. Does he realize it now? The worlds that I and he live in are so different. Despising the status of his brother. Suddenly someone shouted and ran toward Bastian. Captain Clausitz. When they saw Bastian arrive, everyone ran around him. Come quickly! They admired and surrounded Bastian. It is truly hard to see you even once. Could you come to my private party next time? Hey, it was promised that Captain Clausitz would attend my party first. Okay? What is this? They took turns starting conversations with him. Franz, when seeing this scene. High-ranking nobles, even the royal family knows him. A girl appeared from somewhere and asked Franz, Oh my, is that gentleman close to Duke Herhart? Ella von Klein, Franz's fiancée. However, he was still in shock from earlier and paid no attention to his fiancée. What is this? With Matthias von Herhart? No, that's impossible. He was even more shocked when he saw a noble figure of great status, shaking hands with Bastian. Bastian caught sight of Franz looking resentful. He strode over to him to offer a greeting. Hello, Franz. And Lady Klein, it is a pleasure to see you again. Lady Klein replies happily. Hello. To meet the captain at the royal palace like this. It feels quite strange. Suddenly, Franz speaks up, despising Bastian. How do you feel? To finally set foot in the royal palace? Bastian's eyes are no longer as they were a moment ago. They become much sharper. But he very quickly regains his cheerful expression. I am very grateful and honored for a lifetime. Nevertheless, when replying to Franz, he does not hesitate to insult him back. I mean, just as you once did. Franz reels from Bastian's retaliation. Just as I once did? He is worried, not knowing how to respond. Are you mocking me? How should I answer this? The palace attendant announces. The daughter of Duke Dessen has arrived. Franz suddenly changes his attitude. He feels delighted seeing Odette appear. Finally, she's here. If his fiancée is problematic, then this ball will naturally be ruined. The Countess steps in first, with Odette behind her. But before he can rejoice, he is surprised. Oh? Odette's small but charming shoulders appear from behind the Countess. Franz's eyes widen. Franz cannot believe his eyes when he sees Odette. No, it can't be. He clearly cannot believe what he is seeing. Odette is far different from his imagination. Is this the piece of rotten meat that the Emperor threw away? Franz exclaims in his heart. She's this beautiful. He feels so terrified and shocked that his mouth hangs open. His image right now looks quite pathetic. Bastian walks past him. He gently strides toward Odette's side. In her splendid attire, Odette looks at him coldly without saying a word. Bastian does the same, staring at Odette for a moment. Then he extends his hand and bows politely to invite her. Shall we? Lady Odette. Outside the castle. In the sky, the stars twinkle brightly. Inside the castle, musicians are performing. The nobles are inviting each other to dance to the music. At the head position, the Emperor and Empress are walking side by side. The Empress looks at the scene before her with great joy. Over here, Franz is dancing with his fiancée. His eyes are still filled with panic and surprise. Over here, Bastian and Odette are dancing together. The two of them create an incredibly beautiful scene. Bastian says in a low voice, I thought you wouldn't come to the ball today. I worried for nothing. Odette replies, To me, the royal family means a great deal. But Bastian still hasn't given up on his intention to have her act with him. If that's the case, then can you join this play with me? Odette remains silent and turns her face away without a word. Her gaze is hesitant. Seeing Odette hesitate, he thinks that, after tonight, this woman's reputation will be ruined beyond any way to salvage it. Knowing that, yet she still came to the ball. Suddenly, Bastian pulls Odette's hand firmly. In Bastian's heart, he feels that Odette is a girl who only knows how to take advantage. As expected, she wants benefits from the Emperor. Odette suddenly loses her balance. Oh! Bastian quickly catches her. He thinks that since they have a purpose to use each other, he leans in close to Odette and says, Tell me whether you agree or not. I will show you exactly how to make the Emperor satisfied. The scene shifts to the outside corridor. At this time, Odette is walking with Countess Trias. She turns back and says to Odette, "Don't forget that the future of the Descent family depends on the success of this matter." Odette replies seriously, "I know. I will do what the Emperor wants. In exchange, you must keep your promise to persuade the Emperor. I hope that even if this marriage is not successful, my pension will not be cut off." The woman replies calmly, "The Emperor, though cruel, is not so despicable as that. If Isabella comes to her senses, thanks to this marriage, then you can do whatever you want." "Thank you, Countess." As Odette leaves, the Countess lets out a sigh. How pitiful. She feels sorry for this poor little girl, even if she pretends to be calm. But suddenly, being dragged into a strange world like this, it's bound to be chaotic. Even though I brought this child to the ball, seeing her being sold for money is... While walking, Odette suddenly stops and turns outward, admiring the garden in full bloom. Then she suddenly remembers the words her mother said. The royal palace garden is full of flowers, just like Mother always said. Odette remembers every time her mother told her stories about the palace. When Mother told me about the royal palace, she was always strangely excited. She remembers her mother talking very passionately, and then finally, she would break down sobbing and collapse. Odette remembers what her mother went through. When remembering the days in the royal palace, she would burst into tears. Her mother cried in pain. She wondered why her mother was like that. Why love if you're going to regret it? Is love everything? She wished her mother hadn't chosen her father, shouldn't have betrayed her country and family for a man like my father. But Odette also blamed her mother that, if you have chosen, then accept the consequences of the path you chose. If you made the wrong choice, then at least you should humbly accept the consequences. Odette reminisces about her mother and what she had to go through in the past. But Mother was always chasing illusions, a love that had passed, and a past that cannot be returned to once love is lost. Like a traveler in the desert enchanted by a mirage, her mother lived a life of thirst. Back to the palace corridor. At this moment, Odette has arrived at the ballroom door with the Countess. The young lady of the Duke Descent family has arrived. Odette promises herself, "I will absolutely never live a life like that." Odette strides into the hall. Life is very important. She continues to follow behind the Countess. "I know how important money is as a foundation, although I have no intention of selling. My honor and self-respect to make money." But then she sees Bastian standing there waiting for her. Honor and self-respect also are not the priorities in this life. That is how I preserve my dignity and respect. Bastian bows and extends his hand to support her. "Shall we go, Lady Odette?" "Yes." Odette is still immersed in her thoughts. "My pension is wagered on this marriage, even though I know he despises me." "Yes, Captain. The reason for me to perform with this man is just that, and that is enough." Suddenly, Bastian leans in close to Odette's lips. "So I can consider that you have agreed? We must show it clearly so the Emperor can be satisfied." Odette sees Bastian putting his face so close to hers. She immediately closes her eyes tightly. Her cheeks turn red with embarrassment. She turns her head away, pushing back against the surprised Bastian. Bastian purses his lips tightly. The two turn and see someone watching them from afar. Don't let it show too much that we are acting, because our most important guest is watching. Above the banquet hall railing, a blonde woman is drinking wine. Her eyes are full of hatred looking down. Isabel. Odette sees this and remains silent. Her eyes look a bit sad. She tightly holds Bastian's hand and continues dancing with him. Bastian lowers his eyes to look at Odette and praises her. "Even so, your dress and jewelry are very beautiful." On the surface, Odette thanks Bastian. "Thank you for the compliment, Captain." What is he planning to say now? But in her heart, she feels quite uncomfortable. Bastian smiles squint-eyed and asks Odette, "Will you return them after tonight?" Making her startle. Odette remains silent. She looks at Bastian, thinking that she has heard of Bastian's reputation often, however. Odette feels quite surprised. When he speaks so rudely, "I heard this man became an officer after graduating from the history department with the reputation of the Royal Military Academy. He is someone who understands the etiquette of the nobility more than any other noble. So speaking such disrespectful words." She remembers the scene of the first time meeting Bastian. As expected, it is because he is doing it intentionally. It is because he saw my appearance at the bottom of society in the casino. Odette pursed her lips and thought, if there is nothing to hide, then I might as well be upright and honest. She faced him, looking straight into Bastian's eyes, and replied, "Yes, because these are items I rented for one night, and I must return them afterward." Bastian was surprised by Odette's statement. "But don't worry too much, sir, as I still have enough money to do other things as well." Bastian teased, "Lady Odette, you are a wealthier woman than I thought." But Odette did not back down and replied, "That is all thanks to your consideration, Captain." Bastian was surprised. "My consideration?" Odette smiled as radiantly as a flower. "Yes, because I benefited greatly from the tea money. She spoke cheerfully, so much so that until this play ends, I don't have to worry about this jewelry set or this dress anymore. Odette smiled happily with her eyes squinted. Her mood was very relaxed. Bastian suddenly burst out laughing, leaving Odette a bit bewildered. He teased Odette, "Do you know? This is the first time I've seen you smile." Odette frowned. "I am only trying to play my part in the play, so that no one finds out the truth." Odette and Bastian talked while they danced. It's fortunate that the tea money was spent on something more valuable than the gambling of his grace, the Duke, since that is the money I obtained from repaying the debt to the captain. Here it must also be used for matters that bring benefit to you. Bastian teased Odette, "If that's the case, next time I must treat you to a very hearty meal, so that the young lady can save even more money." Odette also teased back without hesitation, "I'm sorry, but I beg to decline that offer." Bastian asked why. Odette replied, "Because it is difficult for me, with debts beyond my ability to repay. I cannot imagine a woman being sold off to settle a debt." Bastian joked. Odette's sharp gaze glanced at Bastian. "I don't know either. Ever since the day I first met the captain, you haven't given me any reason to trust you." Bastian's gaze softened. Bastian and Odette were dancing together, even though all the nobles are so rigid. He looked at Odette in front of him and marveled. But Lady Odette does not yield to anyone. Bastian gazed at Odette's neck. She really is a woman, with a long and straight neck. If that neck... Suddenly, the entire hall fell into a commotion. Bastian and Odette saw this and turned around as well. Isabel was currently walking down in a rage. Princess Isabel. Her eyes were full of resentment and hatred. Isabel was angrily and grandiosely walking down. A noble beside her asked, Princess, are you all right, Your Highness?" People around began to gossip. "It seems she is drunk. Shouldn't we call a servant over here?" She stepped quickly to where Odette and Bastian were standing, and then glared angrily. Looking at this gaze, Odette had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, Isabel raised her hand and gave Odette a powerful slap. She screamed in rage and hurled insults. "Stay away from Bastian, you little beggar." She began to think frantically. So the reason Mother allowed me to attend the ball was because she wanted me to see this. She stood watching Bastian and Odette dancing together. I have been hurt already, so I no longer have any lingering feelings for Bastian. Having thought that, she angrily slammed her wineglass down on the table. But if one has followed Bastian for the past 6 years, it can be understood. She widened her eyes and gnashed her teeth in anger. Bastian is only obeying the imperial order. It's not because he likes that woman that he's doing this. Looking at the scene between Odette and Bastian, she became even more enraged. The daughter of a lowly-born war hero and a discarded princess. Right, this provocative combination deserves the attention of society. Enough to end those strange rumors about me. She felt pain seeing Bastian having to marry Odette. But Bastian's heart has to submit to such unfair treatment. Just for the sake of following an imperial order, her tears began to fall. That pain surged higher. Bastian is so pitiful. Isabel became hysterical. Only I truly understand Bastian's heart. She ran while thinking frantically, even though he loves me, he still cannot express that sincere heart, because he is a man loyal to a fault. Bastian, you decided to sacrifice yourself for me, didn't you? Why must you force yourself to face and dance with that ugly woman? Only because of the royal family's opposition regarding rank and status? She lost control and rushed forward. Are you casting aside your feelings for me? Seeing Odette, she lost control even more. Just for money, she had to take that position. That woman. Isabel glared at Odette in a rage. How could she understand the heart of poor Bastian? Losing her mind over what was happening, she became hysterical, unable to master herself. She went to hit Odette. "Stay away from Bastian, you beggar!" Odette was knocked to the ground by her slap. Today, Isabel began to hurl insults. Odette's necklace was also broken. "I know you are doing this to escape from your miserable life." She cursed more and more frantically. "You stay away from him. You have no self-respect." Being told that by her, Odette was so shocked her eyes widened. "You have no self-respect." Bastian stood to shield Odette. His voice was stern. "Please calm yourself, Your Highness." Seeing him shield her made Isabel even more frantic. "Bastian! That woman is seducing you for money." She used vulgar words to speak. Odette is no different from a high-class prostitute. Being spoken to like that, Odette just remained silent. The princess blinded by one-sided love and jealousy. So she wants to degrade me with those mediocre words. That princess has no idea how I have lived. Thanks to your words, I know how to protect my heart better. Odette calmly picked up each pearl that the princess had just broken. To be honest, there was no heartache at all. Furthermore, now I am only acting according to the king's command. At Odette's action, everyone showed surprise. Seeing this, Isabel took it even further. "Now look, Bastian. She is only obsessed with that jewelry. Isn't that right? You borrowed it, didn't you? You truly are a greedy beggar. Odette said nothing, only turned back to glare at her. Seeing this attitude from Odette, Isabelle widened her eyes in surprise. However, Odette didn't even bother to pay attention to her. She turned away abruptly. Then Odette went to a nearby servant for help. Please help me keep this until the ball is over. Huh? Yes. The princess, seeing Odette like that, felt the anger within her erupt even more. You dare to disregard my words? Suddenly an arm blocked her. Princess. It was Bastian. You are drunk. Seeing him, the princess became infatuated, her cheeks flushing. Bastian... She became lovesick, looking at his eyes staring at me so passionately. As expected, he loves me too. I love you. I love you so much. Bastian. No longer able to maintain her composure, she lunged toward his chest and embraced Bastian. The smell of alcohol. Please calm yourself. Princess. Bastian could not stand the strong smell of alcohol from her, so he reminded her in a low voice. When the Empress saw this scene, she could not maintain her composure and collapsed. Isabelle, you must... The Emperor stood up. Empress, bring a doctor. Over here, quickly. Franz's mother feared this matter would implicate them. Won't our family be in turmoil because of this? People buzzed with gossip. It's better that. Empress Helene supported her. At least I wouldn't do something as shameful as this. They wondered why Odette's mother was so infatuated with someone lower than herself. Is that all? I heard Duke Dessen was a noble. The Princess of Berg. Why was she so blind for such a lowly man? That's right anyway, Captain. Clausewitz has much more prestige in terms of ability and finance. The Countess felt worried for Odette, while everyone was gossiping about her mother Odette. Odette's spirits sank. That princess still didn't stop causing a scene. Stop hiding your feelings from me. Bastian. Bastian spoke in a cold voice. Then he forcefully threw Isabelle's hands off. He glared at her with a stern gaze. She was stunned and confused by his actions. Isabelle felt bewildered and disoriented. Oh, why? Are you going to continue avoiding me like this? Someone called her name loudly. Isabelle! It was her older brother. He reminded her and dragged her away. You're very drunk, let's go. Brother! But she was still frantic in her delusion. No, I like Bastian. Answer me. You love me too, don't you? Like up! Bastian is waiting for me. She was dragged away in a frenzy. Please wake up, Isabelle. Next, Bastian turned back to look at Odette. He gently asked her. Odette's expression had now become quiet and somber. Are you all right, Lady Odette? However, she quickly regained her confident appearance. Bastian glanced at her. Odette gently brushed her hair to one side. One side of her cheek was red from the slap earlier. Despite what had just happened, her attitude did not change at all. Still calm and acting polite. How surprising. Even after being insulted like that, her expression remains unchanged. Odette gently lifted her dress. Bastian realized something. Could it be? He was extremely surprised that Odette could still remain so calm. Will she still maintain her pride by dancing the final waltz? Until the very end? As if that shame and humiliation were nothing at all. Just like the day she was sold by her father for gambling debts, yet still acted bold. Anyway, she is very strong and courageous. That is the one thing I can acknowledge. Now, Lady Odette looks like a proud queen. Bastian put his hand behind his back. If that's the case, then I will gladly accept. Bastian politely responded to Odette. If that's the case, then I will gladly accept. Even if her face is pale as if she might faint immediately, she will still proudly maintain her dignity until the very end. She deserves a polite invitation to dance. With all sincerity, everyone found it strange and continued to gossip loudly. What on earth is that game? Bastian and Odette were still very relaxed, even though such a major incident had just occurred. Even though something like that just happened, those two still seemed to be fine. Bastian noticed something unusual, as expected. Odette is trembling with fear. This woman is trembling. She was very calm earlier, but right now she is acting afraid. Her face has turned pale. Even so, she is still pretending. Like nothing happened in front of everyone? Suddenly, a hot tear flows down Odette's cheek. All of a sudden, Odette trips. Bastian quickly pulls her back. Odette turns to him in surprise. He advises her to try, endure it. You don't want everyone to find out you're trembling, do you? Odette blushes with embarrassment. Bastian takes Odette's hand. The two of them stride together. Just like that, they leave the center position. In a corner of the room, the Countess is standing silently, waiting for Odette. She thinks to herself, Bastian Clausewitz. She silently watches the two of them. Although I've been watching him throughout the ball, he exudes the politeness and the relaxation of a noble. In a strange way, the Countess cannot believe her eyes. I didn't believe they could cross the threshold of the royal palace. On the very first time in their lives, when the two of them reach her, did you enjoy your time with Odette? Bastian politely responds. It was an honor to be with a beautiful lady on a special day like this. Then, see you again, Captain. Yes. The Countess. Bastian and the Countess bid each other farewell. Odette stands with the Countess watching Bastian's back. As he leaves, the Countess turns to ask Odette about Bastian. Suddenly, her eyes widen. Odette feels dizzy and uncomfortable. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. The Countess feels bitter and pities Odette. After facing such a thing, how could you be fine? She pities her and admires Bastian for being ready to stand in solidarity with Odette. Whether it's this child having to endure this situation, or the fact that Bastian was ready to stand by her side. Between the two, it's hard to tell who was made to be more wicked. Praising Odette's mother for teaching her well. Helene raised her daughter very well, but however, still criticizing her mother's choice of husband. Odette. Her taste in men seems poor, but she was a good mother. The Countess smiles radiantly. Well done, but you were perfect. In response to the compliment from Countess Trias, Odette is very surprised. Then her expression immediately sinks. She thanks the Countess in a soft voice. Outside a gambling den, Duke Desson is pushed to the ground. The gambling den owner shouts angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Bring the money here immediately, money." He kneels while begging. "Please let me play just one more round. If so, I will share with you a portion of the money that I receive." The gambling den owner speaks loudly to him. Oh my, truly a pipe dream. The owner doesn't even bother to pay attention. He scolds him once, then closes the door and leaves. The type who is buried in debt and even gets his current money stolen. And yet, at this moment, Desson curses angrily in his heart. Damn it! After getting involved with those unlucky officers, nothing has gone right at all. He stands up and brushes off his clothes. Even getting kicked out of a card game in a suburban place like this. Suddenly someone calls out to him. The black-haired man says, "It looks like you lost the bet and got kicked out again, huh? This is not the time for you to be here. Go check on your eldest daughter." Desson wonders, why so suddenly? What about my daughter? The other man continues speaking. I heard people say that she has a man. Number. Maybe she has already received pocket money for her father. But Duke Desson doesn't care. Odette has a man? I've heard all those baseless rumors already. The other man says, I don't know where I heard it. If not, then for what reason does she dress up and go out every night, huh? Hearing that, Duke Desson snaps his head back. What? An image of Odette leaving the carriage was recounted by the other man. Not long ago, I clearly saw with my own eyes her stepping out of the carriage, in the middle of the night. Furthermore, let's see, that carriage was extremely sparkling and magnificent. Isn't that unusual? The man's next words left Duke Desson, unable to say anything more. I don't know, but it seems she has hooked someone with a lot of money. Do you, as a father, not care about what your daughter is doing? Or where she is going? Duke Desson walks alone on the street. He silently reflects. Thinking back, it's true. Lately, that child has indeed been going out frequently. It seems she is hiding something. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks when he sees Odette. He quickly hides behind a wall. Odette? Then he peeks out to look at her, wondering. Where is she going? Dressed like that? Then Duke Desson recalls the words that the other man said. I heard people say that she has a man. Duke Desson cannot believe it and begins to suspect Odette. Could it be that child really? He stands, leaning against the wall in bewilderment. He cannot just stand still and watch this matter. He decides once and for all to tail Odette. I must confirm it directly. At a high-end restaurant in downtown Renfield, a waiter stands politely pouring wine. A voice speaks up, Thank you, Countess, for inviting me. After the waiter finishes his task, he turns to leave. In the room, only Odette and the Countess remain. Odette speaks in a soft voice. But she feels worried about the necklace. How is the necklace that Isabel broke last time? The Countess teases her. It seems you still have enough free time to worry about a damaged necklace. After encountering such an incident, haven't you? Odette responds, I failed to fulfill my responsibility for the items people trusted me with and lent me, so my heart is not at ease. The Countess takes the wine glass on the table and says calmly, I don't like goodwill. Expressed only through flowery words, young lady, Odette says seriously. I will seriously repay you if that is what the Countess wants. The Countess wonders, what do I want? Odette said, I want to speak with His Majesty the Emperor. That matter was entirely due to the misunderstanding of Her Imperial Highness. The image of the broken necklace appears, the Countess says nonchalantly. You want to ask the father to compensate for the gemstone necklace. That was damaged by his daughter? It seems the Emperor would prick up his ears to listen to you, wouldn't he? Odette immediately counters, although he does not care about me. I believe he will not forget the principles of conduct toward a noble and high-ranking member of the royal family such as yourself, Countess. Countess Trias smiles slightly. Odette's expression is surprised. Indeed, it would be quite troublesome if the Emperor of the Empire could not resolve the mistakes of the princess. I will send a petition to the royal palace. According to the estimated repair costs from the jewelry store, Odette's eyes brighten as she asks, "In that case, can it be repaired?" The Countess lifts her wineglass and replies, "Yes, they said it was thanks to you collecting every single broken stone." Odette smiles happily. "That is such a relief, Countess." The Countess narrows her eyes and marvels silently. This girl before me, facing a stranger. She is not like wood or stone, but smiles as brightly as a flower blooming in a dark place. The scene of the restaurant busy with people coming and going. Music and voices mingle together. "Ah, hey, I heard that. Isabel has been sent to the royal family's summer palace. The situation is no different from being imprisoned there." The Countess comforts Odette. "So please be at ease and focus entirely on the marriage. Look, high society is buzzing about what happened at the ball. It seems the effect is clear." She says as time passes, "Isabel will also accept reality and give up on Bastian." Odette nods and replies, "Yes." The Countess seems to be waiting for someone else. By the way, it should be about time for him to appear, shouldn't it? Suddenly a voice resonates behind her. Oh my. A white-haired man appears. What a coincidence. "Countess Trias!" The Countess turns and greets him cheerfully. "I didn't expect to meet the Admiral here." Odette wonders in surprise. The Admiral? There was one more person who appeared. Bastian appeared along with them. He was surprised to meet Odette in this situation. Odette also seemed surprised. By his appearance, the Countess greeted him cheerfully. "It is truly an honor to meet Captain Clausitz again." Bastian was surprised and said nothing. Odette was also quite surprised to see Bastian. The Countess smiled and said, "This is great, because it has been a long time since we could meet like this." She suggested everyone have a meal together. "Let's all have a meal together, shall we?" The sky with floating clouds. Sunlight shines through those clouds and stops at a restaurant reserved for the nobility. At a restaurant in the downtown area, where famous people in high society frequent. That restaurant only serves high-ranking families, senior officials, and those belonging to the most powerful class in society. At Saturday lunchtime, the busiest time for customers, two girls look forward and whisper to each other. And right at the table, placed in a position that attracts all eyes. An arrangement so clever, it seemed like a coincidence. That place is a dining table for 4 people. Just a glance is enough to recognize that their presence is something no one could miss. This is ridiculous. Bastian Clausitz looked around. His expression was cold with a hint of boredom. He lifted the glass of red wine and slowly brought it to his lips. His gaze was calm, as if he understood everything happening. Because they want to show the high society people that he and Lady Odette are together. Those 2 individuals arranged this matter. Sitting at the same table with him are 2 people, Admiral Demel and Countess Trias. The 2 of them are talking to each other, making the space between him and Lady Odette become private in an intentional way. He gently swirled the wineglass in his hand, closed his eyes, and pondered in deep thought. The Emperor would surely be restless if he saw them, using shallow tactics like this. Even after causing a commotion at the ball, his eyes looked coldly into space, as if he didn't care about this at all. So what? It doesn't matter at all. Sooner or later, we have to show them the image of meeting that young lady. Odette sits opposite him, her face showing no emotion. She quietly enjoys her meal. Admiral Demel smiles slightly, raises his hand in a gesture and speaks to break the silence. "Isn't the weather very cold today? Even though it is April, winter has come again. The weather in Lutz is truly too erratic." He raises his hand to his chin, continuing with a look of slight worry. "Ah, that's right. It would be very troublesome if the match were delayed due to the weather." Countess Trias looks at him and asks in a soft voice, "Do you have an important event?" He replies, "Yes, the polo match. The friendly match between the Navy and the Army is scheduled to take place next weekend. This is a meaningful activity held annually to strengthen the harmony between the 2 branches of the military." Countess Trias says, "Is that so?" "I have also heard about it." Her expression is calm. She shifts her gaze to look at him and asks, "Is the captain also participating in that match?" He pauses for a moment, then answers calmly, "That is correct, Countess." Amidst the somewhat suffocating atmosphere, where every gaze is cautious and wary of one another, suddenly Admiral Demel exultantly, continuously pats his shoulder and speaks loudly. "Actually, Captain, Clausitz is the best player on the team. Every time, he is the key player who scores well." Despite being drawn into the middle of the conversation, his expression still does not change at all. Countess Trias continues, "I see. So he is not only active on the battlefield, he immediately follows up. Of course, whether on the front lines or on the playing field, he is a hero who knows no defeat." In that situation, only the 2 of them at the table continue to converse, while she and he still quietly face each other without saying a word. Odette maintains her silence. She calmly brings food to her mouth. Her movements are slow, as if her surroundings had nothing to do with her. He kept talking incessantly about him. He holds everything from illustrious military exploits to strategic brilliance. Surely his command of the fleet is not far off. Her expression was indifferent, unconcerned by the words. She swallowed her food and let out a small sigh. After eating, she gently took a napkin to wipe her mouth. Her gaze was still devoid of emotion. Lingering for a moment on the plate with the remaining food, she thought briefly to herself. There is so much food left over, I am sorry. When Bastian Clausitz looked up, his eyes accidentally caught her face just as she finished eating. Admiral Demel was still elated and smiling, constantly bragging about him. I am not saying this just because he is my subordinate. The captain is truly an outstanding soldier, no different from a treasure of the Navy. Hearing him speak, he glanced over with a sarcastic expression, thinking to himself, even as a Navy treasure, I am not worth as much as a salmon dish. After flaunting him with all those words, Admiral Demel turned his head to ask Odette, by the way, Miss Odette, why don't you try coming to watch the match? It would be wonderful if you came as my captain's partner. Certainly. The young lady would enjoy a pleasant time. She looked on blankly upon hearing his question. Her gaze avoided him and looked elsewhere. The partner of Captain Clausitz. She suddenly remembered that day. I heard that a player's partner must attend everything from the welcome party to the dinner to be polite. Images reappeared in her mind. Once again, a ball between her and Bastian. If so, Bastian and I would have to act again, just like the previous ball night. The nobles of high society will also be there in full force, even those who attended the ball back then. Images of the judgmental eyes of other nobles looking at her. Isabel slapped her face, shouting loudly in anger. In the middle of a crowded party. You are a beggar, a thing with no self-respect. She closed her eyes tightly, feeling a shiver when thinking back to that scene. Now I have nowhere left to run away to. The three of them look at her, waiting for an answer. She lowers her face, hesitantly replying to the Admiral. If you have invited me, then... Her face shows a hint of sadness, but she continues to speak. I will happily attend. She quietly tells herself, I just have to take responsibility for my own decision. It's okay, I know how to protect my feelings. If I don't give away my heart, no matter what happens. In front of her is Bastian Clausitz, with an expressionless face, holding a wineglass in his hand. In this marriage, I absolutely will not be hurt. The lunch ends. They walk out together toward the carriages. Countess Trias turns around and speaks to him. Since I have an urgent matter to report to the Empire, I will have to entrust Lady Odette to the captain. Even Admiral Demel turns his head to speak. We didn't just have a meal for nothing. So you can see the young lady home, right? Right, Captain? She startles upon hearing the two of them speak. Countess Trias, while stepping into the carriage, speaks with a gentle yet meaningful voice. Enjoy your time together. Immediately after, Admiral Demel also follows and says, See you again, Captain. The two of them clearly made excuses to leave on purpose, leaving a private space for him and her. A clever arrangement that anyone looking on could think that. This is an implicitly acknowledged date. She and he quietly stand watching the carriage drive further away without anyone saying a word. She shyly brushes her hair. Bastian Clausitz looks at her, then speaks up to break this awkward atmosphere. It turns out, things turning out this way was all their plan. She smiles slightly, seeming to also fully understand the intent of the two who just left. Her voice says softly, Perhaps we should pay a little more attention to people's gazes. He also realizes it and remarks, That matter is also because of the Imperial command. We shall just follow it accordingly. He slightly turns to look at her. His voice remains polite as he continues, If the young lady has a place in mind, please let me know. Lady Odette, after hearing him speak, her face turned toward him in brief astonishment. Her gaze was blank, as if she hadn't fully grasped the meaning of that invitation. She put her hand to her chin. Her brows furrowed slightly as she thought about where they should go now. After reflecting for a moment, she exclaimed, It is quite embarrassing, but I do not know much about such matters. Bastian turned to look at her and asked, Such matters? She replied, The matters concerning relationships between young ladies and gentlemen. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she nodded in agreement. I will follow the captain's lead. Let's see, saying that is not a good idea. He smiled, looking at her with a teasing gaze, and spoke. She startled and thought to herself, What? Did I misspeak? A bit of confusion passed through her. Then she proposed an idea. Then, how about a place where many people will notice? After all, this meeting is to create rumors. He turned his head to look in another direction, saying that direction would be the most effective. He looked around the spot where he was standing, considering if there was a suitable place to take her. He thought silently to himself. The opera house isn't bad, but it isn't time yet for the performance to begin. Going in now, it would be difficult to get a good seat. Then Bastian shifted his gaze elsewhere. The shopping center is too crowded. On the contrary, it is very difficult to attract attention. He thought for a moment, or perhaps a hotel? Bastian turned to look at the girl standing beside him. Her innocent expression made him silently abandon that intention for now. It truly is difficult to cooperate with this young lady in that way. If so, then he spoke to ask her, Does the young lady like paintings? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. It was Dessen. He stood quietly behind a wall, his eyes intently observing Bastian, Clausitz, and Odette as they stood next to each other. He had a look of astonishment on his face when he saw her and him going together. He thought to himself, she is dating a man. What that fellow said was the truth. After observing for a while, Dessen felt a sense of recognition about something, but he wasn't sure. But why does that man's face look so familiar? I remember meeting him somewhere. Dessen startled. Panic filled his eyes when he realized the person standing next to his daughter was indeed Bastian Clausitz. It was the officer who won the bet at the casino. The image of him winning the bet at the casino suddenly flashed through his mind. Dessen's face was filled with fear as he realized that. It's not wrong. It is indeed that guy. A large white building stands out in the city. The Museum of Art History. Bastian took her to a location. This place also has many nobles coming and going. She and he headed toward the museum together. Around the museum, there were many nobles present. When Bastian Clausitz and Odette appeared, they immediately attracted attention, causing the nobles who saw them to immediately whisper and gossip with each other. Bastian glanced at the expressions and noticed how they gossiped. He thought to himself, it seems I have chosen the right location. She startled as if she was detecting something. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, a few small snowflakes began falling from the clouds at the spot where he and she were standing. She stopped, looking up at those white snowflakes falling. Her gaze was surprised as if this was the first time she had seen it, causing him to also look up with her. Suddenly, she ran forward. He watched her back as she moved away. With an expression neither happy nor sad, he thought to himself, at first, I thought I had to shoulder all the troublesome burdens. Bastian Clausitz looked at Odette, who was blankly reaching out her hand to catch the snow. He thought again, but somehow, Lady Odette is like an unexpected gift that came to me. Thanks to that, I have entered high society with great interest. Even the princess who is being pursued, and is like a time bomb, can be eliminated. He stood there as if he had never taken his eyes off her. A snowflake fell on Odette's eyelash. Even if fate shifts through the bottom tiers of society, Bastian Clausitz took off his hat. He held his hat and walked closer to Odette, who was removing the snow from her eyelash. That girl clearly carries within her a lineage, and that noble status. Bastian Clausitz placed his hat on her head, calculating in his mind, a marriage with such a subject. Odette looked up at him. Bastian Clausitz reflected to himself again. It will certainly be a background that enhances my value. He flashed a friendly smile and spoke. We can start acting now, Bastian Clausitz said in his head. The plan has to be adjusted more or less, but at least it turned out like this. The two stood close together like a young pair of lovers, but the calculations in Bastian Clausitz's mind were completely different from what he showed on the outside. Rejoicing until the day all that usefulness is exhausted. I will take full advantage of this girl. Later, two girls were chatting with each other. The brown-haired girl spoke first. She whispered, I heard those two were partnered by the emperor, right? The blonde one also followed up. Yes, I saw it clearly at the dance festival. At this time, Odette stood beside Bastian Clausitz. The two of them were standing in front of a painting of flowers. The two girls then exclaimed, they truly are a beautiful couple. Looking at Bastian Clausitz, they whispered to each other again. Captain Clausitz is a bit different from the rumors, isn't he? Not at all like someone who would run away with the princess. The other person replied, that's right. Perhaps it was just a nonsense rumor. While on the other side, a girl with greenish-brown hair said, anyway, those two have received the most attention here. The brown-haired girl beside her continued, even high society lately has nothing to talk about except for the two of them, right? She spoke haltingly. What was it called again? The brown-haired girl let out an I remember now. Looking at Bastian Clausitz with his arms crossed and Odette beside him, she said, the beggar princess and the grandson of the junk shop. He spoke up at this moment. Drawing this much interest is enough. Looking at the people around, Bastian Clausitz continued. Before long, rumors about us will spread throughout high society. The story of the marriage proceeding smoothly, despite the commotion that happened at the ball. After speaking, he glanced over at her again, seeing Odette was not focused. Bastian Clausitz called, Lady Odette. She snapped back to her senses and turned to him with a bit of embarrassment. I'm so sorry, I was focused on looking at the painting. He followed up. It seems the young lady truly likes paintings very much. Odette hesitantly replied yes, Bastian Clausitz suggested. In that case, let's go enjoy a bit more. It seems they also have a special hall. She looked at him and agreed. All right. The captain looked at the clock on the wall. Odette said tactfully, it is almost time for my younger sister to finish school. As the school is nearby, I will return home together with her. Bastian Clausitz heard this and asked curiously, a younger sister? But I heard that lady. Odette is the only daughter of Princess Helene. As if understanding something, she replied, Actually, she lowered her eyes and said, "She is my half-sister." Odette thought in her head that Tira's mother, the person who no longer exists in this world, was a servant for whom I occasionally helped with housework. Odette remembered the image of herself holding Tira's hand walking on the street. She spoke up. "Although everyone points and calls Tira a bastard, I have never once thought that Tira was not my family." Remembering the memory of Tira frequently being beaten by Dessen. Yet the heartless father always beat and scolded Tira as a lowly child. As his hand was about to strike, there was a shout, "Stop your hand!" Odette clenched her fists and stood there looking at him. Dessen gnashed his teeth and stopped. Odette told Bastian Clausitz, as if speaking to herself, "In order to protect Tira and get her out of there, I need the allowance." Odette pursed her lips and looked at her father, then continued, "A father who needs the money the royal family grants to me. Therefore, he cannot treat me arbitrarily. With just that much, I can become Tira's shield." Returning to reality, Bastian Clausitz looked at her and said in a softened voice, "In any case, the relationship between the young lady and your sister seems very good." Odette smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, to me, she is an extremely precious sister." He smirked and continued, "That's quite strange. I cannot think like that." Having said that, Bastian Clausitz turned to walk away. "Then let's return. Perhaps this much is enough." Odette lowered her eyes and thought in silence. Thinking back, the Countess also had a point. Remembering Franz Clausitz's face, she thought again. "I heard the two brothers of the Clausitz family also have different mothers. No wonder they didn't seem close at the ball." Looking at his back, Odette wondered if she had sensed something unusual. When she heard the heir of the Clausitz family was the second son. Does he have some secret he cannot speak of? Outside, the snow showed no signs of stopping. The tramcars, landaus and carriages were moving along the street. Bastian Clausitz rested his cheek on his hand, holding the steering wheel. He remembered Odette's words when she saw him off to his car. "I will stop and say goodbye here." He turned back and said, "Seeing the young lady home is my duty. I will take your younger sister home as well." Odette gently declined. No, she spoke up to explain, "Tira, she will feel uncomfortable, and I do not want to trouble you any further." Bastian Clausitz heard this and said, "The snow will not stop easily. Walking will be very tiring for the young lady." Odette closed her eyes and spoke firmly, "We will take the electric train. I will accept and be grateful for your kindness." Bastian Clausitz rested his cheek on his hand, looking out the window. "Anyway, I have an appointment this evening. There is no need to be discourteous for this woman who has no goodwill." Meanwhile, Odette and Tira were standing by the road waiting for the train. Bastian Clausitz sat in the car looking at Tira, who was smiling and talking. That is the younger sister mentioned earlier. He compared them in his mind. The two sisters have no striking similarities at all. The electric train had now arrived, the crowd standing behind. Odette also scrambled to get on the train quickly. The crowd jostled and pushed each other. Odette was bumped by the crowd, causing her to stagger. The sisters, Odette and Tira, tried to squeeze onto the train with the crowd. Bastian Clausitz sat in the car with an expressionless face, thinking, perhaps they won't be able to get on the train this time. After a while, the train finally left the station. Bastian Clausitz only then stepped on the pedal. He sped down the road at a fast pace. Bastian Clausitz focused on driving, looking straight ahead. In his head, he thought of the image of Odette being bumped by the crowd. His face showed no expression at all. He then remembered her face turning red standing out in the snowy weather. Bastian Clausitz's expression still did not change. He then remembered her hands trembling from the cold. Bastian Clausitz could not restrain himself anymore. He lowered his head and sighed. He quickly turned the steering wheel. He turned the car around and drove back to the station. Arriving at the destination, Bastian Clausitz opened the door and stepped out, standing in the middle of the snow. He called out, "Lady Odette." Suddenly he fell silent, looking back at the spot where Odette had stood with her sister. They had left a long time ago. On the other side, the electric train was running on the tracks. Flickering through the window was the silhouette of Odette and her sister, Bastian Clausitz. Thought, so she did squeeze through the crowd and managed to get on the train. He stood in the snow thinking about Odette, a will that strong. That girl. The next morning at the polo arena, Odette recalled the words Helene once said. Odette, high society is a battlefield. Grasping the intentions they hide in every dialogue is very important. Otherwise, you will easily become their laughingstock. The pink bow in her hair fluttered proudly in the wind. Looking around the arena, Odette said to herself, I didn't know when I would be able to return to the royal family. I used to think it was useless. When mother taught me all the etiquettes of high society, she stood there, appearing in a splendid gown, as if stepping out of a painting, Odette thought. But I didn't expect a situation like this would come. Suddenly someone spoke up to ask her, Lady Odette, is that right? Odette turned to look. Seeing this, the person smiled and greeted her. It's a pleasure to meet you. Then she introduced herself. I am Sandrine de la Vière. As was natural, Odette also politely bowed her head to greet her. At this moment, Sandrine de la Vière spoke again. I watched your waltz with Bastian at the ball last time. She approached her and said in a regretful tone, if that commotion hadn't happened, perhaps I would have come to greet you under Bastian's introduction. What a pity. Hearing that, Odette wondered to herself, is this lady close to the captain? Sandrine de la Vière drew closer because of that. Standing before Odette, she said, from this moment on, I hope you definitely remember my name clearly. Hearing this, Odette startled slightly. Sandrine de la Vière's face darkened. Completely different from her smiling appearance earlier. We will be seeing each other often in the future, Lady Odette. Having said that, without waiting for Odette to react, she immediately turned around and left. She stood there, watching Sandrine de la Vière's back fade into the distance. Odette was shocked. What? She thought doubtfully. She only says a few words and then turns her back to leave? Ella von Klein suddenly appeared behind her. Odette turned her head in surprise. Oh my. Reverting to using her maiden name already, I see. She is still technically Countess Leonard after all. After speaking, Ella von Klein placed her hand on her chest, turned and asked Odette with a smile, do you remember me, my lady? As if wanting to jog her memory, she continued. We greeted each other briefly, at the ball. Odette looked at her. You are the daughter of Count Lance, and the fiancée of Mr. Franz Clausitz. As if to be sure, she asked again, I haven't been discourteous to you, have I? Ella von Klein replied with a bright smile. That's right, you remember very accurately. You are truly kind. After hearing that, Odette asked curiously, but what did you mean by using her maiden name? Looking at the figure of Sandrine de la Vière in the distance, Ella von Klein spoke for Odette to hear. That person is preparing for a divorce. So she no longer wants to be called by her husband's surname. That's how it is. Everyone in high society knows that. That lady is undergoing divorce proceedings from her husband's house, a prestigious family in Phalia. And Odette understood and said, so that's how it is. She thought to herself, she said we would meet often in the future. What on earth does that mean? Elsewhere. Seeing Odette talking to a group of other young ladies. Those people spoke out of boredom. I heard the beggar princess had broken down. I was waiting to see. Turns out there's nothing interesting at all. Looking at her like that, those people said again. At the ball, it was only like that because Countess Trieste was by her side. If she were alone, she might not even be able to do anything and would be completely flustered. The other person chimed in. Naturally, that's the case. Really? Is it truly the first time she has entered high society? The orange-haired girl spoke again. Yes, I am certain I have never seen this person before. The girl next to her also chimed in. But if it is her first time, isn't she very natural? She isn't even flustered. Looking at Odette smiling beautifully over there. They said again, her standards are exactly like a young lady from a well-bred family. At this moment, someone arrived. It was Claudine von Brandt, and she said, looking at it now, that dress is truly beautiful and suits the young lady well. Claudine von Brandt. Claudine von Brandt stepped closer. To Odette, she flashed a smile and said, it's from the Lanolin brand, right? I also like that shop very much. The tailors there really know how to handle silk and chiffon correctly. Ella von Klein was astonished on the side. Is there a shop named Lanolin? She was caught in her own circle of thoughts. If it were a famous brand with beautiful clothes, then the young ladies would frequent that shop. But this is the first time I've heard people in high society talk about this identity. Looking at Claudine von Brandt smiling in front of her, Ella von Klein thought again. Could it be a trap? She came to her own realization. That's right, there's no way. An unknown beggar could wear a dress from a high-end brand here. Ella von Klein. Observe the material of the dress on Odette. What she is wearing is just similar to the work of skilled tailors. According to the sleeves, it looks as if she has altered. A dress previously worn by someone else. At this moment, the girl next to her approached close to her ear and whispered to Ella von Klein. No wonder I noticed her demeanor is not as usual. His Majesty is also very talented. I heard this is a pawn to protect the princess. So preparing a few dresses is worth it. Ella von Klein heard that and replied in a low laugh. Originally, the marriage was carried out in a rush. How could there be enough time to prepare dresses? But Ella von Klein thought in her heart, what? If the imperial command was issued, even though she could have altered as many clothes as she wanted. Looking at Odette, she thought sarcastically in her heart, but it seems she didn't go that far. This woman's value in the royal family is only that much. The girl beside Ella von Klein continued to whisper. Once she blindly responds, she will be humiliated to the point of absolute shame. She curiously continued, how will she answer? Odette finally spoke up. Miss Brandt. Claudine von Brandt looked at her. Odette said with a smile, thank you for your compliment. In truth, my eye for Anne taste and clothing are still not proficient. So I am receiving help from an escort. Fortunately, thanks to the Countess's niece, having a figure similar to mine, I was lucky enough to try on unreleased dresses. From many shops, standing opposite Claudine von Brandt, she confidently continued, I will also prioritize visiting the shop you just mentioned. Hearing that, she stood frozen. The atmosphere sank into silence. The girl who had been chattering in Ella von Klein's ear was also stunned and exclaimed. The two of them, Ella von Klein and that girl, whispered to each other again. In that case, who is the winner? She also spoke haltingly. Let's see. At this time, several young men were entering through the door. Someone exclaimed, It seems the players have entered. Claudine von Brandt also seized the opportunity. She turned and spoke up. I must go watch now. See you later, Lady Odette. Odette said nothing and just watched her. After taking one step, Claudine von Brandt stopped. She turned back, acting as if she knew better. That dress is an outfit from the Sabin shop. Claudine von Brandt did not forget to add a sentence. I just mistook the brand name. I hope you will forgive me. Odette nodded to show she understood and spoke calmly. Of course. Not being easily bullied, she continued sarcastically. I will try to think as if nothing happened. Odette stood there, watching Claudine von Brandt leave in embarrassment. The people there also hurried to say, I'm leaving too. Me too. See you next time. After leaving, Ella von Klein looked over and saw someone. It was her fiancé. Ella von Klein called out his name. Franz Clausitz. Hearing that, he immediately turned his head toward the sound. Odette, standing behind her, also saw him. His eyes widened when he saw Odette. He exclaimed in his heart, Lady Odette. Ella von Klein walked closer and asked, Why are you so late? I was so bored being all by myself. Franz Clausitz, as if still regaining his composure, hummed in response. Odette also stepped forward, thinking to herself that she should go greet the captain's younger brother. Suddenly, her hand was grabbed by someone. Odette glanced back as a deep, warm male voice resonated. Let's go, Lady Odette. She turned her head to look. It turned out to be Bastian Clausitz holding her hand. Odette looked up at him. Hello, Captain? She then obediently continued. But since I've met your younger brother, I would like to say hello. Bastian quietly replied to Odette. You don't need to pay attention to that thing. Odette thought about what he just said with a worried look. That thing? But then she brushed those thoughts aside. Not thinking much more about it, Bastian smiled at her, signaling for her to take his arm. She followed his lead and tucked her arm into his. But with an air of being forced to do so, suddenly he turned back with a murderous expression, as if he wanted to kill someone, with a look of extreme fear, combined with surprise as Bastian looked toward him. Odette, she seemed to look back, seeming certain of her suspicion. Indeed, the two of them walked toward the exit arm in arm. Her suspicion about them was, the two of them are not close to each other. As the two walked outside arm in arm, there was the silhouette of a girl hiding behind the pillars, quietly watching them go. For some reason, the hand gripping the pillar was trembling while lost in thought, judging the person in her thoughts. Clearly, the princess's actions are very childish, but I understand the mood. It turns out the person standing behind that pillar was Sandrine. She had a face full of dark contemplation. In her heart, she wanted that man so much it drove her crazy. Her thoughts were incredibly sorrowful. Only she understands how many in this world can truly understand. She had a face full of regret, only knowing how to raise her hand in the air and lament. If only I had never married. Hand raised in the air. Regretful while watching the two of them walk away arm in arm. Standing frozen in place, unable to do anything. Does Bastian belong to me now? Scene changes to a party in a magnificent and luxurious palace. Guests are standing and talking to each other. Bastian's hand gently tucks Odette's hair behind her ear. Bastian gently uses his hand to lift her locks of hair. The scene looks so exquisite that even flowers would bloom. He gently brings his face closer, whispering in Odette's ear, praising that today's dress is very beautiful. It seems that thanks to me, precious tea is still in abundance. After hearing those words of praise, her face becomes radiant, responding with a smile. Of course. You don't need to worry about the cost of my dress, sir. The captain and her smile brightly at each other from a distance. Someone speaks up with an exclamation. Oh my God. Two ladies look at them with a tone of admiration mixed with envy. Is that truly Captain Bastian? A person who used to be like a pastor, even though every lady in high society desired him. When Sandrine heard them say that, her face in the back turned dark, while hearing them constantly gossip about Bastian's marriage with someone else. Anyway, it is a relationship granted by marriage. That's true, he is a man who never shows carnal desire. The two of them are engrossed in discussion. No one notices what is behind them. Bastian's deep blue eyes look down, appearing incredibly beautiful. Suddenly turning back to look, Sandrine, when feeling his gaze. Her face becomes strained, avoiding it somewhat unnaturally. Bastian is looking for a way to separate from Odette, thinking there is no other way. Then speaking up with an awkward look. What should I do about this? I forgot my equipment. I will go get it and return. She speaks sympathetically upon hearing him say that. It's okay, you go ahead. In her heart, she silently sighs in relief. How lucky. The corset is tightened too much, so I'm feeling uncomfortable. She quickly places her hand on her dress and hurries away. I must go to the powder room for a moment. On Bastian's side, he walks away as well. The two turn their backs on each other, both walking in their own directions. Sandrine is standing leaning against the wall, holding her hand to her head, brooding alone, thinking about her regrets. If only I had never married. Would Bastian belong to me now? Her eyes look pensive and sad. The secrets in her heart seem to crowd each other to escape. Yet those inner pains cannot be told to anyone. No, if I didn't have the flaw of a divorce. Father would absolutely never allow me to marry a man who doesn't even have a title. Those reflections seem to provide her with a strategy to divorce her husband. Right now I must say thank you to my foolish husband for planning things so that the divorce is easier. She has thought of a plan. It seems because he is obsessed with the same sex that I can rightfully demand a divorce. Thinking of that husband, Sandrine gets angry again. Because that man is calculating the divorce very carefully. The way he keeps dragging out the divorce proceedings. Because he wants to reduce the compensation money. So narrow-minded, she thought while still reflecting. But regardless, a pair of feet moved toward her. Bastian's figure is approaching. The light cast upward makes his silhouette hazy and hard to see clearly. Sandrine's face is still lost in thought, dreaming of the day Bastian will come to her. Even if it takes a little time, that person will come to me. When she sees Bastian has come close, she suddenly speaks in a reproachful voice. Don't you have anything to say to me? When Bastian is standing in front of her, she calls his name. Seeing her question go unanswered, Bastian. He listens, but his face remains cold and expressionless. Meanwhile, on Odette's side, she is walking hurriedly in the long hallway, searching for the powder room. She keeps walking but cannot find the powder room. Her gaze looks up, beginning to feel doubtful. They clearly said the powder room was this way, having doubts about those words. But she still does not stop walking to find it. Or do I have to walk a bit further? Suddenly, while walking, her footsteps came to a halt. When she heard a voice, which was even mentioning her own name and that of her fiancé. If Lady Odette has been chosen as your future wife, at least please sincerely let me know beforehand, Bastian. Her face was astonished. Upon hearing those words from the other person, I thought that the friendship between us was worth at least that much. Suddenly remembering something when hearing the voice. This voice just came to greet me a moment ago. Odette stood still, listening to them talk. I do not like that way of speaking, Countess Sandrine. When hearing Bastian respond to her, she spoke up again. I thought that she knew beforehand. It turns out that was a misunderstanding on my part. Bastian, hearing that he was being misunderstood, he explained with a smile, dismissing the relationship. Between me and Lady Odette, it is merely a transactional relationship. We are just joining forces for each other's benefits. As if fearing she did not yet believe his explanation, Bastian asked if this answer was sufficient. After hearing this, Odette's face became sorrowful. Her long eyelashes lowered slightly. She still didn't believe the truth and forced Bastian to swear an oath. Can you swear it, Bastian? He neither refused nor swore, only speaking evasively. If it is an oath before the gods, I shall refuse. Because to me, it is a meaningless concept. Seeing that Bastian would not swear as she wished, that woman asked again with a slightly mocking tone. Then what about an oath? Upon all of your glory and prosperity? How about that? He heard her say that, and immediately countered with a reproachful tone. Isn't that a bit too emotional? Hearing Bastian say that, she realized she had just missold her words. So she immediately laughed and said, I apologize, to let the matter pass. Then she hurriedly explained further. Though I know I am acting sensitively, but sometimes it is truly hard to control one's emotions. Bastian acted as if he understood. I understand what the Countess is talking about. Suddenly Sandrine remembered something and quickly told him, Ah, that's right. Not long ago, a letter from my father arrived. He already knows what Emperor Bert did to you. In order to protect the princess, Sandrine continued her story. On the contrary, my father believes that perhaps this is a good opportunity. Odette was utterly shocked when she heard those words. When hearing the next words that Sandrine uttered, instead of me just waiting for a divorce, remarrying immediately, would be a better prospect? If you also have a woman by your side, during the time I am going through the proceedings. Bastian immediately responded after hearing that. My intentions are the same as Duke Laviere's. Sandrine happily replied upon hearing that. It's true that in your body, and my father's, cold blood is flowing. As they finished their conversation, Odette hurriedly left. Sandrine grabbed Bastian's hand hesitantly. So... Odette coldly turned away. Behind her, Sandrine's voice still echoed. She used a tone that sounded like pleading. Could you grant a small favor to me? Someone who is in need of comfort? Bastian heard that and told her to state her request. Let's hear it, Sandrine. Sandrine immediately made a decisive request without any hesitation. Your daytime, I will yield to that girl. Instead, the key sentence was still heard by the departing Odette. The nighttime you give to me. Odette, she left in a great hurry. She did not look back even for a moment. Odette remembered the scene where Bastian spoke to her. Play the part until the day Princess Isabel gets married. Knowing that, yet there was still something uncomfortable in her heart. Even knowing that he already has a marriage partner. It doesn't change anything, because we are just in a transactional relationship, for mutual benefit. But for some reason, Odette's hands were trembling like that. To me, with a sorrowful face, it has nothing to do with me at all. Sandrine had moved very close to Bastian. Both of her hands tightly gripped his hand. She leaned her face in close to probe his thoughts. Bastian? But Bastian used his hand to slowly remove Sandrine's hand. Sandrine was astonished, as if she couldn't believe her request was being rejected. Bastian changed to a somewhat formal tone. Countess. Bastian's eyes were dark. His hands completely removed Sandrine's hands, holding her hand and then placing it on his shoulder, somewhat annoyed as he rejected the request. That matter will probably be very difficult. Bastian firmly pushed Sandrine's hand away. Bastian slightly closed his eyes and gave a cold smile to Sandrine. I do not think the friendship between us would remain beautiful, if it were tarnished by lust for even a moment. Isn't that right? Sandrine tilted her head. Her deep blue eyes seemed to fall into contemplation because of Bastian's words. She nodded slightly, her eyes pensive, and whispered, All right. Friendship. Precious friendship is above all else. Suddenly, Bastian reached out and touched Sandrine's red hair, leaning close to whisper, Please maintain your dignity. Countess. His hand cherished the bright red hair. His gaze was gentle as he said, You look much more beautiful like that. Bastian turned his back and walked away. His demeanor was decisive, as if he were not the person who just spoke those words. Sandrine stood silently watching Bastian's back. In her heart, she couldn't help but think. The hand and the smile were coordinated in a decisive manner. Even though I know he only intends to use me. But regardless, that is fine. She directed her sad blue eyes toward him as he disappeared, slightly pursing her lips unconsciously. The thing I want is not merely something like love. Anyway, for that man, such things have no meaning at all. Sandrine couldn't help but recall Bastian's appearance. Thinking, Bastian Clausitz, except for his ambition that knows no bounds. Regardless of anything, he doesn't even love himself. Sandrine clenched her fist tightly, trying to suppress the emotions that were surging, telling herself just a little longer. Wait until the divorce proceedings are over. She looked up into the distance. Her bright red hair swayed slightly, her heart determined. Once I return to the Laviere family and become the person he needs most, even Bastian will surely want me. On the lush green grass under the brilliant sunlight, many couples were standing in a row. In the middle of the peaceful forest, a young lady gently and carefully hands the necklace to the young man. The necklace is placed neatly around the young man's neck. In the center is a sparkling crystal. Bastian explained to Odette, Now is the ceremony before the party. Hearing that, Odette said anxiously, If it's a ritual, he reassured her. It just needs to be an item that holds your heart, my lady. If you give me even a small item, I will repay you with victory. Odette slightly lowered her eyes, her lips parting hesitantly. Captain, Bastian silently bowed his head to look at Odette, thinking to himself, she is a woman, struggling to carry the duties of a noble, using things borrowed from others, with absolutely nothing to call her own. Bastian reached out and gently touched the pink ribbon in Odette's hair. His voice was gentle. Originally, I don't follow formal rituals like this. He slowly pulled the bow out and gently explained. But this year, there are many eyes watching, so it would be better to follow the ceremony. Odette watched Bastian intently, stunned as the ribbon completely left her hair. Bastian spoke. This is enough. Bastian placed the ribbon against his chest. His fingers gently caressed it. His voice rose with certainty. I will treasure and keep it. On the lush green grass field, the atmosphere was bustling and full of excitement. The young men were riding on horseback, competing for control of the small ball. Bastian gripped the reins tightly, guiding the horse to gallop forward. In his other hand, he held the wooden mallet. The mallet was tied with the pink ribbon he took from Odette, fluttering in the wind. Odette placed her fingers lightly on her lips with a helpless expression. There's no need to go that far, hanging it on the mallet as if it were a display like that. Suddenly, Odette's face turned pensive. Her emerald eyes seemed to be thinking of something. In her mind, Sandrine's words echoed, Your daytime. I will yield to that girl. Instead, you give the nighttime to me. Odette lowered her head, eyes half closed to reassure herself. That is just a personal matter. It has nothing to do with our transaction at all. I should not worry about it anymore. Suddenly, the man in front shouted loudly, pulling Odette out of her train of thought. That's it. Run. On the field, Bastian and another young man were competing for the ball below the stands. Shout a little louder. Bastian glanced slightly at the young man behind him. His gaze was a bit cold. You're quite persistent, aren't you? He looked straight ahead, where a young man was trying to protect the goalpost. Thinking to himself like this, it will be hard to pierce through the defense to reach the goalpost. Although the distance to the goalpost is still far, but this is not necessarily impossible. Bastian yanked the black reins hard. Bastian leaned his body, his right hand, swinging the mallet powerfully toward the small ball. His gaze was highly focused. There's no other way but to try my luck here. The wooden mallet struck the ball rolling on the grass field hard. Bastian narrowed his blue eyes, shining with high determination. He leaned over as far as possible, swinging the mallet hard, creating a white arc. Under Bastian's great force, the small ball soared into the deep blue sky. Under the stunned gaze of the goalkeeper, the small ball flew into the goal, making him gasp. The referee raised the green flag high, signaling that the goal had been recognized. The faces of Bastian's teammates were radiant, overflowing with joy because of the beautiful goal. They cheered excitedly, "Hooray, you're truly insane!" Hearing the praise from his teammates, Bastian smirked slightly. His deep blue eyes looked into the distance. His expression held confidence and a bit of arrogance. Bastian sat straight on the back of the white horse. In his hand, he still gripped the mallet tied with the pink ribbon. His calm gaze directed toward the cheering crowd. Cheering for him, he tilted his head. His blue eyes glanced slightly toward the crowd as if searching for something. He found Odette applauding among the crowd. However, her face looked a bit absent-minded, as if she were not very focused on what had just taken place in the match. He slightly pursed his lips. His blue eyes shone with a bit of disappointment mixed with letdown. Odette nodded slightly to Bastian, pretending to acknowledge him, her eyes half closed. Her dark purple hair moved gently with her actions. He frowned slightly. His gaze was dark, looking into the distance as if lost in thought. Bastian sat on the white horse. With a serious expression, he nodded back to Odette, thinking to himself, "I will remain faithful to the duties assigned." Nothing more. The white horse stepped across the green grass, on horseback. Bastian thought pensively about Odette. Until now, that girl is merely fulfilling her duty. Bastian guided the white horse to turn away from the direction where Odette was standing, walking away decisively. Bitterly in his heart, that is all that's needed. A pale pink wooden door with a graceful arched frame, with a blue flag hanging beside it. That was the players' waiting room. Sandrine tilted her head toward Lucas and asked, "Lucas, I'm here. Where is Bastian?" Lucas, who was packing up, heard her and replied, "Bastian went to wash up for a moment. Since he was the primary hero of today's victory, he received a baptism of champagne." He turned his back to Sandrine, continuing to chat lightheartedly, not noticing she was staring silently at the mallet, which was still tied with the ribbon, full of resentment. Even this year, as the main player, Bastian has never lost in a competition. Not even once. That guy is truly respectable. Whatever he does, he wins. It's truly lucky to be on the same team as him. Looking at the pink ribbon on the mallet, Sandrine couldn't help but think. Bastian had never participated in the pre-match ritual, not even once, because he is a man who disdains formal rituals, forms created by the nobility. Sandrine furrowed her brows tightly. Her blue eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. Yet this time, he makes others envious. With that woman's ribbon, she gripped the ribbon tightly, yanking it off Bastian's mallet, thinking bitterly, giving the first lucky charm to Bastian. Should have been me. Sandrine took the ribbon out to the garden. Her hand reached out, preparing to throw it into a puddle of mud. She slowly let go of her hand. Her hand straightened out, letting the pink ribbon gently fall down. Sandrine's gaze flickered with coldness. Her lips curled slightly into a sinister smile. In her heart, telling herself it had been an eyesore throughout the match, watching the ribbon gradually sink into the mud gave her immense satisfaction. It looks beautiful now. Sandrine looked at Lucas and whispered, "Lucas, and that lady, Odette will also participate in the players' celebration party, right?" Lucas turned his head to confirm the reasoning. "Probably so, because she is Bastian's partner." Sandrine fell silent for a long time. She listened to the advice. "Come on, don't worry, Sandrine. The thing you're worried about isn't happening. You also know, Bastian is facing a headache because of the crazy princess." Sandrine responded haltingly, "Of course I know." Lucas offered a few suggestions. "Just try to trust and wait. She's just a card that will be discarded once the princess's matter is resolved." Furthermore, from the very first meeting between Bastian and that girl, it was so dramatic. Before Lucas could finish his sentence, he suddenly remembered something. He put his hand up to stop the words he was about to utter. Lucas thought, perhaps Bastian would be uncomfortable if Sandrine found out. Sandrine's face darkened as she raised her voice threateningly, interrogating him. What is it? How intense was the first meeting? Lucas was overwhelmed by her aura, his voice stuttering a bit. Regarding that anyway, there is absolutely no way, Bastian and that girl would develop feelings for each other. After that, Sandrine looked at him as if seeking confirmation. That is my thought as well. Lucas, there is absolutely no romantic relationship. Carrying in her heart a sense of pensive silence and regret. Lady Odette. The obvious truth is that the girl is very beautiful. I didn't expect that such a peerless beauty would live and clean up the consequences of her incompetent father until now. If she were determined, she could have married a wealthy man and escaped poverty immediately. Sandrine quickly deduced based on the current situation. Could it be that she has even greater ambitions? Is that why she lived in poverty until now? Formulating a hypothesis early, she secretly doubted Odette's actions, obtaining the support of the Emperor to reach this engagement. Because Bastian Clausitz is the most desired target, a woman who has nothing left to lose. There is no telling what she might do. With a bit of reluctance in her heart, if that's the case, then now I also... Dropping her hand from the ribbon, she made a resolution. I won't just stand by obediently and watch. Absorbed in thought, Odette appeared from the opposite side. Now I just need to attend the party, organized by the Navy. And then it will be over. Odette walked gently with a sense of resignation, since I accepted the invitation as a partner. Of course, I must take responsibility until the end. A lady stroking her chin approached to offer encouragement. How could this be? Lady Odette, please stay strong. As if awakened from stray thoughts, she asked blankly, What? Looking out into the distance. A group of nobles gathered together ahead. Odette quickened her pace as she approached. Her face gradually darkened. There were countless judgmental eyes looking toward Odette. Once again, negative thoughts surrounded her. That person does not wish the best for me. She recalled the scene, just like a discarded ribbon. Right when the match ended, Odette saw herself reflected in the past. To that person, my usefulness for today has run out. Approaching her from a distance, a worried voice asked, Are you all right, my lady? Odette pursed her lips and expressed, If you don't mind, my lady, could I ask you for a small favor? The lady immediately agreed. Anything, please feel free to say it, my lady. Odette judged for herself. I intended to attend the party sincerely in vain. She simply stated a random reason for not feeling well. So I will probably have to return home early. Because Captain Clausitz's preparations seemed to be delayed. With a slightly resentful face, Odette looked at the lady sadly. I would be sincerely grateful if you could relay the message to him, my lady. Her heart had already grown cold. Perhaps it would be better if a clear boundary were established from the start. She quietly left along with her thoughts. The allowance I receive from the imperial family. If I didn't need that amount, I would have no reason to play this ridiculous drama. Odette lowered her gaze, her heart filled with further thought. Because of father, I can never break away from that allowance. To survive, Odette tried to tell herself to cheer up, save money and wait until Tira graduates, and then run away to a place where father isn't, even if it means reducing sleep time. I want to have more jobs than I do now. But in a moment of despair, she happened to see a recruitment board with a notice posted for hiring. Odette's eyes seemed to light up as she saw a ray of hope. She looked up and clearly read every word of the requirements. Seeking a tutor, priority given to young, unmarried females, of educated middle-class background, proper appearance and extensive knowledge of literature, foreign languages, music, and etiquette. Stable income guaranteed if qualifications are met. From afar, the sound of a galloping carriage approached. The person sitting inside was Franz. He was surprised to see the back of Lady Odette, the woman who was supposed to attend the celebration party, together with his older brother. Why is she here? He did not hesitate to rush out of the carriage. I have urgent business, so I will get off here. But Franz thought to himself, this is definitely destiny. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain our chance reunion. He firmly confirmed it to himself. I recognize this feeling from the very first moment I met her. Perhaps this is an opportunity to confirm what it is. The twilight gradually faded, enveloping the city. Lucas walked beside Bastian, lamenting. If I had known this beforehand, I would have held Sandrine back. That would probably have been better than attending the party, without a partner. Bastian glanced away, lost in thought. This action is not like Lady Odette, leaving without coming to say goodbye directly. He recalled the memories that impressed him about Odette. She was someone who always strictly adhered to every ritual, to the point of appearing. Gyung out. Eric interrupted his thoughts, calling out and pointing in one direction. Hey! Bastian, isn't that your ribbon? He looked at it as the words became more certain. The lucky charm the beggar princess gave to you. Bastian could not believe his eyes. Eric's words continuously echoed in his head. Why is that thing stuffed down there? Could it be... Bastian, you didn't throw it away, did you? The group of young masters outside, eavesdropping on the matter, began to pass judgment. Is it possible she went back because she was shocked to see that? That could be it. Anyway, it's a good thing. Of course, grasping the gossip beforehand and escaping from. It would be easier, wouldn't it? Lucas, of course, did not believe it. Quickly pressing Bastian. So, regarding that matter, Bastian cleared his throat. You said earlier that Countess Leonard came to the waiting room, right? These words from Bastian made Lucas feel guilty, so he immediately justified himself. Could there be a misunderstanding? If he spoke of that matter, Sandrine would absolutely not spare Lucas. Lucas explained. He walked quickly with a steady pace, ignoring Lucas calling out to him, Bastian! Bastian knelt before the soiled ribbon. Why is it like this? Are you crazy? Lucas from behind continuously tried to stop him. There's no need to go that far. With a somewhat sorrowful gaze, Bastian looked closely and confirmed, this object is mine. Recalling the past, Bastian reminded himself that he had taken charge of it for a reason. I will treasure and keep it. Without hesitation, he reached out to pick up the soiled ribbon, even if I don't like it, no matter how it is. Right now, it is under my jurisdiction. With a determined face, therefore, I must protect it. The thing that belongs to me. Franz on this side watched Odette's every move. With a worried look, he leaned against the wall observing the young lady. Odette will be all right, won't she? Recalling those suggestive words. Did he throw away the ribbon? Does that not clearly imply that in the days to come, he will play around for a bit and then throw her away? But Franz could not stop worrying about Odette. Both father and mother believe that. The forced engagement brokered by the Emperor is a good opportunity, that it is something to be grateful for. If the useless future bride could grasp this weakness, whose weakness would it be? In his mind, he didn't want her to be the one to suffer. But if that's the case, then what will that girl's future life be like? Everyone is despising and rejecting her, even my older brother. But Franz, in his heart, already wanted to protect her. If only Lady Odette were mine. At the majestic castle located in the ancient neighborhood, Robes walked from the hallway, observing with a sharp eye. The servant looked at Bastian, thinking secretly. On a day off, it would be great to rest a little. Why does he know nothing but work like that? Maintaining a polite attitude, the servant softly called his master. It seems the tea has gone cold. I will prepare and serve new tea. Robes's gaze fell upon the books on the table. Only then did he notice the content being mentioned. Catalog of women's apparel. Bastian gave the cold teacup to the servant. I'll leave it to you. Robes, the servant, gently took it. Yes, sir. Looking at the current situation, Robes already knew deep down. The girl who always wears clothes borrowed from others is why she's pointed at by high society and called the beggar princess. The servant mocked the unfairness of life. It's quite funny, when the so-called generosity of the Emperor is actually so stingy. If he's using her for a scheme to protect his daughter, at least he should take proper care of her appearance. Shouldn't he? At least a suitable dress, so she can escape the label of beggar princess. A servant ran in from outside and called out to the master. Robes's face was bewildered as Bastian spoke up. What is it now, Robes? The servant frantically announced. Right now, outside the entrance gate. Duke Dyson, looking haggard, was invited inside to talk. I didn't expect a fellow like you to be so acclaimed. What is this hero of the Empire they call you? Bastian sat opposite him, emphasizing his words. That was a fair first meeting, in a place where we knew nothing about each other. Dyson threatened, since I already know how everything is, it's best you don't even think about deceiving me. He crossed his arms and replied wearily, so that's how it is. Fortunately, I don't need to explain in detail then. Please get straight to the main point. Sir Duke. Seeing that Bastian's face didn't change one bit, Dyson fell silent for a moment. He was like a fierce demon, slamming his hand on the table and cursing. The lineage of moneylenders, who once picked up scraps, yet dares to covet the daughter of a princess. I will never hand my daughter over to a man like you. He lowered his gaze as if re-evaluating the situation. Bastian criticized harshly, truly no different from a dog. These words were like a spark. What did you just say? Bastian tried to stay calm and gave a slow explanation. Those words are unworthy of someone who once sold his daughter to me before. It seems your mood has changed quickly during the time. We haven't seen each other. He stammered back. That was a mistake I made when I was at my wit's end. Bastian sneered at his pathetic reasoning. If I hadn't been tolerant, there is no way I would act as if nothing happened. He paused for a moment, slowly thinking. According to the sources, it's rumored that the man is infatuated with Odette to the point that rumors are spreading throughout high society. Bastian had this greedy man cornered, more than anyone else. I am the one who knows very well how foolish a man blinded by love can be. Dyson loudly set his conditions. No matter what the Emperor or everyone says, I am still Odette's father, regardless of the Emperor's wishes. To have that child, you need my permission. Bastian's face darkened at the words of the immoral father. If I am determined, I have the right to marry Odette off elsewhere immediately. What do you mean, hero? Compared to someone who is nothing more than wealthy. A family of dignity would be much more worthy of Odette. He was using his daughter to threaten him. Therefore, to be worthy of my daughter, shouldn't you show sincerity and effort? Worthy of her? These words from Dyson were like wanting to exchange his daughter for money. The sincerity and effort of a nouveau riche, Bastian's lifeless gaze confirmed. So, you mean to bring up money? He stammered because, so my point is, before he could finish, Bastian cut him off. The Duke will not receive any price from me. That assertion made Dyson surprised. What? Bastian used words to turn the current situation around. Yes, go ahead and do that. If you want to marry your daughter into a family of dignity, right now, the Emperor will not immediately let your daughter go. You will have to wait for the next time. However, for the time being, it would be better for you to be cautious. He presented his reasoning, making Dyson's face turn dark. Supposing a rumor emerges that the lady has been touched, there won't be any major obstacles in your marriage exchange, will there? He could only shout loudly now. What did you say? Bastian left with cold words. If you wait in silence, I will definitely return your daughter intact that evening, just like that at the casino. No. Things did not go as he wished. He trembled with rage. You have the nerve. A brat like you dares? He cast a sharp glance backward as a warning. If you want to speak in a raised voice next time, I suggest you go to the Imperial Palace. His face changed color, his teeth grinding together. With his perverse nature, Dyson fiercely overturned the table. Do you think you will be safe, even when treating me like this? Just like that, Bastian ignored him and assessed internally. Exactly as expected. Utterly pathetic. Since the moment I got involved with that girl, matters like this keep weighing on my mind. He ordered Robus to see the man back safely. The servant could only comply. Yes, master. He did not forget to instruct, and one more thing. Please contact the boutique, Sabine, and schedule a visit for me. I plan to have several dresses measured and made. Please set aside some time. Odette, by the window upstairs, holding the letter and observing it intently. Her gaze grew more troubled. It would probably be better if you wrote down what you intend to do and where. The message left behind. Requested a meeting at the fountain tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. From the outside, a small hand was placed on the doorknob. He pushed the door and walked in innocently. In front of him appeared a woman collapsed on the ground, blood flowing incessantly, eyes lifeless. As if that matter was all too normal for him. Beside him, someone else soon appeared. Lady Clausitz and Jeff stood next to each other, wearing eerie smiles. Bastian gradually woke up from the nightmare. He covered his face, lightly brushed his messy hair, and fell into deep thought. The silent atmosphere enveloped him, making his mood even more somber. A few words of advice from the doctor echoed from the clinic. The surgery on the left shoulder has completely healed. They examined the old wound left by a bullet and stated, the traces of the gunshot wound have also faded. The words seemed to implicitly congratulate Bastian, confirming, indeed, youth recovers fast. You will recover much faster than expected. The doctor looked at him with kind eyes and announced, although there is a possibility of being fit for deployment. I do not want to recommend it, Dr. Kramer. Bastian's primary physician. Bastian replied politely upon hearing the news from the doctor. I trust you will only relay the facts to the Navy Department. Disregarding your personal views, Doctor. Dr. Kramer was truly worried, advising him once again, Bastian, you have enough fame now. You should stop and discharge from the military. What do you think? I do not want to sign the papers myself that would cause you to become a disabled person ever again. Putting on his white shirt, he stated his decision clearly. My duty is to protect the borders and maintain peace, even on the front lines. Hearing this, the doctor grew even more worried. Because you, someone who once returned as a patient, are saying such things. Even if I am appreciative, I no longer believe it. Bastian interrupted. That was an exceptional situation. Dr. Kramer presented a hypothetical case, even if it is only 1 in 10,000. But what if that happens again? There was no worry in Bastian's voice. It's fine. I'll just have to receive another medal. The doctor let out a long sigh, privately noting that stubbornness. He is still the same as he was 14 years ago. Quickly from the outside, a man leading a young boy threw the door open and walked in. He shouted toward the opposite side. I have taken Sophia's son out of his father's house and brought him here. Those subhuman beasts have brought the boy. To this state, Dr. Kramer was startled and quickly looked back. He quickly led them in another direction. Please come this way, Clausitz. He wanted to discard the eldest son left behind by his late first wife, and Illis, who wanted to avenge his daughter's death by turning the child into the heir. After Sophia left this world, the war between the two families had gone on for many years, finally ending with Clausitz's victory. He spoke loudly, pointing out the bruises on the boy's body. Look at the boy's wounds. Is that not clear evidence of abuse? Dr. Kramer gently inquired. How did the child end up covered in injuries? The boy hesitated and gave many reasons. I fell backward while fencing and got hurt, because I slipped while hiking on a mountain path. Every scar appeared as if it were due to the child's own mistakes during his training to become the heir. But old man Illis determinedly accused Clausewitz of abusing the son of his first wife. In the end, it could not become a reality. Jeff Clausewitz wagged his tongue, boasting grandly under the guise that it was the education of a successor, because he left behind no evidence whatsoever to be caught. He considered Bastian, the son of his first wife, as the heir. He was determined to remarry as soon as his wife died. And for what reason? The child of the second wife was born right on the day of her death anniversary. It was a move aimed at soothing scandal and suspicion. Starting from suspicious incidents, the education of the heir was accompanied by cruel methods of instruction. In the morning before the sun rose, Bastian, not yet fully awake, was already dressed neatly and sitting at the study desk. After toiling with studies that, at an age like his peers, were completely impossible to absorb, following that was harsh physical training. No different from military training, that child diligently read and wrote until his eyes were red and his hands were swollen. He even nearly broke his neck falling from a horse's back. And as soon as he mastered how to ride a horse, the boy held a gun and wandered alone in the forest for an entire night with his weak little hands, since the moment his mother left this world, only a few years old. But he had already lived in this hospital 12 times. That was the period of time that the child lived within the walls of the Clausewitz house. Sometimes I feel regret about revealing that Sophia was murdered. Bastian knew very well what was happening around him. He inwardly assessed, if only I had concluded that. It was a normal death. She left the world after giving birth. That's all, he spoke up politely. Then, see you again at the next examination, sir. Then perhaps in the heart of the old man, Illis, such deep resentment would not have accumulated. He just left along with his calculations. If so, would the unfinished revenge become the mission of that child? At the royal city, Sabine's boutique, Odette stood before the sign and thought for a long time, if it's Sabine, it seems to be the shop the noble ladies mentioned. At that moment, Bastian appeared from behind and signaled to her. Go in, Lady Odette. They quickly moved inside. Inside, someone immediately greeted them. It's been a long time, Bastian. Hinta Sabine, the owner of Sabine's boutique. She wore a smile to welcome the distinguished guest. Bastian responded solemnly, My lady. And you for accepting the request, Madame Sabine. Hinta spoke appreciatively. Oh my, there is no need for such words between us. Maria's nephew is like my own nephew. She glanced at the girl behind him and offered a greeting. Please come in, Miss Odette. To be able to welcome a distinguished guest like you is my honor. The shop owner Hinta suggested to Odette. First, I will take your measurements. Then we will discuss the details further. These words made her feel somewhat skeptical. I was already skeptical about being suddenly led somewhere, without being told the destination was a high-end boutique. But this matter, she boldly spoke up. I'm sorry. But it seems there has been some misunderstanding. I did not come here to have clothes made. Bastian reached out to diffuse the situation. Apologies, Madame Sabine. He used his words to turn the situation around. Could you please give us a moment of privacy, Madame? Though she didn't quite understand, Madame Hinta agreed. That can be for as long as you need. Please, let me know when you two have finished talking. After a long while, Odette spoke up, rebuking him. You are far too rude. Is this why? Until the very end. You still wouldn't say where we were going? Bastian turned away and coldly replied, This place is fully booked with appointments until next spring. If not for the long-standing friendship between Madame Sabine and my aunt, there would be no such privilege. Odette spoke with a stern voice. No matter what kind of place this is. In my heart, I have no desire to wear clothes the captain buys. You are forcing me to accept an unwanted gift. In this manner, he repeated those words, clenching his jaw. A gift? Bastian faced her and stared intently. Do I now? His words were somewhat suggestive and taunting. Look like I'm pulling this stunt because I want to give you a gift? Before Odette could say anything, he quickly stepped away, calmly sitting down in a chair. He raised his voice and asked provocatively, My lady, do you know what high society calls you? Crossing his arms, he stated decisively, the beggar princess. Just like that, right in front of Odette. He uttered disparaging remarks that made her uncomfortable. In just a moment, the whole world will know that lady. Odette is my woman. However, if you are looked down upon, simply because you don't have a single suitable outfit, from my perspective, wouldn't that be awkward as well? Up until this very moment, Odette clenched her palms and spoke up. I know this decision was made after considering all the influence of the rumors. and the commentary that will take place regarding this marriage. Could it be that I remembered incorrectly? He raised a crystal glass and taunted, "Of course, it will affect my honor and dignity," gently shaking the glass in his hand. Bastian spoke his thoughts reflectively, "But money does not. If your pride, my lady, comes from being of noble descent, then mine is precisely money." The words reaching Odette's ears seemed to be nothing but malicious remarks. "Anything I possess. I want it to be the best, the very best. The most expensive, the most magnificent, things like that. I hope Lady Odette will cooperate with me." With the firmness of experience, she gently shot back, "But I must offer you my apologies. Of course, I do not like the nickname that belittles you, Captain. Even so, I did not show such contemptuous feelings. So I hope the captain will also show respect with that same level of decorum." Bastian looked at her, silently assessing her character. Indeed, she is never once obedient. He tilted his head and lowered his gaze, saying a few words. "The grandson of a junk shop dealer. That is something I have to accept unless I am reborn." Bastian used assertive words that left her flustered. "For those born with noble bloodlines, this might be something disregarded. It's not to that extent." He left one final sentence for her to ponder. "But your case, my lady, is not much different." Bastian looked at her affectionately and advised, "Let's just resolve the problems that can be resolved as we live." Outside, the tailor stepped in and suggested, "Then I shall begin taking the measurements." Odette quietly complied with the gestures requested by the tailor. "Oh my goodness." Hinta looked at Odette without taking her eyes off, silently admiring. Right from the first glance, I knew she possessed a beautiful figure, but the young lady is more beautiful than I thought. Her eyes kept moving according to her actions. I thought I would be facing a country girl, living in poverty, but it's truly unbelievable. She coordinates skillfully and gracefully with the assistant's hands. Thinking of this, the boutique owner smiled to herself. If she is a lady this captivating, it's easy to understand why. Bastian is acting so unusually. The tailor bowed and announced, "It's done now." Hinta quickly seized the opportunity to offer a new product. "Please wait a moment. There happens to be a dress that seems to suit the young lady. It will probably look very beautiful if you try it on." The curtain was pulled shut, leaving Odette bewildered inside alone. She gripped her arm as if it were trembling uncontrollably. A sound came from inside, drawing Bastian's attention from the outside. Somewhat worried, he thought. Even now, could she have caught a cold? Bastian noticed the blanket near him. He called out to Odette, making her startle. "My lady, come out and take the blanket to wrap around yourself." Their staff seemed very busy. The situation was a bit awkward. She said softly, "Captain, right now He quickly understood the issue and replied to reassure her. "I will turn my face away. You don't need to worry, my lady." She was awkwardly silent for a long time. Only then did she gently pull the curtain aside. Bastian stood right in front of her, turning his back and looking in another direction. Odette quickly grabbed the blanket and said awkwardly, "Thank you." She thought to herself, did my coughing annoy him? From inside, Hinta caught Bastian just as he was leaving the changing area. She suddenly felt a sense of joy in her heart, quickly empathizing with grandmother Maria's situation. Hinta thought to herself, Maria completely fails to understand her grandson's feelings, which is why she feels worried. Everything seemed to be part of the boutique owner's plan. But Maria, I only needed a glance to know for sure. There is a clear truth that I have realized. During my decades of managing the dress shop, watching Bastian's footsteps, she concluded silently, men only spend money for their own woman. Other than that, there is no evidence of affection. More certain than that, outside, the servants quickly loaded the belongings onto the carriage. Odette, from behind, looked at Bastian with eyes doubting her existence. In just a moment, he had spent a large sum of money, equivalent to an entire year's living expenses for her family. He looked over and informed her, because I have a prior appointment. It will be difficult for us to have dinner together. In her heart, she also wanted to refuse. I also have no intention of having dinner with you. Bastian politely suggested first, my lady, please get into the carriage and return. Hans will take you back to your residence. She also asked back, what about you, Captain? Without hesitation, he answered to reassure her. The meeting place is nearby, so I can just walk there. But his gaze looked far away. His words were somewhat hesitant. Furthermore, Bastian clearly stated the thoughts he had considered. I think that it would not be a good thing if these things caught the Duke's eye. But what do you think, my lady? If we leave the luggage at the station first before taking you home? Odette immediately agreed. Yes, even if that weren't the case. I was going to say the same to you, Captain. He then quickly departed. Then, return safely, Lady Odette. Her regretful gaze followed Bastian's back as he faded into the distance. She looked at the things before her, and could not deny that, although he said it was for his own face and dignity. In the end, these are things meant for her. Thinking of this, she also expressed her own sincerity, even though it's not what I wanted. When it's necessary to bow, I must still bow. Thank you very much for today, Captain. These words once again made Bastian look at her with different eyes. They just looked into each other's eyes in silence. He sat in the carriage, his face deeply pensive. Are you determined to maintain decorum until the very end? Just like that, he smiled unconsciously. The carriage stopped in front of the magnificent house. The butler quickly came out to welcome the captain back home. Are you just returning now, sir? Captain. Bastian justified that dinner ended late. What is the matter? The butler stammered with a panicked face. The princess. The next words threw him into confusion. Her Imperial Highness, the princess, is currently here. From a distance, a person hurried over, loudly calling his name. Bastian! Isabel rushed forward excitedly and threw her arms around Bastian. I've come to see you. The atmosphere grew heavy, making her feel bewildered. Bastian. Why isn't he saying anything at all? His gaze, matching his unhappy mood, stared fixedly at her. One decisive word, then he turned to leave. I will escort you back to the Imperial Palace. Let's go. Isabel, feeling slighted, lowered her head and complained pitifully. That's impossible. I finally managed to escape from the summer palace. With a long face, she shouted, trying to attract Bastian's attention. To get to this place. Do you know how hard I've worked? He glanced at her, showing dissatisfaction as he pointed out her mistake. A princess disguised like that cannot possibly deceive the Imperial Guard. They will come looking for your highness soon. Therefore, you must leave this place before then. She clung even tighter, her face looking as if she were about to cry. Are you still treating me like a child? Look closely, Bastian. I am a grown woman now. I am a woman of proper standing, ready to give up the crown for you. Bastian's words grew even colder. Whether your highness is a child or a woman, what does that have to do with me? Isabel used her status to prove her feelings. Is it because I am a princess? Is it because of the gap in our status? Is that why you have no intention of acknowledging my feelings? Pretending to be innocent, playing the scene of suffering, she continued to cling. Actually, I also suffer greatly because of my status as a princess. Bastian, if only I could escape these chains, how wonderful it would be. Bastian already knew many of the stories behind the scenes, being treated like a beggar and trampled upon, even by someone who was her own cousin. You're a beggar with no self-respect. But she still tried her best to persist in order to protect her dignity. His words became even sharper. He spoke up to remind her, Princess, you must hold those chains very tightly. It would be better that way. Your Imperial Highness. Every word was like a blow to Isabel's head, leaving her speechless. Even in a chaotic situation like this, the reason I show you patience and respect is precisely because you are the Emperor's daughter. She could not hide her bewilderment, but still tried to play out the final part. What on earth are you saying? Losing all patience, Bastian's face clearly showed his annoyance. Therefore, be as deeply grateful to your father, the Emperor, as you possibly can. Your Highness. Having her dark spot hit, Isabel's eyes welled with tears. No, that's not how it is. Unable to control herself, she threw a tantrum just like her wretched father. Because of you, I have done the deed of casting everything aside, and thought only of you. There was a loud knocking on the door from outside. It seems the Imperial Guard has arrived. Isabel cast aside her image and knelt down to beg. So please don't treat me like this, okay? Please, Bastian. Bastian didn't care for those words in the slightest. The affection I can give to the princess can only be the loyalty of an Imperial soldier for the royal family. That sentence just now was like a bolt of lightning to her ears. She stood frozen on the spot. Bastian reached out to open the door wide for the cavalry to enter. He spoke to report the presence of the princess here. Reporting very honestly, he recounted the entire process. I had just returned from outside. When I found her at my house in this state, I was just about to escort her back to the Imperial Palace. When you arrived at just the right time, I asked to be excused. But in response to Bastian's words, he also had a summons. No, you must come with us. Captain Clausitz. Every word uttered further confirmed the gravity of the situation. Come to the Imperial Palace as quietly and as quickly as possible. The Imperial Order has just been issued. The city gradually sank into the silent night. Tira innocently asked for confirmation. Are you really taking me to the amusement park? Odette looked at her happily and agreed. Yes, Tira. Let's go next Sunday. Hearing this, Tira was elated and thanked her profusely. Thank you, sister. Thank you so very much. Odette unconsciously smiled along with her sister's happiness. She thought back on her current path. The job. The tutoring job she found on the advertisement wall that day. The pay is much better than I thought. It is an attractive job. They even provide accommodation. I can escape from father and the allowance. Naturally, there will be no need to act in a play with that man anymore. Even if at times I saw good intentions. One never knows what his true motives are. At this point, Odette thought incessantly. The man who already has another marriage partner for himself. What should I wear to go out? Before leaving, I should just fulfill the contract properly. looking far out the window at the gloomy darkness. She wished for a peaceful city in the warm south, to a small town near the sea. What would it be like to start a new life? She softly called her sister to share the plan. Tira, after you graduate, let's move far away. Without father, just the two of us? Tira looked at her sister with a puzzled face. The innocent younger sister probed for confirmation. Do we definitely have to leave, sister? As long as the two of us stay here, but rent our own house. Wouldn't living together be enough? Odette pointed out a few points to persuade her sister. Even so, the capital is crowded, and the rent is expensive too. If we live in a small town, it won't be that inconvenient. This was a bit unexpected, so Tira stammered while considering. I will try to think about it. Watching her sister's reaction, but only receiving one sentence. I'm sleepy now. I'm going to bed. You should sleep early too, sister. That's right. Odette sank into her thoughts once again. Once Tira has grown up, she will be able to take care of herself. If he comes, it will probably be fine for me to leave alone. Before Tira could leave the room, she suddenly remembered something. Ah, that's right, sister. Looking at Odette and asking clearly, who is Clausitz? She looked at Tira, trying to dodge the question, where did you hear that name? Please, the younger sister did not hesitate to reveal. Bastian will handle everything. That's what father said. Also, some guests arrived earlier. It seemed to be about money matters. A very bad premonition about this made Odette stand frozen. Father already knows about that man's existence. With 1,000 scenarios running through her mind, Odette grabbed her coat in a hurry and left. Could father have sought him out and committed some reckless act? Ignoring her younger sister calling out from behind, "Wait, sister! Are you planning to go out at such a late hour?" It seemed very urgent. Odette only replied with a few quick words and left immediately. I just remembered I have an appointment. I'll be back right away. I must meet the captain. Immediately at the magnificent citadel, it gradually sank deep into the silent darkness. Suddenly, many loud noises erupted from within. Just like that, Bastian was repeatedly disciplined. Powerful slaps landed on him. Empress Burks, her face darkened, ground out every word. You had the nerve to do this? You dare to mock the royal family? He remained silent before the harsh criticism. Bastian Clausitz, tonight. Don't even think about leaving the imperial palace alive. The empress was nearly losing control in her rage. A hand was hurriedly placed on her shoulder. Trying to calm her, a decisive voice rang out. Empress, calm yourself. The emperor comforted the empress at times like these. Shouldn't we stay calm? Emperor Burks frowned with worry. Then he ordered his subordinates. Take the empress back to rest. The servants bowed to receive the order. Yes, your majesty. But while the empress still flashed a look of resentment, she glanced at Bastian beside her with an angry gaze. Before turning her back to leave the great hall, her figure gradually faded away, leaving a heavy atmosphere in the vast palace. Emperor Burke stood silently, hand against his forehead, as if trying to steady himself after the recent chaos. He sighed softly about Isabel. As soon as it is light, I will send the princess abroad. She will not be able to return to the capital until the wedding takes place. Having made the decision, the emperor instructed Bastian. The reason for going abroad will be announced as a vacation because of poor health. The princess needs time to rest before the wedding. Bastian stood straight and answered seriously. Yes, your majesty, I will keep it in mind. After everything had momentarily calmed down, the emperor recalled what he knew. Isabel had given the nanny a sedative, then disguised herself as a maid to escape the summer palace. However, what bothered him was that on Bastian's side, there were no suspicious movements at all. That made him puzzled. But regarding Bastian, he could not find any suspicion of an accomplice. After the ball, the emperor had someone tailing Bastian. After the ball, I had someone tailing him. But all day today, he only met Odette. He took that girl to a high-end boutique and even bought her countless luxury gifts through the surveillance. The emperor discovered another truth. Through tailing him, I learned one more fact. He and Duke Laviere's daughter meet frequently, in a quiet setting. 2 pairs of footsteps walking side by side. Odette and Sandrine de Laviere both had their backs turned. The emperor despised Bastian, the niece of Emperor Burks, and the daughter of the noble Felia family, though he is a shameful opportunist, playing both sides and weighing his options. The image of Bastian appeared with golden hair, ice-cold eyes, and a neat suit exuding nobility. The emperor did not deny anything, only calmly and coldly concluded. But at least, he was not involved in Isabel's escape drama. Scene change. Emperor Burks appeared with eyes sharp as knives. The first princess of Burks, the daughter of Duke Laviere and even Odette. The emperor glanced at Bastian standing opposite him, his voice mixing anger and suspicion. Is there any other woman in the captain's life that I need to know about? Speak it all at once right here. Bastian Clausitz, who on earth are you? The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Bastian clenched his hand and raised it to his chest. He bowed solemnly and in a calm voice. He said, Please give your command, your majesty. I will be the one to obey that command. Opposite him, Emperor Burks gave a cold smile. Slightly tilting his head, he asked with a probing look, "As long as I command it, no matter what it is, you will obey without a moment's hesitation?" Bastian replied briefly, "Yes, that is correct." But the Emperor's gaze grew profound. Then he nodded slightly, appearing satisfied. Indeed, worthy of the name of a soldier called a hero. But then he immediately fell into contemplation. Bastian maintained his calm gaze. But the Emperor thought to himself, "This person is absolutely not the type to submit, under power and order. Just by looking at those eyes, I can tell. Those are the eyes of one who will bite back regardless of his master." In the Emperor's mind, a harsh image appeared. A collar, locked with leather and attached to an iron chain. If so, then I must bind him. With what kind of lock to tame him? He slowly turned away, his back straight, and his ice-cold voice rang out, whether it was intentional or not. "Because of you, the honor of my daughter, and the royal family has been tarnished. Furthermore, this is a momentous event for the entire empire, not just a matter of a princess's marriage." At this point, he lowered his voice, with eyes as cold as ice. Bastian Clausitz still maintained his usual composure. He stood straight, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I naturally hope the alliance with Belov will be successful, Your Majesty." The Emperor stood by the large window, looking out at the night sky falling outside, under the faint light of the stars. His voice became stern and heavy with warning. "If anything goes wrong with this marriage alliance, if, for that reason, the safety of the Empire is threatened, I will absolutely not forgive you." Faced with that threat, Bastian did not flinch. His face was as calm as the still water of a lake. He spoke in a deep but decisive voice. "I will return to the front lines as long as Your Majesty issues the order to the Navy. Even if it is tomorrow, I will leave immediately." But before he could finish his sentence, a shout erupted like rolling thunder. "Do you think the problem can be solved with only that much?" The Emperor's eyes flared like fire as he turned around. The light reflected his solemn face and his piercing eyes. "I will get straight to the point." At that moment, the entire space seemed to freeze. Bastian stiffened slightly. His gaze was astonished to hear the command thrown out like a sword strike. "You must get married immediately. Captain Bastian Clausitz." In the middle of the night, a tram rolled quietly through the deserted streets. Inside, Odette sat silently wearing a hooded cloak. Her eyes shined with sadness and anxiety. The vehicle stopped in front of a large mansion. She stepped down, knocked on the door, and was received by a butler. "Our master is away." He spoke politely. "I am very sorry. But even if you wait, we do not know when they will return." The girl nodded slightly and muttered, "So that's how it is." The butler looked at her with a hint of curiosity and replied, "I will relay the message to the master. If the young lady leaves a note," she patiently continued to ask, "For me, please ask if Duke Dissen has ever been here." Odette raised her head, her eyes shining with earnestness. "Just let me know that. Please help me." The butler looked at her for a long time, his gaze softening, as if he were thinking about something. Then he confessed, "Yes. Not long ago. He came here without a prior appointment." Odette was shocked and thought to herself, "Perhaps I now know the reason." The captain suddenly mentioned father. Then Odette quietly left that place, walking in the silence of the late night. Her silhouette was cast upon the long, deserted gravel road, standing beside the tram that was pulling to a stop. Her somber eyes looked up at the silent, cloudy sky. "I suppose it's only fair, since I have already endured my father's reckless behavior before. If that is the case, why did he give me so many things?" Her train of thought was not yet finished. She recalled the image of a previous meeting, the scene of the two preparing luggage, beside an old carriage. She frowned in complete confusion. And he even firmly scheduled an appointment for the next meeting. That is the worst part. Odette gripped her cloak tightly. Her gaze dropped as if her energy had been completely depleted. "I don't even have the will to continue this play anymore." But even so, deep down, Odette still could not find the words to resist or question him. "Even if it's like this, I still have nothing to say." Standing alone before the window frame, Odette looked out with a distant gaze. That man, how could he not show anything to me at all? Right at that moment, the sound of her footsteps echoed softly on the wooden floor. A sigh escaped her lips. How exhausting, it's starting all over again. Odette walked through the large hallway and encountered a woman, standing with her arms crossed, her gaze looking as if she were waiting for something. Odette asked the woman, "Is something the matter?" Before there was a response. From the top of the stairs, the irritated voice of another person echoed down. What else could it be? "That family is arguing again, of course. You, go upstairs quickly and see what's happening." Odette stiffened, her face showing a hint of weariness and heaviness. Father and Tira are arguing again, Odette thought to herself, eyes fixed on the void as if trying to escape. Reality, her heart just wanted to run away at that very moment. All responsibilities, status, or whatever title, became meaningless. A feeling like a rope binding, tightly around her breath, making Odette just want to go far away. So far away from here, right now I want to run away. To forget this status. The thing that is like a rope binding my breath, going far away, the call of the woman from before, interrupted this train of thought. Odette! The woman's voice rang out harshly. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Odette started and apologized while running. I'm sorry, madame. Please bear with me just this one more time. Reaching the top, Odette suddenly heard a piercing scream. Her face turned pale. Her eyes widened in horror. That is not allowed. Before her eyes was a scene of chaos. Tira was struggling with her father. Dyson. His hands were gripping something like a savings box. His face flushed with anger. Won't you let go of this? It's my money. Give it back. In that moment, little Tira shrieked, swinging her arms in resistance with a pained expression. Her father glared angrily at Tira. Give it here. It's mine. Then he gave the girl a powerful shove. She screamed out in panic. Odette, her blue eyes blazing, was terrified seeing the scene before her. Tira. Tira suddenly stood up. The girl's gaze became filled with resentment and hatred. Tira reached out. She gave Dyson a hard push. He staggered backward. Then he slipped down the stairs. A box fell out. Gold coins scattered everywhere. Odette stood frozen, watching everything as if in slow motion. In her eyes, the light in the dim hallway shone down on the body of the man, lying motionless at the foot of the stairs. Blood soaked the cold stone floor. Father! Scene changed to the imperial palace. The emperor stood coldly before Bastian, his gaze as sharp as a knife. His voice rang out filled with menace. What the emperor said was no boast. If I so desire, you will not leave this palace alive. He stepped closer, lowering his voice, but each word was like a hammer pounding the mind of the man before him. In the alleyway of the red light district, the body of the hero, found as easily as turning over one's hand. There is no difficulty at all. However, Emperor, Berks is not without a bit of mercy to bestow, but I will grant clemency to recognize the achievements of that person. You only need to proceed with the wedding before the summer festival takes place, and that will be enough. Even so, his tone remained cold, without a hint of personal emotion. Although I hoped Odette would become your wife, I do not care who the partner is anymore. Even if you were to run away with your mistress, the Countess Lenard, I would still let it pass. He raised his deep blue eyes, looking into the distance. And you only need to maintain the marriage for 2 years, until Isabel goes to her husband's home in Belov and gives birth to her first child. Bastian spoke up, appearing awkward. But your majesty, the day you mentioned is less than 2 months away. Emperor Berks replied coldly, though it is rushed, it is still an easier thing than for you to die. Right at this moment, the emperor commanded like a god judging destiny. Marry immediately, and show everyone the image of a perfect married couple, so that the crown prince of Belov does not feel any threat, even if he learns of the relationship between you and Isabel. Bastian remained still, his eyes unable to hide the internal conflict. The emperor leaned slightly. Looking deep into those eyes, he spoke sternly. Why do you show such an attitude? Did you not say with your own mouth that you would immediately become whatever I ordered? Bastian Clausitz spoke, his voice full of tension and caution. It is not that I meant that, your majesty. It is just... His justification was not yet complete. When a decisive hand was placed on his shoulder, the emperor looked directly at him, his voice not loud but full of weight. If you live like that. For 2 years as promised, Emperor Berks continued with a firm and steady gaze. I will give you what you want, whether it is a title or the interest that you desire. Anything at all. Yes, the emperor declared clearly. This is my command. He looked into Bastian's steadfast eyes. He leaned forward, his voice mixing a hint of challenge with expectation. So, what kind of person is Bastian? Prove it. Scene changes to another location. A large building with ancient architecture, glass and a clear blue sky. Just City Hospital. Outside the hospital, Tira was sobbing uncontrollably, her voice trembling as she asked Odette, do I have to go to prison now? Odette, appearing composed, quietly placed her hand on Tira's shoulder with her blue eyes fixed on her, reassuring her. Listen to me, Tira. Father doesn't remember that at all. Odette explained slowly in a calm voice. Because he was in a drunken state. His memory is likely hazy. Father himself thinks that he simply tripped and fell while stepping backward. Tira looked up, her eyes red from crying. Yes. Odette spoke gently again, wanting to put an end to the worry in Tira's heart. So you must forget it too. That was just an unfortunate, unavoidable accident. But tears began to fall down Tira's face. She spoke with a trembling, choked voice. Even so, I am still so terrified. Panic consumed her mind. In her fright, she grabbed Odette's hand and sobbed. Even if Father can't remember. What if someone reports me? What if someone living in that building saw it? Tira collapsed, clutching her head in despair. Her voice shattered by fear. I'll go to the police station. Maybe I'll only get a light sentence if I turn myself in. This is scaring me to death. I'm going to go to hell, sister. I caused father to... A firm voice rang out, as if cutting through the panic of the moment. Tira, pull yourself together. Tira! Odette grabbed her sister's shoulders and looked her straight in the eye. Conveying calmness, listen clearly to my words. You are only acting in self-defense. Tira was still not free from her obsession, but her voice, softer, mixed with a hint of hope from Odette's words. Although I do not believe in gods, if they truly exist, then you will not be cast into hell because of this. Odette looked at Tira with a firm and gentle gaze. Even if someone must go to hell, I will go in your place, do you understand? The two gazes met, one calm, one still tearful. Odette spoke softly like a sincere plea. I don't want you to suffer misfortune as well. Tira, please keep it a secret. Not for yourself, but for me, I'm begging you. Tira did not answer. She bowed her head, a single tear falling silently down her cheek. In an instant, she was pulled tightly into Odette's warm embrace. Tira replied with a choked voice, yes. An apology escaped Tira's lips amidst her sobs. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. Sister? Odette held Tira tightly. Her gentle gaze was full of determination. If I can fulfill my responsibility to Tira, I am willing to go down to hell. Meanwhile, a striking red carriage rolled through a garden covered in flowers. Inside, Bastian sat leaning back in his seat, his gaze pensive. The time until the summer festival is too short. There is only a little over a month and a half left. If I want to organize a wedding, the minimum procedures and formalities must be secured within at least 3 days. I must decide who the bride will be. He calculated. To be able to receive the benefits I want from the emperor. The price for being bound for 2 years. His gaze turned toward the window, where the blue sky peeked through the tree canopy. Sunlight stretched across the ancient rooftops. In fact, it is a transaction with nothing to lose. In any case, it will take about 2 more years to reach the appropriate time for Sandrine's remarriage. Bastian stepped out of the carriage and walked leisurely. Both sides have the same history of divorce. At this point in time, proceeding with marriage is the most logical way. Bastian told himself, exactly 2 years, in the quiet space of the mansion. Time seemed to stand still. Bastian had already calculated ahead. Live quietly, like an ornamental plant in the garden. When the time comes, simply disappear with a massive sum of money and that's it. Bastian walked on the long carpet, looking cold and confident in his heart. He knew that it would be easy to push through. If I pay a generous remuneration, there would be so many women willing. Bastian strode to his room and thought. But then, no matter how much he thought, no matter how hard he tried to find another option, the image of Odette was always the first to appear in his mind. No one else. Only her. Only Odette. He put his hand to his forehead, thinking to himself, why is it that no matter how I think about it, the thought that she is the best candidate still appears? A call rang out, pulling him from his tangled thoughts. Lovis, his close servant, appeared with a worried face. Master, are you all right? Bastian looked up. His gaze had become more decisive. There was no more time. Even for a moment, it's best to meet her quickly. Lovis, go and fetch Lady Odette to the mansion. Since it's an urgent matter, as fast as possible. Lovis nodded in obedience. Yes, master. But before leaving, Lovis suddenly remembered something. Ah, that's right. A guest came to see you last night. Bastian frowned slightly in surprise. At such a late hour? Lovis respectfully presented an envelope as ordered. I kept last night's matter a secret. Because you were away, that person left quickly. She left, but she did leave a letter. Bastian took the envelope from Lovis's hand. His eyes shined with a somber look as he opened the letter. Neat, carefully written lines appeared before his eyes. I have heard that my father behaved rudely toward you. Captain, I sincerely send my apologies to you. I guarantee that I will not let you be troubled by my father ever again. Bastian stood still for a moment. An indescribable emotion surged within his heart. So she finally found out. Lovis handed Bastian another letter, suggesting he check the mail. And this is the letter that Count Trio sent urgently this morning. Perhaps you should check it before leaving. Bastian opened the letter Lovis had just handed him. His eyes suddenly widened. He called the butler beside him. Lovis! Bastian held the letter in his hand and spoke with a calm voice, but with a hint of determination. Regardless, I will still have to go meet Lady Odette in person. The letter that Lovis had just given to Bastian was from Countess Trier, sent to Captain Clausitz. The content of the letter the Countess sent to Bastian was contacting Bastian on behalf of Odette. Odette is facing a difficult situation. She has to leave for a long period of time. So I am contacting you on her behalf. The scene shifts to Dyson's hospital room. Odette is silent. Her green eyes are filled with sadness. Late last night, Duke Dyson fell down the stairs and is currently being treated at the city hospital. His condition is severe, with a fractured skull and a broken spine. Duke Dyson's face appears haggard, His eyes are wide open and his head is wrapped in bandages. The hospital diagnosed that he will have to live paralyzed from the waist down for the rest of his life. Morning at the hospital. Inside the patient's room, gentle sunlight streams through the window, shining upon Dyson's motionless body. Odette sat in silence beside him. An aged hand gently placed itself on Odette's shoulder. The gentle voice of the Countess rang out, interrupting Odette's heavy train of thought. "Are you all right?" The Countess, with a worried face, kindly asked Odette. "It looks like you've stayed up for several nights in a row, haven't you?" Odette's eyes were heavy from lack of sleep. Her face was pale as she softly replied, "I am fine, Countess." The Countess looked at her for a while and then said gently, "Your father's complexion seems better. I will watch over him. Go sleep for a while and then come back. You must do that to endure this, Odette." Standing up, she slowly walked out to the hospital grounds. She sat quietly on a bench beneath the vast blue sky. Odette thought pensively to herself, "So from now on, I must endure the fate of living and caring for father for the rest of my life." Odette broke down in pain over the self-pity she was experiencing, the job she had just found. Because of this, she also had to give up the tutoring job that she had struggled so hard to find. The hope of starting a new life in a far-off place. It has all become meaningless. Odette fell into despair. If only I could disappear like a water bubble. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "I heard the news of the accident." Bastian appeared. Odette slightly raised her head, her eyes reflecting a pensive look. Bastian spoke slowly. "What happened to the Duke is truly unfortunate, though it causes you anxiety, my lady. However," Bastian paused for a moment and continued, "I hope you can spare me a little time." Bastian placed a document into Odette's hand, his voice unchanging. "This is the contract I have prepared regarding the plan that I presented to you. Please consider it, my lady." Odette felt heavy. Her face darkened as she read the lines, which were no different from cold sentencing. "According to the order issued by the Emperor, I need a wife to maintain for a period of 2 years. I will provide full compensation. I believe that you are the suitable person. If you agree, then the wedding will be held at the end of next month." Precisely because of that now. Odette's face darkened as she loudly questioned Bastian. "Are you planning to throw money around to buy a wife? And for 2 years, no less?" Bastian remained calm. His eyes were sharp as he spoke while observing Odette. "In these circumstances, this is a contract of mutual support for both sides. You should maintain a moderate attitude, my lady. To put it bluntly, I am proposing a 2-year term of employment to you." Odette gave a faint smile. Her lips curled slightly, like a cold cut as she spoke. Then Odette slumped down on the bench. Her voice rang out full of bitterness. "You are truly so kind, aren't you?" Odette's hand gripped the contract tightly. Her gaze was frozen. "As it turns out, the reason you unexpectedly came to the hospital where my father lies was to directly introduce a job to me," with a calm expression. Bastian stated that, "If we are to marry according to the dates the Emperor designated for me, there is not much time left." Though acknowledging Odette as the first choice, he did not hide the fact that he had other backup options. "While it is true that Lady Odette is the #1 choice, but that does not mean I have no backup plans. Furthermore, as far as this marriage is concerned for Lady Odette, it is probably not a bad deal." Bastian continued to analyze the situation coldly. "Once he is discharged, and you must take your father home, the care of the patient will obviously be entirely your responsibility, my lady. And then there is the matter of moving from house to house in the suburbs." Bastian's gaze was calm. He asked a question that made Odette fall silent. "Are you planning to sacrifice the rest of your life to care for your father?" Bastian also pointed out that the relationship between her and her father, it seems, is not as deep as outsiders imagine. His voice was laced with a hint of cold sarcasm. "The father-daughter relationship between the two of you does not seem to be deep to that extent. Is my speculation incorrect?" In Odette's hands now was a written agreement. She looked at it intently. "To put it seriously, this contract is not about a married life, but merely living under the same roof after the wedding. The agreement is simply that, as long as we perform the image of a perfect couple well at official events. Other than that, each can live their own life." Odette thought, her face clearly showing exhaustion. "Once I sign this, father will live the rest of his life in a nursing hospital with facilities and state-of-the-art equipment. Tira will be enrolled in a prestigious school and receive a good education. Furthermore, there is also a remuneration sufficient for me to start a new life." Odette's complexion was pale. Bastian sat down beside her. Odette thought for a moment. "If I go through a married life with this man for only 2 years, life could change completely." But she still had a bit of worry. "But," Odette spoke up, "after 2 years when the contract ends, the captain will remarry Countess Lenar, correct?" She confessed in a soft voice that she did not mean to eavesdrop, but she had lost her way and accidentally overheard the conversation. "Between you and that woman, I am sorry I did not intend to eavesdrop. But on the day of the polo match, I got lost while wandering around. I overheard the conversation between the two of you. Bastian nodded slightly, his gaze calm yet cold. That's right. That is also when the divorce on their side will have been settled. The settlement of the first marriage. The scene shifts to a large building, where negotiations took place to the point of delaying the marriage plans and compensating me with a large sum of money. It seems that after the transaction with His Majesty, you will receive something great, won't you? Bastian answered tersely. Yes. Odette slightly curled her lip. So that's how it is? Odette sat still, her gaze troubled. Bastian's hand gently offered a fountain pen. Odette's low voice rang out with tension. Give me just one day to think about it. But he did not give her a chance to evade. His eyes narrowed slightly. His voice was soft, yet it carried a hint of sternness. As I said, for me, there is not much time left. Lady Odette, if you refuse now, it means it is a refusal. Odette widened her eyes. Her hand. She suddenly startled as the pen was offered once more. You have arranged everything, haven't you? Odette snatched the pen in a moment of intense emotion. She thought to herself, fine. Darkness surrounded Odette's thoughts as she picked up the pen. This is merely a contract purely for the benefit of both sides. There is no great difference from what has happened to me up until now. The tip of the pen trembled as it marked the paper. Odette thought about how the next 2 years would pass. It is still better than missing the opportunity and facing reality. Suddenly, the pen in Odette's hand fell. At least, Odette collapsed. Seeing this, Bastian quickly caught her. He let her lean against his chest. Odette's body went limp as if she had no strength left. Her eyes were tightly shut. Her face was pale yet peaceful for a moment. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. Then it would be a better ending. Then becoming sea foam. And dissolving, Bastian quickly caught Odette. He let her lean against his chest. Odette regained consciousness. She saw Bastian carrying her with a solemn expression. He strode quickly, carrying her away. Odette shifted slightly in Bastian's arms, but then she rested her head back on Bastian's shoulder. Her eyes still had not opened. In her heart, Odette clearly felt every surge of pain spreading through her body, from her muscles to every aching bone. Her entire body was so sore, to the point that she could not push this man away. Bastian still held Odette tightly. His usually cold, sharp blue eyes now shone with a quiet tenderness. His hands tightened slightly. Bastian carried her to the clinic. The patient is exhausted. I am going to Dr. Kramer's clinic, the nurse said hesitantly, stammering before Bastian's decisive gaze. But the director is treating his regular patients. Right now, Bastian interrupted. His voice remained calm but brooked no resistance. Please relay my words to the doctor. His voice rang out cold yet firm, making everyone in the room fall silent. The patient is the fiancé of Bastian Clausitz. After that event, the city continued its bustling pace of life. The ancient streets were brilliant in the sunlight. Carriages passed between the rows of luxurious houses, creating a perfect picture of a fresh early morning. Inside the carriage, the countess was sitting on the seat. Looking slightly tired, she complained with a sigh. This is the first time in my life that I have had to prepare for a wedding as rushed as this one. Odette, in a splendid light purple dress, gave a gentle smile. Thank you for helping me, Countess. The Countess laughed heartily, unable to hide her joy. There is no need to be so formal. Thanks to you, I can finally enjoy the pleasure of spending. To my heart's content, the Countess whispered. The captain told me to make you a bride more radiant and beautiful than anyone else, so I will try my absolute best until the end. Odette looked at the engagement ring on her hand, thinking to herself that over the past month, every day that passed felt exactly like being in a war. He said that everything of mine must be the most expensive and luxurious, but over the past month, every day that passed felt exactly like being in a war. He said that everything of mine must be the most expensive and luxurious. In his formal military uniform, Bastian held out a small velvet box. Inside was a magnificent ring. He surely had no intention of being frugal in preparing for the wedding. This is an engagement ring. Please wear it, my lady, before the official wedding takes place. Odette looked at the ring and frowned slightly. Isn't it a bit too ostentatious? It won't be long until the wedding day anyway, Bastian replied in a calm voice. Naturally, it is a luxury item, incommensurate with a marriage timeline of less than a month. Not just the ring. The wedding gifts and the bridal gown are no exception. Everything is so elegant, grand, and expensive that it would astonish any outsider. Both the wedding gifts and the bridal gown were no exception. They are all the most expensive items in the empire. Even the honeymoon home is a completely newly built villa. I can only imagine how magnificently the wedding hall will be decorated. Countess Trier sat next to her and remarked with a smile. In any case, your fiancé seems to be much wealthier than anyone had speculated. Odette could only give a forced smile in return, her eyes full of private thoughts. Though time is tight, nevertheless, the wedding preparations are proceeding smoothly. Father has been moved to a nursing hospital with advanced equipment in the suburbs of Arastira. Will also soon transfer to a prestigious girls' school in Kasva. Odette stood by the window, her gaze looking distantly toward the horizon. From now on, after the wedding ends, I will leave my family. Truly, I will be all alone from now on. A few days after the wedding is held, I will leave my family and truly be all alone. A voice suddenly rang out with anger. Bastian? Jeff Clausitz was a bit surprised and panicked, standing in front of Bastian's summer villa. What on earth has he been doing all this time? Meanwhile, Franz could not hide his anger either. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, crazy bastard. I heard the newlyweds will spend time at the newly built summer villa. Before them was a magnificent villa. The inscription read Clausitz Estate, and opposite it was a construction no less massive. Bastian's summer residence had been built with the exact same architecture. Even the location was blatantly opposite. Faced with the confusion and suspicion of the other three, Bastian appeared. It seems I haven't mentioned this to you all beforehand. Bastian, with an air of composure and confidence, looked around and said, even though this is the place where I was abandoned and had to endure much deprivation, perhaps in some corner of my mind, a sense of nostalgia still remains. Jeff and Madame Clausitz were in a state of surprise and caution, their faces tense as they listened to Bastian. It must be thanks to experiencing such a beautiful childhood. What are the thoughts of you two? Franz was furious but tried to remain calm, thinking to himself, even if he's crazy, there should be a limit. What the hell did he do to mobilize such enormous funds? Rumor has it that the junk shop business declined significantly in the final years of his grandfather's life to inherit an estate so vast it could build a property like this. Why the hell did he need to persist and strive so hard to become a soldier? With an air of integrity and determination, Bastian said, the image of the Clausitz family, reflecting and following each other like a mirror. I hope we will become a model, representative of the entire city. Bastian paused, his eyes gleaming with coldness, speaking each word as clearly as possible. Then he stepped closer to Jeff. His gaze was cold and his lips curled slightly as if in mockery. Just consider it a wish of a son, following the example of his father. The clear blue sky stretched over the magnificent castle roof. Bastian, with calm but cold steps, left the grand hall without looking back even once. The sound of high heels striking the stone floor rang out sharply. She chased after him. Claire stood blocking his path. Her eyes shined with anger suppressed for many days. Bastian! Do you not feel even a little bit of guilt toward me? How could you get married without discussing it with me at all? Bastian stopped and tilted his head toward Claire. His gaze remained as composed as ever. Bastian replied in a voice calm to the point of cruelty. I had no intention of sending an invitation to the Countess. Claire gritted her teeth, recalling the words Bastian had said before. Didn't you say you were busy preparing for the wedding? So you couldn't meet me? Bastian answered. Regarding this matter, I have already discussed the points with your father. The statement made Claire's heart feel as if it were being squeezed. Claire's eyes widened, unable to hide her shock as she recalled her father's words. If Bastian attains a title, then the price of this marriage, even if there is a divorce afterward, is not a problem. He was willing to overlook it. She bowed her head slightly, her lips trembling. You did it for my father, not for me. Then she gave a bitter smile. Ah, no. Actually, I forgot. You are someone who loves my father's money and material things. Bastian did not deny it at all. He looked straight at Claire and spoke as if declaring the obvious. You know it very well indeed. I need the status and financial foundation your father has, and your father wants my money. As Claire stiffened, she raised her head to look at Bastian, her eyes flashing with bewilderment. The remaining fragments of hope within her began to crack, because both sides clearly understood each other's desires. We have collaborated until now. Claire's lips moved, as if she dared not utter the words she was thinking. Bastian, do you mean... The light filtered gently through the rows of trees, as Bastian's cold voice rang out, cutting through the tense silence. Therefore, I intend to remarry you, once the transaction with the Emperor is concluded, because the interests I need still reside with Lady Lavier. Claire's crimson eyes widened, full of bewilderment and pain. In an instant, her face turned pale as she continued to listen. However, if you are not interested, I will consider finding a second candidate within the next 2 years. This is exactly the nature of our relationship. As if having just received an invisible knife wound, the corners of Claire's eyes began to blur. Bastian's voice remained calm, carrying not a hint of pity. If you absolutely cannot accept this, I will find someone else to remarry. But without giving Claire a chance to respond, he turned his back and walked away, leaving her standing stunned in the shadows. The ceremony is about to begin, so I cannot. See you out, Countess. Outside, the wedding scene was ready. Brilliant flowers bloomed amidst the radiant sunlight. White pigeons soared through the air, as if blessing a sacred event. Odette appeared, wearing a pure white dress with exquisite lace embroidery. In her hand was a vibrant wedding bouquet, but her gaze carried a deep, hard-to-hide sadness. Walking to the altar with Bastian, the two stood facing the officiant. From behind, their backs appeared like those of a perfect couple. In the soft, pervasive light, he gently lifted Odette's veil. His eyes looked at her with complete composure, while her clear eyes shined with quiet resignation. But no one knew for sure whether there was something else hidden beneath the sadness and emptiness. She looked at him and slightly pursed her lips. She looked as beautiful as a living painting. But it was all just a cover for a breaking heart. Because of the truth behind this marriage, Odette looked at Bastian, thinking that on that day she was almost sold as a deposit at the casino. And now she was marrying the man who was once the owner of that wager. But Odette tried to convince herself, that the marriage contract is exactly 2 years. I should just think of it that way. They shared a kiss amidst the brilliant wedding ceremony. In due moment, as they stood side by side amidst the splendid setting of the wedding, she told herself that afterwards, certainly, I will be able to live a new life. The afternoon gradually faded and sunset appeared. Bastian asked Odette, in a voice deeper and gentler than usual, "Are you satisfied, my lady?" The sunset glow stretched across the balcony. Odette looked intently at Bastian. "What do you wish to speak of?" "Captain?" Bastian looked at Odette, half serious and half teasing. "Call me Bastian." She hesitated slightly, then gently bowed her head and said, "I am sorry, Bastian, because I'm still not used to it." Bastian turned back, his voice calm but full of meaning. "I wanted to ask how you feel about the house, where you will be staying for the next 2 years." Odette asked in confusion, "You said 2 years. Does that mean we will continue to stay at this mansion, starting from this summer?" Bastian explained gently, "That will likely be the case, because currently, our headquarters has moved to this location." He glanced at her for a moment and continued, "However, in the coming time, you will be here alone, my lady." Odette looked up, slightly surprised. Bastian went on, his voice still calm but equally serious, "Because I still have some matters to settle in Jess, so I will only stop by here on the weekends." Listening to that, Odette was momentarily confused. She thought to herself, if it's like that, then in the coming time, I will only encounter Bastian on the weekends. Immediately she regained her spirit and gave a determined smile, her eyes sparkling with resoluteness. "I will not do anything to cause you concern. If there is anything else I need to keep in mind, please do say so." Bastian was slightly surprised. His gaze wavered for a moment at that strange excitement. He wondered, is she that happy? But then he only advised her in a low voice, "Just don't do anything that makes them suspicious. Other than that, you may do whatever you wish, my lady." He paused for a moment and then continued, "As long as you do not bring your relatives to my house, that will be enough. And the same applies to my relatives." Odette stiffened slightly, only managed to utter a sound as she looked at him. She recalled the words Countess Trier once said, her gaze directed toward the vast sky. Countess Trier said it like that. The current mansions of the father and son are identical. Odette turned and asked softly, "Are you truly all right?" Then explained further, "I mean, this mansion is exactly like your father's house." Bastian only gave a vague smile. His lips curled slightly. "We shall see. In any case, this matter is not a mere pastime." But then, in a scene full of red blood and gloom, Bastian spoke coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Naturally, one side must be crushed. Odette froze at this attitude from Bastian. A light breeze swept past. The sunset glow dyed the entire sky gold. Behind Odette's back, Odette's clear blue eyes widened, staring intently forward, stunned by what she had just witnessed. Inside the glass doors, whispers began to ring out like small knives, weaving through the air. A tall silhouette of a man appeared outside the door. A gentle but firm hand was placed on Odette's waist. A familiar voice rang out from behind her. "It seems the party has begun." Odette turned and looked up at the man who had just arrived. Bastian was in front of her, his face calm yet resilient. He spoke gently, putting his arm around her naturally as if it were all real. "Smile, Odette." They stepped inside together. Bastian spoke in a light yet meaningful tone. "Should we not show them the image of a happy couple until the end of the ceremony?" He gently pulled her hand, preparing to take a step. "Well then, let's go now." Odette called out softly, stopping his footsteps. "Wait, Bastian. Could you answer one more thing for me?" She paused for a moment, looking straight at him. "If we pass 2 peaceful years, without even a bit of noise, I wonder what the reason for our divorce will be then?" Bastian narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing her words. Bastian lowered his head slightly, his cold gaze narrowing a bit, intently looking at the face of the woman before him. "My lady, what reason do you want?" She stiffened, her eyes widening with confusion. Upon hearing the question from the man in front of her, repeating it in her mind, her lips moved, but she hesitated, unable to say anything yet. Is it up to me to decide? She whispered. Her gaze still had not left him. There was something very fragile in that voice, as if she dared not believe in the reality taking place. That matter. The scene gradually shifts to a brilliant sunset. The ancient palace shimmers in the soft orange light. A voice rings out, as if to dispel the tense atmosphere. There now. We will consider it carefully later, okay? A hand gently stroked her long, smooth hair. That gentle gesture was like part of a familiar preparation ritual. Amidst the luxurious and brilliant setting, the girl in the turquoise evening gown was having her hair and outfit adjusted by two handmaidens. Her face was composed, her eyes slightly closed as if she were calming her mind. However, in the background, in the pale yellow light of the room, whispers had begun to spread. Two handmaidens stood close together, exchanging discreet glances mixed with curiosity. Nevertheless, she maintained her calm demeanor. But in her mind, she could not help but think about what had just happened. As soon as the marriage was announced, she thought to herself, her gaze turning cold for a moment. They have attached a shameful label to me. Once again, the whispers reached her ears. Odette calmly and composedly asked them, "Which side did you all bet on? A boy or a girl?" The girl turned around to face them. Her voice was gentle but nonetheless sharp. "I am talking about the gender of the baby. That everyone is gossiping will be born this winter." She stepped forward, with an implicit gaze. "From what I have heard, the advantage is leaning toward the view that it's a boy, isn't it?" While the others had not yet had time to react, the girl continued her thoughts. "They say I am the woman who ensnared Bastian Clausitz on the grounds of pregnancy." Suddenly, one of the maids cried out, Madam!" The girl stopped and looked toward the person who had called her. Her voice remained calm but was nonetheless sharp. "If my question has made everyone uncomfortable, then I apologize, Molly." Molly hurriedly shook her head, her face flushing with embarrassment. "No, it is not that at all, ma'am." She smiled gently and then spoke. "Since everyone did not seem to have the intention to hide it, I thought joining in the conversation would be fine. I am sorry if everyone thinks my thoughts are shallow." Thinking to herself, she told herself that she should not pay too much mind to baseless rumors. "I think it is unnecessary to pay too much attention to these kinds of rumors, since as time passes, naturally, the truth will come to light." Her gaze darkened as she said sternly, "However, only on the premise that a level of respect and appropriate boundaries are maintained. But if sharing these stories with me is difficult, then it would be better to ensure they do not reach my ears. Wouldn't it?" Her words made everyone around them freeze. Among them, a girl blushed and lowered her head, avoiding direct eye contact. "What do you think, headmaid? If you did not hear it, then it can be considered as if nothing happened. Then it can also be considered that I made no mistake." Madame Dora replied with experience and composure. Headmaid Dora nodded in agreement. "Your ladyship's thinking is correct, Headmaid Dora," she replied gently, her eyes reflecting both weariness and caution. "I hope so," she added. "I sincerely thank you for your understanding. In the future, I will be careful not to make a mistake like this again." In her heart, she secretly hoping that during these 2 years of living as husband and wife, she would not waste unnecessary emotions. Late that night, as the night sky fell, a maid reported, "The master said, seeing the guests off will likely take a bit of time, ma'am." Madame Dora asked gently, "Do you require anything else, ma'am?" "Madam?" She shook her head appreciatively. "It's okay, you've worked hard." Dora spoke, and then she turned and walked away. Both of them went together to a large room. The door opened to reveal a luxurious space. She stepped inside, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The room was decorated splendidly and expensively. The bedroom was decorated with splendid and expensive furniture. She stood in silence within that extravagant space. "So this is the place where I will live from now on." Sitting on the edge of the bed, with soft pajamas covering her fragile body, she thought to herself, "If mother saw me in this state right now, I wonder what kind of expression she would have." The door to the room suddenly opened. Odette thought to herself, "Is the headmaid here again? I told her I didn't need anything, but the one who arrived was Bastian." Odette opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Bastian?" She was a bit flustered and spoke loudly. "Why are you here?" Bastian responded calmly. "Is there a problem with me entering my own bedroom?" Odette was surprised and wondered why he was present here. Wasn't it in the contract? Clearly stipulated that we only act as husband and wife at public events? Bastian sighed. It seemed there was some misunderstanding. Odette continued loudly, "I thought that a bedroom had obviously been prepared separately." She glared at him angrily. "On the very first day, are you planning to break the contract, Bastian?" Bastian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he said nothing. He stepped closer to Odette. He reached out his hand and pulled her. Now Bastian held Odette tightly in his arms. Odette didn't have time to react. Now she was so surprised that she couldn't move. What does he want to do? Odette looked up at Bastian in front of her, her gaze full of suspicion and bewilderment. Bastian said nothing, only gently placed his hand on her waist. Then he quietly turned away. His hand reached out to open a door, leaving behind a brief command, "Follow me." Odette raised her head and looked around. Her eyes could not hide her suspicion. Why is there a secret tunnel in the room? They stopped in front of a heavy wooden door. Bastian opened it and said, "This is the bedroom where you will rest, my lady." Before Odette could react, she saw the splendid interior. In front of her, a large bed with pure white curtains appeared. While she was still in shock, Bastian continued, his voice still calm. "The close servants probably thought that, on the first night, we would obviously share a bed together." Odette was stunned, her face flushing crimson. In her mind, only an exclamation point resonated. Recalling the moment, she remembered the words of a servant earlier. The master said, "Seeing the guests off will likely take a bit of time, ma'am." And then a suggestive sentence, "Therefore." That is why the head maid... Bastian turned to Odette, his expression becoming more serious. "I cannot disclose to the close servants the full details of our contract. I believe you understand, my lady." Odette nodded slightly and replied in a soft voice, "Yes." "Captain." Bastian looked at Odette and gave a brief command. "The name." Odette startled, her cheeks flushing from embarrassment and tension. Then she replied in a whisper, "Yes, Bastian." He nodded, his sharp gaze glancing at her. "In that case, in future public events, I will look forward to the performance of your image as a perfect mistress, Odette." The door slammed shut, leaving Odette standing alone in the room. Bastian stopped outside, leaning against the closed door. His eyes showed a flicker of confusion. Perhaps even a fleeting hesitation crossed his eyes. As he bowed his head to look down at the floor, his gaze deepened as if hiding an emotion that even he himself was not sure of. A moment later, he turned and walked away, leaving behind the heavy silence in the room. The scene shifts to the location of a financial corporation that once stirred the entire continent in an instant, under the management of a mysterious billionaire. Located in the central district of Jess, the financial corporation was known for a moment due to the management of a billionaire on the continent. In a luxurious office, amidst the sunlight streaming through large glass windows, a man stood before a report. At the bottom of the page, "We will report via document, sir, the identity of the rising billionaire, like the deity of the imperial financial world, which has only been surfacing in rumors." With a calm air mixed with a hint of authority, Bastian spoke coldly. "There is no need, regarding the plans decided beforehand. You should just proceed according to the board of directors' judgment. That will suffice. He is a character no one could have expected." The light cast down upon Bastian's shoulders, highlighting his sharp, cold face. A person whom no one could have predicted. Thomas Miller, the company's CEO and also Bastian's advisor, bowed his head slightly. His voice was respectful but could not hide his curiosity regarding that. "But master, may I ask the reason why you revealed yourself earlier than expected?" Thomas Miller, the company's CEO and Bastian's advisor. He leaned back, crossing his arms with a composed look. Bastian spoke in a deep voice. "Originally, according to the plan, I was to go public after marrying Lavier." He raised his head. His sharp gaze seemed to look beyond the things before him. "But first, for the time being, let's consider it to be for the transaction the Emperor proposed. If we do not want to waste this opportunity, we need to have a perfect preparation." Thomas was momentarily moved, his eyes glistening as if reminiscing. "The time when we were treated no differently than a lending company feels as if it were just the day before yesterday." He bowed his head respectfully, his eyes full of faith as he looked at Bastian before him. "Building a legitimate company that receives recognition from the world has long been the wish of your maternal grandparents, master. They would be incredibly proud of you." Bastian softened his tone while maintaining his composure. "The stabilization that allows the company to stand firm in the market is largely due to the CEO's merit. But the road we must travel is still very long." Thomas bowed slightly. "Yes, master." The morning light shined through the large glass window, enveloping the space. A silent thought echoed, like the crystallization of strategic judgment and harsh reality. The social status of noble families cannot utilize the source of capital that is severely declining. The era in which people enjoy the glory of their clan by bloodline will end. If so, then the common thing in the new era is only understanding and being insightful. Bastian stood behind the window, his steadfast gaze directed toward the brightening horizon. The power to create the king of the new era will certainly be found there. At the summer villa, the maids are busy preparing. Head maid Dora respectfully bowed and asked Odette, "The dinner menu and the arrangement of guest seating. Are there any changes?" "Please check one last time, my lady." Odette looked at the list the head maid gave her, reflecting that, since the day of the wedding, every day she has continuously received invitations to parties, as well as managing the servants and the household expenses. Compared to herself, she thought there was too much work for a mistress to handle, even though she had grown accustomed to this pace of life. At times, Odette still could not help but feel overwhelmed. She calmly listened to the housekeeper presenting. the final details of tonight's dinner party, nodding slightly to confirm the instructions. Then handed them a paper clearly noting the arrangement. She said softly, "Please proceed like this." "Yes, my lady." Odette looked out the window and discovered that Bastian had returned. Lately, every single day. "I have been so busy that I do not know how time has passed. Whenever I think of the 2-year contract term, then the fact that time passes so quickly can also be considered a blessing." Each footstep echoed on the marble floor of the grand hall. The late day sunlight shined through the large windows, creating soft streaks of light. Odette, in an elegant bluish-purple dress, walked between 2 rows of servants bowing and greeting. Nearing the entrance, she stopped because she recognized the man standing there. Bastian, she thought to herself, but it means that the weekend, when Bastian stops by Arden, has arrived just as quickly. Odette stepped forward to greet Bastian with a gentle smile, her eyes holding a special light. "Welcome back. I missed you so much, Bastian." He said nothing, only looked at her and moved closer, while she remained standing still on the red carpet that stretched. Across the grand hall, Bastian gently took Odette's hand. His gaze quietly searched deep into her eyes. His voice was low and sincere. "All week, I have thought of nothing but you. I hope that your feelings are the same as mine." Odette froze slightly. Her eyes widened, then she forced a smile. Of course." No more words were needed. Bastian leaned down, giving her a gentle but emotional kiss. She closed her eyes softly, her confused heart beating fast in her chest. A moment later, he gently led her by the hand away from the splendid banquet hall. "Come here. I have something to tell you." They walked side by side, leaving the sight of others, gradually ascending the grand staircase, leading to the private area of the mansion. The servants, standing nearby, watched them with great interest. One servant whispered, "He just returned and already wants to be alone together." The other maid replied, her eyes shining with admiration, "Well, of course. They are newlyweds after all. How much they must have missed each other." Odette followed Bastian all the way to the corridor in the back. Once they were hidden from curious eyes, she suddenly stopped and spoke softly but firmly. "Now please let go of my hand. Bastian, there are no more prying eyes here." His voice rose with sarcasm and disappointment. "Is this what you call trying your best?" Odette looked at him in bewilderment. "Huh?" Bastian looked intently at Odette, his gaze stopping at the simple vine jewelry. "Among the countless gemstone jewels I gave you, madam, is it possible that the only item you like is just that one string?" Odette lightly touched the necklace, her eyes not looking directly at Bastian. Her beautiful face maintained its calm exterior. As she spoke gently, "I think it is perfect for attending the dinner party." The light blue dress with delicate rose patterns, embracing Odette's slender figure. She gently explained further, "Because this dress does not go well with extravagant jewelry." Bastian's blue eyes looked at Odette with doubt. Bastian's handsome face showed a look of annoyance. He asked, "Is it possible that you, my lady, do not know who the guests for tonight's dinner are, which is why you uttered those words?" Bastian said angrily. "Most of them are people who witnessed the entire incident at the casino." Bastian felt angry that Odette was acting this way. "They are my colleagues from the Officers' Academy." Then Bastian took Odette's hand. His voice lowered, no longer showing the anger from before. "How the circumstances of the girl sold by her father have changed compared to now. You must look closely, my lady." Bastian's voice became more solemn. He looked straight at Odette and said seriously, "Odette, remember that you, my lady, are now my wife." The image of the secret bedroom that Bastian had added appeared. Bastian's bedroom. The secret tunnel. Odette's bedroom. Bastian thought to himself. Regardless of the nature of this marriage, this woman is still my wife. Odette with black hair and blue eyes looked at Bastian. Bastian spoke to her in a low voice. "Madam, just do as I say." But he will make Odette become more splendid. Therefore, in the next 2 years, I will transform her into the most radiant and beautiful woman in this world. Bastian's voice had softened a bit, but remained very cold. "That is our contract. Do not forget it, my lady." A scene that makes one shiver appeared. It was like 2 parallel worlds. The woman in the dress stood alone above. Below was the image of the man possessing her, ensuring that no one could ever find a trace of the beggar princess who was once despised. "Upon my wife." The man wearing black gloves. His collar was pinned with a precious brooch. He spoke hesitantly about this matter. That was Lucas von Ewan. He was stammering while explaining to Bastian. "I can only apologize for not being able to inform you in advance, Bastian. Either way, I couldn't help it today because her mother is sick. There was no way I could come alone." While the invitation specifically said to come with a lover, right? Lucas smiled as if to soothe the atmosphere. Just then, Sandrine said she had no plans today. So I thought this was a coincidental overlap. This red-haired girl appearing radiantly is Sandrine Levier. She smiled brightly and asked, "I am sitting in for Lucas's fiancé. That's not a problem, is it?" Bastian let out a sigh. Then he replied to Sandrine, "Of course. Odette appeared, gently nodding in greeting, maintaining the calm demeanor of a noble lady. "It is a pleasure, Countess Levier." Sandrine's eyes widened when she saw Odette. She could not believe her eyes. When she saw Odette dressed so magnificently, she thought to herself. When she saw Odette wearing a precious necklace. At any rate, even if Bastian is not a stingy man, isn't that jade necklace a bit too splendid? Sandrine still dared not believe her eyes. She stared intently at Odette. Unbelievable that just a few months ago, she was a girl treated like a beggar. Sandrine was still wondering in her heart. She began to think that Odette had made demands. Could it be that she demanded it? Then her eyes darkened with jealousy and anger. She was jealous without reason. As expected, a beautiful woman is the way to open a wealthy man's purse. But Bastian is not the type of person to fall for such a shallow trick. Evening at the splendid and luxurious summer villa. Everyone gathered at the dining table. Every gaze was simultaneously directed toward Odette, with a surprise that was hard to hide. Smiling, one said, "You have become more beautiful than ever. To have such a peerless beauty as Mrs. Clausitz. It seems Bastian is truly lucky." Odette gave a polite smile in response, while whispering in her heart, "I was a bit worried." But fortunately, everyone seems well-intentioned. Just as the conversation ended, a servant quietly approached Bastian. The servant bowed low, whispering, "Pardon me, sir." Then, "Master, there is the phone call for you." "Regarding an urgent matter, sir." Bastian nodded. His gaze swept over Odette once before turning away. "I will return in a moment," she replied softly, watching his figure disappear. "Yes." While watching Bastian's back as he walked away, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Something vague that Odette could not name was gradually creeping into the air around her. The glances, the greetings, which initially maintained a facade of social etiquette, now seemed covered by a thin layer of mockery and scrutiny. She could feel that change in every breath, every look, and every silence between the dinner conversations. Something about the atmosphere seems different than before. This is Eric Faber turning to look at Odette, smiling suggestively and then speaking. "I heard Duke Dyson was very seriously injured. How has his health been recently?" Odette instinctively clenched her hand beneath the hem of her dress. That question, seemingly simple. Concern, yet it pierced through the mask of calm she had worked hard to maintain since the beginning of the party. She could hear her own heart beating harder in her chest. Odette thought in surprise, "Why so suddenly?" But she still remained calm and answered, "Eric, although movement is difficult, his health has recovered a great deal. Thank you for your concern." Suddenly he laughed mockingly. Seeing this, Odette opened her eyes in surprise. Eric tilted his head, his eyes seemingly drilling into her every reaction. "That is good news indeed." The tone, both praising and sarcastic, made Odette feel as if she were being suffocated by humiliation. She didn't need to hear clearly which night that night was, because her own mind had never let go of that memory. A night when her father wagered his daughter's fate in exchange for a murky deal with the most powerful force in the empire. And she, from someone who was sold, now stood here, in a luxurious evening gown, becoming the wife of one of the most noble men. Isn't it thanks to the fact Dyson pulled off something big that night? If the madam gets to enjoy such luxury as she does now. But Eric still spoke while laughing softly. A father, who brought such a great gift to his daughter, naturally must be qualified to live a long life. Odette pursed her lips. Those words did not carry overt malice, but they were poured out like poison mixed with honey. She felt every nerve in her body tighten, trying to keep her facial expression as a gentle smile. Seeing this, Lucas frantically tried to stop Eric. "Come on, Eric!" Lucas thought to himself, "Sandrine is here. If that matter is exposed..." But the silence they intended to maintain could not be kept for long. Sandrine smiled, her voice filled with curiosity. "It seems something interesting happened that night, right?" Then Sandrine turned to Eric, while laughing and urging him on. "Don't just keep it to yourself. Tell everyone so we can all hear it." Odette's expression turned a few shades colder. Odette stood there, in the middle of the whirlpool of stares and whispers, like a dancer forced to continue dancing on stage. Even though the music had shifted to a tragic melody, she knew they were laughing at the scars she never wanted anyone to see, the things she had buried deep beneath the shell of a perfect noble lady. But her eyes did not waver. No one was allowed to see her weak. His gaze swept past like a thin blade gliding over skin, sharp, cold, and full of intent. Odette felt very clearly that he was looking down on her. He didn't need to hide it. And more than that, he wanted to witness her panic and confusion, as she scrambled to find a way to hide that shameful night, which everyone already knew well. In that brief moment, Odette understood that silence would only make her weaker. There was no other way. She had to personally open the chest of the past that others intended to pry open as a pastime. She thought to herself, "He is looking down on me. He surely wants to see me in a state of confusion, because she wants to hide what happened that night Silence for a moment. Then she looked directly at those who were half curious and half gleefully waiting. Without avoiding them at all, she said, "My father once participated in illegal gambling." That confession fell like the sound of a bell, echoing in the middle of the party. No one interrupted. No one dared to laugh. Every gaze gradually turned into confusion, and he mistakenly wagered his daughter instead of the insufficient betting amount. Of course, the officers who found it interesting also joined in. She did not dodge anything, nor did she make excuses. She was simply speaking the truth, the very thing they intended to weaponize against her. Odette's voice now was no longer just defensive, but a manifesto, a sign of self-control, a confirmation that she is not a puppet for people to pull the strings and make a joke of. And I met my husband for the first time in that place. Just like the officers present here, Bastian was the one who won that bet. He returned me safely, in the way he deserved to be an honorable soldier. She emphasized, her eyes sweeping across each face. Of course, this matter also received the consensus of the other officers even now who I am still deeply grateful for the kindness and concern that you all showed me on that day. He was completely taken aback by Odette. Eric's mouth hung open, unable to say anything more. A heavy silence enveloped a man, who tried to force an awkward laugh. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Look at this. I didn't expect a preemptive strike like that. If so, then what else is there for me to say? Sandrine smirked, her voice full of mock admiration. How truly romantic, isn't it? It must have been the first meeting and falling into the trap of love. Then suddenly she changed her attitude, her words as sharp as a knife. But suppose someone else had won the bet that night. The name of Mrs. Clausitz here surely would have changed, wouldn't it? Odette did not answer. She did not need to answer. Her calmness, along with daring to face them, and speaking the truth with her own voice, was already the most perfect answer. Sandrine still spoke sarcastically. Is that not so, Mrs. Clausitz? Odette said nothing, only silently looking at her. She looked at Odette, starting to judge her with her sharp gaze. At first glance, she seems noble, but she behaves in an excessively calm manner. She kept staring intently at Odette, evaluating with a haughty air as if she were superior. The way she tries her best to hide it means that she has been greatly hurt. Now, let's see how you respond to this. Odette pursed her lips. She felt her heart skip a beat, but not because of fear, but because of the anger rising like a tide. She opened her mouth, intended to answer, but before she could utter a word, a deep, decisive voice rang out, interrupting her. But this time, it was not an insult, it was Bastian. Unfortunately, such a situation would likely not have happened. He stepped forward from behind Odette, his gaze cold, sweeping across the crowd trying to pry into his wife's past. Bastian's statement made Sandrine feel as if she had been struck by lightning in the middle of the party. Not because of possessiveness, but because of the clarity. Bastian did not deny the past, nor did he offer excuses, but he extinguished all gossip, simply with an unwavering, certain attitude. Even if someone else had won, the result would have been the same. I would still have seized this girl. Sandrine was startled by Bastian. He looked down at the woman sitting beside him. His eyes softened, and then he lightly kissed her lips. Right, Odette? Bastian leaned down and kissed her gently for a moment. Sandrine was shocked, her mouth agape. What on earth? Bastian pulled his lips away from Odette's. Eric saw that scene and burst out laughing with delight. As expected, the honeymoon phase is great. So romantic, Captain. Bastian said nothing and silently sat down in his place. Odette's cheeks flushed pink. Sandrine, sitting opposite, was glaring angrily when Bastian kissed her. She thought to herself, speculating, that woman is looking down on me. Perhaps she already knows I am a contract wife. For only 2 years. Bastian suddenly took Odette's hand under the table. He continued to talk calmly with everyone around, while Odette was surprised by his actions. You must be very sad that the wedding house is so far away, right? Especially since this is such a happy time, because she likes quiet places. That is why we decided on it. Odette suddenly withdrew her hand. I travel back and forth frequently, and it is convenient, so it is no problem. When they heard Bastian say that, his friends could not help but exclaim, Oh my, is this a man in love? But he was quickly cut off by Bastian. Odette's gaze softened and her cheeks turned rosy. Sandrine still glared at Odette with a look of hatred. Odette felt she was being treated no differently than Bastian's mistress. In front of his lady, I am being treated like my husband's mistress. But Bastian did not let her feel that way. He made her feel like she was the legitimate wife. And yet, this man forces me to be formal and official. Odette sighed. It turns out I have truly become entangled in an unusual marriage. Odette walked slowly behind Sandrine, talking while maintaining a faint smile on her lips. Thank you, my lady, for personally showing me the way. Sandrine turned her head, her lips curling slightly. Compared to a boring tea party, I would rather tour the house. She glanced at every corner of the walls, at every piece of unfinished furniture. then spoke as if critiquing an exhibit. However, there are still many empty spaces that need the hand of a mistress, don't they? Yes, Odette maintained her composure, responding in a gentle manner, acting like a true mistress of the house. Yes, the interior decoration is not yet complete. As Sandrine listened to Odette's explanation, her hand automatically opened the room door. The interior of this villa is almost empty. Only the building itself has been completed. She just barged straight into the room without asking anyone's permission. Odette felt helpless before Sandrine's actions. She did not ask for permission at all, but just walked in as she pleased. Odette let out a soft sigh and followed her into the room. After Sandrine looked around the room once, the discerning eyes of one accustomed to living in luxury immediately appraised every detail. She did not bother to hide her disdainful attitude. Cold judgment was evident in every gesture, in every glance. Then, in a tone no different from the owner of the house, she began to speak. I do not like the painting styles that have been popular recently. That statement was not aimed at any specific painting, but aimed at the entire room and at Odette, the one primarily responsible for the decoration. Because things that are too vague are not to my taste. I mean, those giant paintings make me feel uncomfortable. So bright landscape paintings would be better. She didn't need to pretend to beat around the bush. The words were carefully chosen like velvet-wrapped arrows, both gentle and aimed straight at the opponent's heart. There, Sandrine was not just talking about aesthetics, but also implying the shallowness and lack of refinement of Odette, and Odette understood that. Before Odette could respond, Sandrine continued, as if she were ordering a servant rather than talking to the mistress of the villa. Above, the fireplace. Please decorate it with a mirror for me instead of paintings. I expect you to place Falaise lamps and clocks on the mantel for me. Every word was politely arrogant as she spoke. Please decorate for me. Please place for me, as if this villa belonged to her. As if the woman standing before Odette was just someone, temporarily borrowing the title of Mrs. Clausewitz, but the items of Bert. Anyway, my aesthetic sense of beauty is narrow. A clever, sarcastic remark. Sandrine didn't need to scream in Odette's face that she had no sense of aesthetics at all. She only needed to act out of pity. That pity was the fatal blow. You lived in Phalia for quite a while, so you understand what I mean, right? The room became quieter. The final question was like a trap. Not answering would be impolite. Answering would be no different than admitting she was under someone's direction. But Odette could see clearly. Sandrine was trying to draw a line between them, clearly defining the superior and the inferior, and she was not one to stand below. Odette took a deep breath in an instant. She heard her heartbeat clearly, beating slowly, but as tense as a bowstring. Over the past few days, she had gradually become used to her new role, a lady, a mistress of the house, and the wife on paper of a man she did not love. She had taught herself to be calm, to be patient. But that did not mean she would bow her head. She raised her head, her gaze no longer avoiding, but facing Sandrine directly. Her voice was calm but firm, each word as sharp as a knife. Please maintain the etiquette of a guest, Countess. The space in the room seemed to freeze. Not a single redundant word, not a single raised voice, but everyone knew. This was a clear counterblow. Sandrine's first attack had failed to make Odette falter. On the contrary, it only made her realize one thing more deeply. This house, this marriage, and even the title she was wearing were all battlefields. She was forced to fight to survive. Sandrine was silent for a moment. Her face momentarily shifted out of place. But then she regained her soft smile. An insincere smile. Two women, in the same room continuing. A war without gunfire, where the winner is not determined by blood, but by will and honor. Odette stood motionless. Her gaze still maintained its calm exterior, but inside her heart, violent waves were surging. She clearly felt every word from Sandrine, like small poison needles. Speaking with moderation, and even calling her Mrs. Clausewitz. But now that only the two of them remained, her true face gradually revealed its sharpness, contemptuous and full of calculation in front of others. I will do that, because it would be awkward if I made Bastian lose face because of you. The opening was an unyielding, preemptive strike. She didn't need to use overly bitter words, only needed to put Bastian in the middle, creating an opposition between saving face and something that supposedly wasn't worth saving face for. It is enough to tell Odette, to understand where she stands on this chessboard, but in a place where it's just the two of us. Naturally, the story will be different. Odette did not answer. She still maintained a stillness like the surface of a frozen lake, but it was that very silence that made Sandrine even more smug. I am not so foolish as to maintain etiquette with a wife hired for 2 years. Am I? Did she know everything? She smiled, a chilling smile, without any attempt to hide it. The contempt rising like a tide, Odette felt a heavy throb in her chest, as if her heart had just been touched in its most vulnerable part. She knew well that this marriage was fake, a contract, but hearing an outsider repeat it out loud, nakedly and with full intent, made the sense of humiliation feel ignited. What? that face full of surprise. Could it be that you thought that contract was only a secret between the two of you? Between you and Bastian? Sandrine burst out laughing, looking down on Odette. It seems that's truly the case. One might also delude themselves into thinking the relationship would be more special if you performed your duties as a wife well, right? A malicious jab. Sandrine was not only attacking the marital relationship between Odette and Bastian, she was stripping away the only belief that Odette still held for herself, even the most fragile one, that if I live properly and perform the assigned role well, then perhaps I could at least receive some respect. But no, to Sandrine, that was merely an illusion, and she wanted Odette to realize it right here. Bastian is, of course, using you. Furthermore, for young men, needing some joyful and romantic actions is also normal. This time, Odette felt a sharp pang in her chest, a smoldering humiliation, not because of being criticized, but because she knew she had no way to refute it. Those words might be true. She didn't know what Bastian was thinking. She only knew that he was cold, distant, and all his actions were all calculated like a political chess match. And in that chess match, a girl once gambled away by her father like a commodity, was merely a pawn. But Odette, I am only saying, what if? Then Sandrine shrugged, her gaze playful. Her voice dropped lower, more poisonous. It is best if you do not have any thoughts of getting pregnant and taking my place, because I can only accept and tolerate you alone. In the evening, when all the guests had left, Odette sat in her bedroom, brushing her hair. No matter what, 2 years from now, this villa will belong to Sandrine. Odette put down the comb and thought to herself. The request to arrange things according to her personal preference was not too unreasonable. If one did not know this situation and then thought that her coming here to threaten me was a loss. But Odette thought to herself, trying to find a reason to reassure herself in a context that was becoming increasingly unpleasant. If an outsider did not know the current situation, perhaps they would think Sandrine ordering modifications, or even criticizing her, was completely normal. A guest of high status making a suggestion, nothing more. But in reality, everything was not that simple. The air in the villa was colder than ever, even though outside the window, the sunlight still poured in like honey. Odette stood there, in the middle of the empty room like a soulless box, listening to every word, sarcasm cleverly hidden under the guise of feedback, and felt clearly that she was no different from a despised third party. She was not a mistress. She never had that intention. But the way Sandrine looked at her with such disdain, full of contempt, had by default assigned her a role she never chose. And the most painful thing in this story is, Odette did not have a single voice. She was the wife, but had no right to own the home. She lived in the villa called home, but all the furniture, the colors, every painting on the walls did not belong to her. She stood there, like a shadow thrust into someone else's world, no matter what explanation is given. To her, I am just like a mistress. Odette silently drew a bitter conclusion. And the sad thing is, no matter how decently she lives, or how well she maintains etiquette to Sandrine, she is still just an obstacle, someone occupying a position that she has long considered her own. I don't have that thought at all. A familiar male voice rang out, cutting through her tangled thoughts. She turned around. It was Bastian. Odette. Odette stood up straight, adjusting the hem of her dress out of habit, whenever she had to face him. Yes, please come in. Bastian entered the room with a cold expression. Seeing him, she asked in surprise, is something the matter? That door had never been opened even once, since after the wedding day. Bastian suddenly froze. Oh, he turned his face away. Odette wondered, why so suddenly? Odette looked at the mirror nearby, seeing herself wearing a thin nightgown. She was startled. Oh! She quickly used her hands to cover her body, panicking. What should I do? I forgot about the sheer nightgown I'm wearing. Bastian sat with his hand over his eyes. In a gesture that suggested he had seen everything, she blamed herself. It was because she let her mind be dragged into the whirlpool of sarcasm and the contemptuous looks from that woman that she forgot a more important matter, maintaining distance from the man she was living with, or more accurately, the man she was living with. In a contract marriage, I was so preoccupied with thoughts related to Sandrine. Should she turn away or say something? But before Odette could react, Bastian's gaze still did not leave her. That silent stare was not rude, but it carried a weight, making her feel as if she were standing, naked in the middle of the quiet room. Why does he keep staring like that? She couldn't stand it any longer. Odette spoke in a soft but firm voice. Please look away for a moment. Bastian raised an eyebrow slightly as if thinking about something, but then he turned away, leaving her in a few precious seconds of privacy. Odette immediately ran to where her robe was kept. She quickly picked it up. She pulled the robe tightly closed, trying to breathe deeply to dispel the heat flushing her cheeks. Thank you, it is fine now, she said, her voice having regained some composure. However, the embarrassment had not yet vanished, only suppressed beneath a mask of calmness. Bastian turned back. No, there were no teasing words, no strange looks. Only a decisive and practical sentence. Sit down. I have a few things to say about the dinner party. Odette sat down, but in her heart, there still remained the lingering echoes of the moment just now. Bastian looked at her in silence and said nothing. His presence always made her feel small and dominated, as if with just one look, one gesture, she was pushed into a weak position. It was strange. This no longer felt like a fake marriage. Everything was crossing the boundaries that she once thought she could control. She had married a commoner. Odette is the wife of a commoner, so now she is also a commoner. Those words rang out slowly and coldly, sharp as a carefully forged blade, word by word gliding across the skin, then slicing into the self-esteem that Odette had struggled to hide. She stood there, not timidly, not backing down, but a pang felt in her heart. She replied, her voice not loud but steady. I know that very well. Odette thought to herself, what does he suddenly want to say? Bastian continued, his voice lowering. If so, then act like a commoner, behaving like a noble young lady, displaying dignity. Like earlier, makes you very prone to being tormented. Each word was like throwing cold water in her face. He looked down on the dignity she tried to keep, as if self-respect was a luxury that should not exist in a marriage, valued by money and agreement. But Odette still kept a thin smile on her lips, a smile that showed no clear emotion. But deep inside, an undercurrent was surging. I don't want to see such a pathetic appearance for even a moment. Longer. No, I didn't place you in that position. For you to play the role of an elegant princess. Odette recalled the scene from tonight. I still smiled as if nothing had happened. Even while being looked down upon and mocked, she had survived that fateful night. I endured the pitiful looks and the sarcastic whispers. Even though I was treated like a girl who sold herself, I still tried to endure it. If I couldn't discard the illusion of still being the young lady of the Dyson family, then I wouldn't have sat there until the very end. I endured all of those things, simply because I wanted to fulfill the duties of Mrs. Clausitz. She had promised. Because I promised to become this man's wife. Even if it was just a contract, it was a promise she had accepted, and she would keep it fully. Because I promised to become this man's wife. It's just that, in the end, she replied, without raising her voice or showing anger, just a gentle but firm flow of words. I simply behaved in my own way. That has absolutely nothing to do with status. It was a reaction stemming from my thoughts, from within my very self. That statement was like a gentle hand, pushing back all the insults he had just thrown out, not for revenge, but to affirm. Whether I am the daughter of a duke's family, or the wife of a soldier, I am still myself. And during this evening, I believed that I was the mistress of the house with sufficient dignity. Bastian froze for a moment, a flash of surprise in his eyes, and then he let out a laugh, a low laugh but full of meaning. You are naturally so generous when evaluating yourself. Is that so? Odette looked straight into his eyes without flinching. Because it is worth it. Bastian's voice lowered. His initially cold gaze wavered slightly. The overt mockery from before was gone, replaced by a hard shell that was slowly cracking. I did not say those words for you, my lady. He wasn't angry, and he didn't raise his voice. But those words were like a cold wind brushing against the skin. Behind the composure was a storm curling up. The person who forgot the advice I gave you tonight. That advice was for the duties of the mistress of the Clausitz house, Bastian emphasized, as if wanting to draw a clear boundary between the role and her true self. But then Odette, with bright eyes he once mistook for weakness, made those boundaries blur. But she did not retort with impulsiveness or hurt. She only spoke softly. In my role as your wife, I will do as you say. So then now, Odette thought about this. Then she raised her face and answered confidently. Can we just consider it Odette's way? Not because she is Mrs. Clausitz. Not because she carries the title of wife. Not anyone else, but Odette. Bastian saw this and burst out laughing. It truly is impossible to grasp her. Then he suddenly stood up. Furthermore, he walked over to her and pinned her to the chair. And what made him lose his mind more than anything was that in that very moment, when everything around seemed to fade away, even in that moment, I must admit she is so beautiful it's driving me crazy. Odette felt shy seeing Bastian's chest muscles. Odette shyly turned her face away and asked him, what's wrong? The distance is too close. Bastian looked at Odette and thought, after all, this is still the woman whose finger I personally placed a wedding ring on. And unintentionally, I have also seen her body. He wondered as if by instinct, but then as if someone inside him, a part that hadn't completely rotted away, spoke up to go a little bit further. With this girl, the contract ends, lives divide. Everything will return to its original position, as if nothing ever happened. If he let himself go beyond the limit, however, 2 years later, she will leave. He is that kind of person. He can take responsibility for the consequences he causes, even if it tears everything apart. if I myself accept the unpredictable troubles caused by momentary desire brought about, then so be it. Odette is someone who has experienced humiliation, yet still holds her head high and moves forward. She is not weak, but she is not made of stone either. She lives by self-respect. No begging, no plotting, only enduring in silence, only moving forward quietly. And that is exactly what makes him feel small, makes himself feel truly cruel. If only because of a moment of soft-heartedness, he breaks the strength. She struggles to maintain. He cannot love, but he also does not want to be the one to push her down into the abyss once more. But I do not want to further defile the life that is already harsh enough of this girl. He clenched his jaw and lowered his voice like a final command. Odette, remember this one thing. I would rather be a ruthless winner than an honorable loser. That question forced itself back into his heart, cold as a blade. Even without dignity, a declaration that was also a sentence for himself. Behind the hardened gaze was a screaming storm. He cannot lose, not to fate, not to his own heart. Victory at all costs. That is the dignity of a Clausewitz. Scene changes to an art exhibition. Odette is standing and admiring the paintings. Odette's voice rang out decisively, yet gently, I will buy this painting. The gallery staff immediately responded with familiar warmth, not forgetting to add a compliment for the customer's aesthetic taste. It is truly a wise decision, madam. This is a work that will only increase in value over time. Odette thought to herself. It is a landscape painting beautiful enough as Sandrine requested. She smiled as if whispering to herself. This morning was still chaotic and suffocatingly tense, yet now, this tiny moment of time in a quiet art gallery brings a strangely gentle feeling. Today, luck has come unexpectedly. She recalled the events of this morning. The master is busy with work in Lats, and he said he would not be able to return to the villa this week, madame. She whispered to herself, then why not take advantage of this? Not as a wife, not as a lady, not as someone being scrutinized by the eyes of others. In every movement, just being Odette, a woman who once loved the beauty of silence, of literature, and of simple things. She turned her eyes to another painting. The light in the painting was a pale yellow, depicting a sunset by a lake, the sunlight reflecting on the reeds along the shore. It's rare that Clausewitz isn't present for the weekend. After buying the paintings, I will go to the cafe I missed before. Buy a book to bring there. Reading would be wonderful too. Odette suddenly paused. She turned to look at the painting she had just passed. Odette asked the art dealer, could I buy this painting as well? The gallery manager paused for a beat. He hesitated before speaking carefully. This painting, the thing is, Odette wondered, has it been sold already? The dealer politely explained, it hasn't been sold yet, but the staff member's gentle reminder caused Odette to turn her head slightly. She followed the direction of his hand. Her gaze stopped at a familiar figure, standing not far away. It was Franz. A guest already has their eye on it over there. The gallery staff suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. He spoke up. Both of you are family after all. The street scene appeared. Bastian was raising his hand to check his watch, then walking. All important work had been completed. Bastian felt exhausted from the packed schedule. He rubbed his forehead as he walked. Weariness was clearly visible on his face. The remaining schedule is a meeting with Polo Club members. There is still a little time. Stop by the office. Suddenly, he froze. His gaze directed across the street. Odette was standing there. He narrowed his eyes, wondering why Odette hadn't contacted him. Why did she come to Lats without reaching out? A carriage stopped. Suddenly, Franz appeared and began talking to Odette. Bastian saw this and widened his eyes, feeling unable to believe it. Is she meeting Franz? The scene returns to the art gallery. Franz awkwardly asked Odette why. Would it be all right if I asked the reason? Odette felt confused. I beg your pardon? Franz became even more awkward. I want to ask the reason why you want to buy this painting. Odette was slightly startled, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, well, it is because this is a very beautiful work. Suddenly, Franz spoke louder than usual. People criticize the artist for arbitrarily splattering colors, as if they know nothing about the basics of fine art. Therefore, that artist is almost unknown. Odette countered Franz's line of thought, asserting that, according to traditional concepts, that might be the case. However, I think everyone has different standards of beauty. Yes, Franz felt very surprised when for the first time someone spoke exactly what he felt. To that extent. Speaking of which, what special point makes you like it? Odette thought for a moment and then answered. Her eyes looked up slightly, creating a beautiful scene. It is like a work full of light, and the atmosphere is like a dream, though the way of expression or the theme is not clear. Because that dream is inherently beautiful because it is vague. After finishing, she felt awkward and had to call for help. Is that not so? Mr. Ranger, help me out. Ranger immediately followed Odette's lead. Of course. That is what gives the painting a special charm. Since her friend shared the same view, she had nothing to worry about. Odette exclaimed regarding the relationship between Ranger and Franz. It seems you two have a very good relationship. Ranger explained to her about Franz's status. Franz is a collector of fine paintings in Russia. He has extensive knowledge of art. Sometimes he is aggressive, but he means no harm. Suddenly, Franz pointed at a painting and said loudly, "I will buy that painting." Then suddenly, Franz turned and spoke loudly to Odette. "Someday, the day the value of that painting is recognized will come. So please believe in your aesthetic sense, Odette." Odette felt a bit awkward. "But wait, didn't you decide to buy it before me?" Franz stopped to reflect on something. "I am willing to yield it to someone who knows its value." In exchange, Franz made an offer with an incredibly lovely expression. "Could you spare some time to have tea with me, my lady? I want to assist you in selecting paintings." Returning to the street scene, Bastian looked at the building behind, thinking perhaps that place is an art gallery. He watched Odette and Franz talking across the street with a cold look. It is a sanctuary for Franz, a man with an endless passion for paintings. Perhaps that girl is as well. Franz searched for something in his coat pocket. He took out a small piece of paper and handed it to Odette. Odette received the piece of paper. She smiled at Franz, making Bastian feel jealous but unable to do anything. Then both of them bowed to each other. Franz left first. Odette also quickly departed. Bastian stood still on the side of the road observing, after buying the paintings. Odette decided to linger for a moment in a small cafe. At the corner of the street, she sat in a corner silently reading a book. Odette happily whispered to herself, thinking that relaxing like this once in a while is wonderful. Suddenly someone appeared. A man came and asked if he could sit with Odette. "Hello, my lady. Would it be convenient for me to sit with you?" But she didn't care who that person was. She didn't even bother to look at the person. "I'm very sorry, sir. That seat belongs to my husband." The man suddenly pulled out the chair. "So that's how it is." But Odette was startled. Seeing that, Odette looked up at the man and showed her discomfort. When the man sat down without permission, Odette's eyes widened in surprise. Bastian sat opposite her, smiling. She asked him in surprise, "How did you come to be in this place?" Bastian calmly replied, "I have an appointment nearby. I saw you on the way." He looked at her and asked, "And you?" "It seems I didn't receive information that you would be coming to Latz. Could it be that I remembered incorrectly?" Odette replied in a gentle voice, "No, I didn't inform you separately." Bastian asked Odette, "But why are you here?" Odette slowly explained to Bastian, "I received a request from the interior decorator, asking me to choose a few paintings to hang on the walls, since it happened that this week you said you would not return to the villa. I changed my schedule to go to the art gallery." Bastian asked in a tone as if interrogating Odette the whole story. "Is that all?" Odette glanced down at her book, then looked out the glass window again, avoiding the gaze that seemed to want to pierce her soul. Franz, that name was never easy to utter, especially in front of Bastian. She knew well that the relationship between them was already not good. She silently pulled out a piece of paper. Bastian's relationship with his family was inherently bad, and if I mentioned Franz, would it be all right? Odette remembered the paper that Franz had given her earlier. "This is the contact information for a merchant, specializing in high-end fillets decorations. I hope it helps you, my lady." But she did not want to speak. She did not want to recount with her own mouth every petty request from the woman, who would become Bastian's wife in 2 years. If she wanted to explain the conversation with Franz, there was no other way but to also mention the matters involving Sandrine. She recalled what Sandrine had said to her. "Please arrange the fellets, lamps, and clock on the mantel for me, regarding the items of Bert. Anyway, my aesthetic sense is narrow." Odette pursed her lips tightly, thinking, however, even those things, I do not want to tell Bastian personally. She spoke cheerfully while thinking, recounting every single detail of the requests of the person who would become his wife in 2 years. "Yes, and I am taking some time to relax after buying the paintings." Odette quickly regained her composure to explain, "Because it has been a long time since I've been out. I felt a bit of regret just returning like that." Bastian asked in a cold voice, "Is there nothing else?" "There is nothing," Odette still calmly answered him. "I only intended to return to Ardenside after resting here for a while." Bastian was angry, but he did not show it. "I can only tell you to rest for a while. It seems enjoying yourself alone. And that vast mansion was not enough, was it?" Suddenly Bastian said coldly, "It turns out you are a person with an unusual ability to adapt, meaning when you are bored with a life of luxury, you behave arbitrarily like this." Bastian thought to himself, for the first time, "I have been curious about the thoughts in that girl's head." Odette asked, her eyes unwavering. "Are you mocking me?" Bastian gritted his teeth. "Stop acting foolishly as if you don't understand what I'm saying. Why do you keep repeating the same mistake? What are you thinking? Putting on a noble and pathetic act, like a princess of a fallen country?" She raised her head. For the first time in that meeting, Odette's eyes were filled with a deep melancholy. Being suppressed too much, I only went out once. Is that a mistake so great that I must be insulted like this? Her voice trembled, but was firm. You broke your promise first, and I only adjusted my schedule too. Be appropriate. Bastian was disappointed. That woman only gave a fake smile in front of me. Even if I ask, she doesn't answer anything, he said with a lowered voice. Could it be you think we are of equal status? Bastian thought to himself. The next voice became as dry as sand. I, your husband, am your employer, but Odette... Odette froze for a moment. Her lips slightly pursed. If you forget that fact, even for a moment, it will be very awkward. Bastian stood up, his gaze heavy yet full of conflict. In the end, what am I to you? A scene of mountains and forests appears. A car is driving on the road. Bastian and Odette are sitting in the car. Odette turned to ask Bastian if this was the right way. But Bastian said nothing, only silently nodded, leaving Odette feeling speechless. She recalled the incident at the cafe last time. I, your husband, am your employer. If you forget that fact even for a moment, it will be very awkward. Odette felt that Bastian's recent attitude was very strange. From that day onward, Bastian became unusually uncooperative. Odette didn't say anything more, only thinking silently. What? If he is the employer, he should act like the employer. I didn't agree to this contract without anticipating that situation. The two of them just sat silently in the car like that. No one said anything to anyone. This week, we received an invitation to the villa of Marquis de Mail, the Admiral of the Navy. The car stopped at a luxurious and magnificent villa. Thanks to this, the time I spend with Bastian won't be much. It can also be seen as a stroke of luck. Bastian got out of the car and helped Odette. The two of them talked to each other, creating a very rosy scene. However, who knows that behind that scene is a play? I hope today the lady will demonstrate her value. Yes, I will do my best to be able to become a ruthless winner on the grounds of the Marquis de Mail's villa. Odette walked in arm with Bastian. As they walked, the two of them chatted. Before that, I have something to ask you. He replied softly. Go ahead. Odette looked up directly at Bastian and asked, the advice to win at all costs. Is it valid even when the opponent is you? Bastian gave a hollow laugh. Then he said, go ahead and try. It will be very interesting. At the lavish party, Bastian was chatting with Marquis de Mail. Many noble ladies were standing and chatting with each other. At this side of the party, Odette was standing and chatting with the wife of Marquis de Mail. This is the first time I've met Mrs. Clausitz. Because I was abroad for a while, due to research work. Marchioness de Mail, a young man with a handsome appearance, holding a sleeping baby girl in his arms. This is Count Chanders. He is a close relative of my birth mother and is researching the field of botany. He is also a famous scholar. Marchioness de Mail turned toward Odette and continued with a friendly voice. And this is Mrs. Clausitz, the wife of Captain Clausitz, the hero of the Navy, a subordinate, whom my husband is very fond of. They are a newlywed couple who just married last month. The man being introduced, Count Chanders, politely bowed his head. I am Maximine von Chanders. Congratulations on your marriage, Mrs. Clausitz. Odette nodded slightly in return and gently replied, please just call me Odette Clausitz. Thank you, Count, Odette thought to herself. How cute the child is. The Marchioness explained in a soft voice to Chanders the reason why she invited him to attend this party today. Anyway, everyone was worried, not knowing whether you were suffering from some illness, whether you were healthy or not, because since returning to the country, you haven't participated in any social gatherings. So Count Chanders smiled calmly and gently explained in return, because I have been away from my daughter for a while. I am just prioritizing spending time with my child. Children truly grow up so fast. A lady placed her hand over her mouth and exclaimed, oh my, he is also so thoughtful. The lady standing next to her agreed and added, she even lamented that her husband was too indifferent to the children. I wish my husband were like Count Chanders. That is so true. That is also what I want to say to my husband, to see if he even knows his child's age. After a while of lively conversation, someone made a joke that caused Chanders to blush. How about we gather all the men and let them listen to a lecture? From Count Chanders, gentle laughter rang out, dispelling the formal atmosphere of the party, causing many people to smile in admiration. Odette asked a delicate question, making the atmosphere pause for a moment. But did the Countess Chanders not come along to attend? The elder lady nearby shook her head slightly, her voice dropping. Countess Chanders passed away during childbirth. Therefore, Count Chanders has worked very hard. He loved and pampered his wife immensely. Odette spoke softly, her eyes showing a hint of sadness. So that is how it is. The person opposite continued as if to soothe the atmosphere. However, luckily the little girl looks exactly like her mother, which is why he found the strength to keep living. Odette nodded slightly, a thought flashing through her mind. A world of difference compared to Bastian. Night fell. Bastian glanced down and saw that Odette was tipsy. He took the wineglass back from her hand. Then he told a maidservant, "Please lead my wife to the guest room." Bastian turned to Odette, his voice still maintaining its usual calm. "You go up to the room first." "Good night, Odette." She replied with a slight bow and left the hall. "Yes, Bastian." But when he was left alone, Bastian raised his hand to press lightly on his temple. "I must have drunk a bit much," he sighed, walking slowly through the long hallway of the villa. "But in this state, I'll probably fall asleep quickly." Bastian thought to himself, "Odette must be asleep by now, right?" Bastian placed his hand on the doorknob and opened the door. The lights were still on in the room. He did not see Odette on the bed. When he returned to the room, he frowned slightly, seeing Odette wasn't asleep and the lights were still on. Bastian frowned, looking around the room for Odette. Where on earth is she? Suddenly, the sound of singing came from the bathroom. A gentle humming melody rang out. That tender singing was not loud, but it was enough for someone to recognize the voice. Bastian stepped into the bathroom. Odette was indeed there. Bastian's eyes widened in surprise. Odette was soaking in the bathtub. She rested her hands on the windowsill, looking up at the sky. Bastian was so surprised by the scene that he froze. Under the moonlight, Odette became even more beautiful than usual, though she was already very beautiful normally. But under the moonlight, that beauty became even more extraordinarily stunning. Bastian was so captivated by her beauty that his mouth hung slightly open. Odette's gaze slowly turned back. Bastian and she just faced each other like that. She widened her eyes in panic, unable to hide her fear upon seeing Bastian standing there watching her. Bastian's gaze became terrifying. His pupils narrowed, his brows furrowed, and his lips pressed tightly together. Outside in the hallway, the scene shifts to the sound of two men talking. There are still people out in the hallway. Seeing that, Bastian ran quickly to Odette. He covered Odette's mouth with his hand before she could react. The water in the bathtub, due to Bastian's actions, splashed everywhere. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. The two of them remained silent like that, until there was no more sound in the hallway. Then Bastian finally let her go. He raised his thumb, signaling for Odette to keep quiet. Afterward, Bastian leaned over to grab a towel nearby. Bastian handed it to Odette. Odette shyly took it and asked him why. At this moment, her expression darkened. Her voice was extremely cold. "Why are you here?" Bastian turned around and frowned. "Huh? Do you assume this room is for your use alone?" Odette timidly said softly, "We were originally..." Bastian's voice was arrogant and cold. "What? Or should I go out right now and tell Admiral Demel, the Emperor's friend?" Bastian stood in the middle of the bathroom, speaking in a cold tone, "that this marriage is actually fake. Sir, we are only husband and wife in name. We do not share a bed. So please arrange another bedroom." "Is that so?" Odette gently and softly explained. "I thought that you had settled that matter. Somehow." Then, seeing that Bastian's sleeve was soaking wet, Odette froze. Her eyes widened and her lips pressed tightly together. Then she spoke in a soft voice, her eyes avoiding him. No, this time it was my oversight." She said gently, "I was not careful. I apologize to you." Bastian turned away abruptly and said angrily, "Finish your bath and get out quickly." After Bastian left, Odette sat quietly in the bathroom, while Bastian went to the bedroom and opened the window. He stood there, gazing at the moon. Suddenly, the image of Odette appeared in his mind. Then Bastian startled and looked down. He helplessly placed his hand on his forehead as night fell. The lights in the bedroom were turned off. On the table was a bottle of wine and a wineglass beside it. Bastian was now asleep. Odette sat curled up on the chair. She was immersed in the thought of running away. Should I run away? Even with that thought, Odette still hesitated a bit, not daring to do it. But she was afraid that people would laugh and gossip back and forth about this action of hers. At that time, she would become a joke for the nobility to talk about. Once the truth that I ran away, because I couldn't share a bed with my husband, breaks out, what kind of gossip will come? This place, inherently, has so many high society ladies too. Odette shook her head to discard those crazy thoughts. She stepped down from the chair. Then she gently walked to the side of the bed. She comforted herself, telling herself not to be so weak. She stood by the bed, looking at Bastian and thinking for a while. No matter how difficult it is, I absolutely will not shed even a single tear because of this marriage. Then she gently turned off the remaining night lamp. The next morning, when dawn had risen, the light shone into the room, making it appear more glamorous. On the bed, Bastian squinted as he woke up. He turned to the side, looking for Odette, but Bastian did not see her anywhere. He was startled. He jumped up in a panic. Could it be that she ended up rushing out of the room after all? Bastian jumped out of bed and quickly rushed to find Odette. How on earth does she intend to handle the consequences? Suddenly, Bastian's footsteps stopped. Odette was lying fast asleep on the chair. He let out a soft sigh of relief. Then he gently pulled the blanket up for Odette. Because of the contract, she won't run away. But is it absolutely impossible for her to be by my side? Where did she find this wrap blanket? Bastian gently lifted Odette up. If I wake her up and then put her in bed, she probably won't listen obediently. While halfway there, Odette suddenly woke up. She's awake. He had to say in a soft voice, it's still early. Go back to bed and sleep some more. Odette's eyes widened upon seeing this. At this moment, Odette was fully awake. She felt a wave of warmth beside her. Suddenly, her eyes rounded. In terror, she swung her legs wildly. Let me go! Seeing her like that, Bastian cried out in alarm. Odette, wait, it's dangerous. Suddenly, Bastian's arms let go. But very quickly, he managed to react and catch Odette. In his heart, he was secretly angry. He had almost dropped her. Bastian walked quickly to the bed and threw Odette down. He angrily pinned her down beneath his body. Then he spoke in anger. His voice was a bit husky. That's enough, Odette. Odette frowned. What are you doing right now? Bastian's gaze was heavy with sadness. Memories of Odette chatting with Franz flashed through his mind. She always behaves like this toward me. Bastian asked, what? Then he suddenly pulled her robe down and said calmly, you tell me, what do you think I want to do? Odette said in a panic, right now, you are not following the contract. Bastian pulled her shirt up. Then he leaned down and kissed her gently, mixed with a bit of force. Being kissed like this by Bastian, in her heart, Odette thought of the times Bastian had kissed her. If it's kissing this man, I have done it many times. Bastian gently pulled away from her lips. Odette was dazed from his kiss, because they had to show everyone that they were a couple in a good relationship. But now she asked him dreamily, why? Bastian looked at Odette, softening his voice, to remind her that he is her husband. So he has the right to do that with her. Did you forget? I am your husband. Odette felt it was unfair. Angry. She shouted in his face about the terms of the contract he had set out for her. But the terms of our contract for this marriage is that it isn't real. Yet now you... Bastian reminded Odette to lower her voice, because it was almost time for everyone to wake up. If they heard, it wouldn't be good for a newlywed couple. To be arguing for days, Odette. The other guests will hear you. Now it's time to wake up. Odette startled and stammered an explanation. Even so, Bastian suddenly reached his hand inside her shirt. Bastian continued leaning down into Odette's neck to kiss her. She said tremblingly, keep your promise, Bastian. Bastian's gaze lifted slightly, but Bastian still ignored her and continued his actions. Odette's cheeks flushed with shame at this man. She was both embarrassed by Bastian's actions and thinking to herself, he is not in his right mind right now. Suddenly, from the hallway, the voices of several people drifted in. Odette became even more panicked. I can hear people who have already woken up in the hallway. Odette felt helpless against the things Bastian was doing. What on earth should I do? At this moment, she suddenly remembered the words he once said. No matter what method you use, you must win. That is the dignity of a Clausewitz. Odette's eyes narrowed. She gently reached out and stroked Bastian's face. There was no longer a look of fear or anger. She softly called his name affectionately, Bastian. Then she suddenly embraced him, pulling his neck down. Please help me, she repeated once more. Help me, Bastian. At her plea, Bastian's heart gradually softened. His gaze became pensive. I don't like this. She kept pleading in his ear, please. The scene pans out. On the chair, Bastian was pinning Odette down, while Odette held on to his neck. The room remained silent like that. Bastian let out a sigh. He picked up the blanket that had fallen on the floor. He threw it over Odette. He turned away without looking back. Then suddenly Bastian spoke. This time you won, Odette. After Bastian finished speaking, he just walked away. The scene shifts to a certain forest. Someone spoke up. Now everyone is going fishing in the valley, right? Correct. Bastian turned around and saw Odette holding a child in her arms. It was Count Chanders's daughter. She spoke and laughed happily. Don't worry about the child. Just go, Odette said to Count Chanders. Bastian stood behind, staring at her. I will look after Alma for you. Count Chanders was delighted. I truly thank you, Mrs. Clausewitz. Odette slightly raised her eyes. Seeing her, Bastian gave a slight nod. Odette still felt shy because of what happened between the two of them this morning. The Count said goodbye to his daughter and ran to Bastian. He smiled shyly and said, I have accidentally caused a nuisance. The Count explained to Bastian that his daughter liked Odette very much, so he entrusted her to her. She is usually very shy around strangers, but she seems to like Mrs. Clausewitz. Walking a distance, Odette turned back to look at Bastian. She glanced at him, silently calling his name. Bastian. After walking a bit, Count Chanders was panting. He leaned down and lamented that. The fishing spot is farther than I thought, isn't it? He spoke to Bastian while catching his breath. Perhaps I should rest for a moment. Bastian recalled that. Earlier, Marquis de Mail had asked him to look after Count Chanders, because his health was somewhat weak. Please help Count Chanders a bit. He has asthma. Bastian wondered. If so, shouldn't he avoid going mountain climbing altogether? The Marquis gently explained. Because the symptoms are not very serious. Furthermore, he has an important goal, so he will not give up easily. Bastian asked Damael, besides fishing, is there another goal? The Marquis casually explained, how should I put it? Anyway, this mountain is home to various species of precious and rare plants, so he needs to collect specimens. He is a kind person, but a bit eccentric. It's not to the point where you have to carry him on your back. So just talk to him comfortably. Ending the flashback. Bastian reached out his hand, intending to help Count Chanders. Give it to me. I'll carry it for you. However, the Count quickly declined him. No need. Your company is enough for me. The two of them continued on their way, talking as they went. Suddenly, Count Chanders saw something. He shouted to stop Bastian. Wait! Stop! Bastian was slightly startled by this. Suddenly, Chanders slumped down beside a flower, which gave Bastian a scare. Count Chanders exclaimed happily, no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find it. And yet, here it is. The flower that made the Count so happy was a white flower, with large and somewhat long petals. Bastian was surprised by the Count's actions. In his heart, he felt very confused. What is this? This feeling of déjà vu? He asked Chanders in a low voice, and Chanders quickly took a small shovel out of his pocket. Is that plant what you were looking for? Chanders lifted the flower and answered in a soft voice. No. The Count looked at the flower very affectionately. But this one is also very rare. Bastian's eyes widened in surprise. He thought of Odette. Regarding Odette and Chanders' actions, he felt that Chanders had something very similar to Odette. The atmosphere has something similar to that woman. But Bastian then remembered that the contract with her would end. His gaze flickered with a hint of sadness. 2 years later, Bastian looked at Count Chanders' expression. In his heart, he couldn't help but think about the contract ending with Odette. At that time, Odette will find someone like her. If the contract ends and Odette remarries, if it were her, she would probably marry a man similar to herself. Bastian remembered the incident this morning when he kissed Odette. He looked bored. Seeing this, the Count asked, Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Bastian was silent for a moment, looking at his hand. Then he replied in a soft voice, It's nothing. Evening gradually fell. By the stream, several ladies were standing and chatting. Odette sat quietly watching the flowing water. In her mind, she was thinking about Bastian's actions this morning. That man mentions the contract every single time, then tells me I must act according to my value. Our relationship is just a transaction of numbers. Then she remembered what Bastian did this morning. She blushed with embarrassment. Afterward, Odette covered her lips. But why this morning? Did he shamelessly intend to break the promise like that? Odette shyly took her hand away from her mouth. Suddenly, she remembered the words Isabelle had used to scold her. You are no different from a whore. She remembered Sandrine's words as well, just for young men to amuse themselves with. She lowered her head and thought, in the end, does Bastian also view me that way? Odette picked up a stone nearby. Then she threw it into the river. The stone fell with a splash. Odette stood up and walked away. She walked toward a cluster of flowers nearby. Odette was immersed in her own space. Because I wanted to think alone, I came to this place. But making an excuse that I went to pick flowers isn't bad either. Then Odette plucked a flower. Suddenly, she paused and looked across the stream, discovering something. A cluster of blue-purple flowers appeared. These flowers have 3 small petals. They look like hydrangeas. It's a rare kind of flower. Odette thought of Alma. Alma will surely like this very much. It's nap time, so she has been handed over to the nursemaid. Thinking this, she took off her shoes. Odette left her shoes on a rocky ledge. She held the flowers that she had just plucked and gently lifted her skirt. Then she stepped down into the stream. Odette gently stepped across the stream. I'll just pick those flowers and then head back. It's also about time for everyone to finish fishing. Suddenly her necklace fell off. The necklace. Odette was startled when she saw the necklace fall. Odette leaned down to look for it. It seems the clasp was loose, so it fell off. Where is it? She saw it right on the rocky ledge nearby. Odette thought to herself, thank goodness it didn't drift far. Suddenly someone appeared. That person picked up the necklace for her. Odette was extremely surprised to see it was Bastian. The two of them just stood there, looking at each other. Bastian looked down at the necklace he held in his hand. He thought back to when he saw Odette flustered, searching for something in the stream. The moment I spotted Odette, I also unconsciously... Seeing that, he immediately ran off. Marquis de Mail, seeing him suddenly run away, turned back to call him Captain Clausitz. Bastian felt confused in his heart for acting this way. Running to this girl, what do I intend to do? Suddenly, Marquis de Mail, standing on the bank, laughed and teased. Bastian, couldn't help but run to your wife already? Seeing this, Bastian had to give a slight nod. There was no other way. Then he walked toward Odette. Bastian held the necklace and gently put it around Odette's neck. He spoke to her in a soft voice. There are many people watching. Marquis de Maille stood on the bank, laughing happily. Bastian thought to himself, anyway, this woman cannot run away from the contract. If she causes a commotion and disappears from the Emperor's sight, and doesn't even receive the price he guaranteed. Bastian gently stroked Odette's hair. Then she will have to live a life more tragic than before. Bastian's gaze was pensive. She is also a woman, with a sense of responsibility far too high for her own life. In any case, the clear truth is that I hold the upper hand in this marriage. Bastian's hand lightly touched Odette's pendant. Odette was startled by this. She stumbled while pushing Bastian away. Unfortunately, she slipped. So, Bastian quickly caught Odette, grabbing her by the waist, then pulled her into his arms. Odette was taken by surprise by this man. Is it not true that I can do whatever I want? Returning to the summer villa, Odette thought to herself, the landscape paintings in the classical style and the decorations made by Falaise complete the room. She felt relieved. This much should be enough to meet Sandrine's request, right? Odette looked out the window. She remembered the day at Marquis de Maille's house. That day, I had to stay at the Maille family villa for one more night, but no incident occurred like the day before. Bastian opened the door and stumbled into the room, having stayed at the card table all night. Odette, sitting on the bed, felt very awkward seeing him like that. Returning to the bedroom at dawn, she quickly got up and left the bed, so that Bastian could rest, since I just needed to wake up early and go for a morning walk. It's fortunate when we turn our backs and respect each other naturally. She stood in front of the painting, admiring it, thinking back, most of the time. Bastian shows emotion is when there is conflict with me. Normally, he only plays the role of a good husband, without any private affection, even to the point of being polite and courteous. Then Odette covered her mouth, on that day. If we hadn't met in an unguarded state, in the bathroom, if I hadn't refused his kindness, when he intended to carry me to bed, she remembered the actions Bastian had taken toward her. Would something have happened? Odette startled and shook her head to erase those suggestive thoughts. Odette thought back to that day with Bastian, shyly covering her mouth. Anyway, if I want to protect myself throughout the rest of this marriage, it is better that I do not oppose Bastian. She told herself to stay away from him. In the future, I must be as careful as possible not to clash with him. A maid came to her side. My lady, the items for the sunroom have arrived. She thought in surprise, oh, I haven't ordered the furniture for the sunroom yet. In the sunroom, a piano was placed in the middle of the room. Seeing a piano in the middle of the room, Odette questioned the servant beside her. Did my husband buy the piano? The person beside her gently explained. I suggested to him that placing a piano in the sunroom is the current trend, and he agreed. It might sound conceited, but even with money, it's not easy to buy. My lady, fortunately, thanks to my acquaintance with the musical instrument company, I was able to acquire it with much effort. Odette touched the keys of the piano, thinking of a man with no interest in music who would buy a brand name instrument like this. I should not be greedy because it is not mine. The scene transitions to a villa at night. Bastian stood observing the data, reflecting on fake minerals, stocks and bonds becoming scrap paper. He was immersed in thoughts about work. The shell companies, wearing masks. The goose that lays golden eggs, the grand chess game is complete. And the next thing depends on how father deals with it. Bastian's gaze became sharp and cold. To deceive completely, a clever trap is required. Therefore, if one wants to adjust according to the situation, one should not be in a hurry. He recalled what Marquis de Maille had said. His Majesty the Emperor has been very worried about you and your wife lately. It is strange that a newly married couple would have to live apart, de Maille said with a laugh. No matter what, useless rumors should be eliminated. Bastian reflected. There is no other way to reassure the suspicious emperor. A voice came from outside the door. Master, a message has arrived from the summer villa. Bastian ordered, come in. Levis relayed Odette's words. The lady asked if she could come to Lutz tomorrow. She said she wanted to buy piano sheet music. How should I respond? Bastian asked, piano sheet music? Levis replied, yes. The piano that you instructed the interior decorator to get, not long ago, arrived at the summer villa today. Bastian thought to himself, it seems she is very satisfied. Bastian's gaze softened, to the point that she contacted me first. He remembered the scene of catching Odette after that day. She no longer looked into his eyes. Seeing that Bastian said nothing, Levis spoke up. Master? Bastian paused, then very quickly turned to tell Levis. Tell her to come to the Navy Department at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Levis said they could have lunch together. The next afternoon, the clock showed 11:30. Odette stood on the grounds of a large estate. I have arrived too early. She sat down on a wooden bench nearby. Going elsewhere would be unfamiliar. Then Odette took out a book to read. I'll just sit and wait here until the appointment time. Sandrine appeared. She smiled and greeted Odette. Hello, Odette. It seems you are waiting for someone at the Navy Department. Seeing her, she put the book down and stood up to greet her back. Hello, Countess Leonard. I have a lunch appointment here. Sandrine smiled. I see. Then let's go together. It happens that I also have someone I want to meet at the Navy Department. Odette looked at her and refused in a cold voice. No, I will wait here. Then she politely explained and greeted Sandrine. Because the meeting place is right here. Then I wish you a good day, Countess Leonard. Then Odette calmly sat back down on the bench. After Odette sat down, Sandrine gave a cold laugh and spoke sarcastically. It is truly surprising that a lady carrying the blood of the imperial family would be this disrespectful. Sandrine's voice was full of sarcasm and coldness. Since when, under this sky, is the wife of an officer allowed to treat a countess like that? Odette did not back down and replied, If I am truly the wife of Captain Clausitz and you are truly the Countess Leonard. Yes, this would indeed be disrespectful. Odette's words left Sandrine astonished. But isn't our relationship a bit different? Odette looked coldly at her and struck back. Judging by your words and actions until now, I guess you don't consider me Bastian's wife at all. You have considered that position to be yours, haven't you? Hearing Odette say that, Sandrine shouted angrily. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Odette was not panicked at all. She still spoke in a cold voice. If so, then as you said, I am a lady of a duke's house carrying royal blood. Why should someone like me bow my head to you? Being told that by Odette, Sandrine couldn't say anything more, only opening her eyes wide and gasping. She continued to tell her to say exactly what she wanted. If you want me to be an officer's wife, I will do so. I will apologize to the lady of higher status for being disrespectful. Odette's already cold voice suddenly became even colder. But if you keep acting like Mrs. Clausitz in front of me. Odette with a stern face but a cold voice. She warned Sandrine to get used to this. Odette directly called out her title, as if to remind her that she should remember she isn't fully divorced yet. Countess Leonard, the pink-haired girl stood there in front of the girl sitting on the bench. Well, should I stand up and apologize to you? Sandrine's hands clenched tightly. Sandrine's face darkened. This is truly a touching level of concern. In that case, feel free to sit and enjoy your reading. Odette bowed her head calmly and held her book. Yes, thank you for your understanding. Sandrine frowned as Odette's voice rang out. Then please go carefully. She turned her head to leave. She stopped. Odette. Sandrine glanced back and smiled. I hope you have plenty of time for reading, because you might have to wait longer than you think. A red-haired man chased after Sandrine. You can't, Sandrine. Bastian has an urgent matter. She turned her head in surprise. What? Did something bad happen? Lucas von Ewan spoke seriously. There was an emergency call from the Imperial Palace, saying there is a matter that needs discussion regarding the participation of the beloved delegation in the Navy Festival. It seems Admiral de Mail will directly have an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, along with Bastian as well. Sandrine looked solemn. Then what about Bastian's lunch? Lucas spoke hurriedly. In this situation, who cares about eating? He has to rush to the Imperial Palace immediately. Sandrine sighed. Lucas's voice echoed in her mind. I know you are doing this because you want to see Bastian, but today is absolutely not possible. Lucas closed his eyes with a dismissive expression. Anyway, don't have any more nonsense thoughts. Just go and eat lunch obediently. Lucas glanced at his sister. What are you doing? Why aren't you going? Sandrine looked at her brother's figure. So, has Bastian already gone to the Imperial Palace? Lucas tilted his head. No, they are probably about to depart. Outside the window, a carriage was waiting. Exactly. The carriage sent from the royal family has arrived. Sandrine looked outside in surprise. Sandrine hurriedly left. Sorry, Lucas. Let's have lunch together next time. I will treat you to a hearty meal as an apology. Lucas was surprised. What are you saying? What on earth do you plan to do? Light shone upon the magnificent palace. Marquis de Mail happily led Bastian while following someone. Look who it is. Isn't that Countess Leonard? Sandrine smoothed her hair. Hello, Admiral. Marquis de Mail spoke with concern. Your complexion doesn't look very good. Is something the matter? Sandrine spoke calmly. I came to visit, intending to have lunch with Captain Ewan, the cousin related to me, because my headache suddenly flared up again. I was planning to head back midway. Sandrine closed her eyes and bowed her head wearily. I know my own condition, but there are probably many things causing me worry. So this happens from time to time. Marquis de Mail exclaimed, Oh dear. He gestured toward the carriage. Then please join us in the carriage. Time is short, so it is difficult to take you all the way home. But the estate of Countess Leonard is also on the way to the Imperial Palace. We will drop you off nearby. Sandrine smiled. The Admiral is truly kind. Though it is shameless of me, I will accept your courtesy. The Marquis's voice rang out. You are being too formal. Bastian narrowed his eyes at the two of them. saying nothing. The luxury carriage began its departure. Bastian looked toward the palace. Odette! Bastian remembered the image of Odette sitting on the bench reading. She will soon know the situation, because I ordered the servant to quickly deliver the news to her. Since she came to Lutz to buy sheet music from the start, she only came here just to get the job done. He remembered the image of Sandrine smiling gently, however. Bastian remembered Odette standing alone by the fountain. It's fine to keep passing each other by like this, he reflected. Between the Emperor's order and the appointment with Odette, there is no need to even hesitate. Thinking about which of the two needs to be prioritized. Odette, in her yellow dress, was reading a book. A wife for only 2 years is already not among my priorities. A convoy rolled along the vast quiet road. That girl, who has nothing of her own to give me. What is someone like that to me? He clenched his hands tightly, trembling. To that girl, I am nothing more than a contract partner. Odette raised her head. She saw the carriage and the 3 people sitting inside. It was clearly so. Sandrine and Bastian glanced at her. Odette looked on in surprise, her eyes filled with a sense of loss. Bastian looked at Odette with doubt. Why on earth does she have that expression? The carriage went far away, and Odette's figure grew smaller. The sun gradually set behind the tall buildings. Odette read a book under the lamp in the bedroom. Her gaze was heavy with sadness. A servant holding a letter reported to Odette. This is a message sent from the captain. She held the letter. An urgent matter suddenly arose. So the lunch appointment will be moved to another time. She reflected on the magnificent carriage sent by the royal family. Odette held the sheet of music, her mind wandering. Admiral de Mail was also in the carriage. It was certainly for official national business. She gripped the page of the book tightly, but in her heart, there was a slight lingering unease. Regarding the fact that Sandrine was also present, she imagined the image of Bastian and Sandrine standing side by side. That woman is the one who will become Bastian's real wife. 2 years from now. Odette sat on the chair thinking sadly. I have countless times seen through to the bottom and been aware of the pain of loss, proportional to the magnitude of the affection I have given. She clenched her hands. If it isn't going to be mine. A man appeared in front of Odette. She was startled. The image of Bastian resting his chin on his hand and smiling slightly, elegant and refined, flooded her mind. Then I shouldn't have felt attached from the very beginning. Odette looked up to see Franz smiling at her. Hello. It seems the young lady came all alone. The lighting in the room shifted. Shadows covered Odette's face. Franz's voice rang out. May I have the honor of inviting the lady, who is currently solitary, for a cup of tea? Odette pursed her lips slightly. In the end, She smiled and said in a soft voice, I must decline. My husband is arriving soon. She wondered why she was looking forward to that. The late afternoon light shone on the building. Dusk began to fall. Bastian sat alone at his desk, deep in thought. He frowned and lowered his head, thinking. A girl who is always elegant and cold. Bastian remembered the scene of seeing Odette in the afternoon, yet looking exactly like an abandoned child. He wondered why she showed such an expression. He narrowed his eyes. She always behaves, as if she has no feelings for me whatsoever. So why did she, Thomas, holding a folder, stood respectfully before Bastian, listening to him speak. Executive Director. We will have to speed up the pace of the work. He broke into a light sweat and asked in a soft voice, Is there a reason why you must do so? Young master? He leaned forward, resting his clenched hands on the desk and said, By the middle of next week, I intend to move back to live permanently at the estate. That wedding house? Thomas carefully inquired, You mean... He raised his head to look at him. Yes, faster than planned. He thought of Odette, the blue-eyed girl with long black hair, her gaze heavy with sadness. Perhaps my wife and I should live together in one house. The afternoon shadow fell over the large estate. Bastian crossed his arms and said with a smile, Today, there was an emergency summons from the Imperial Palace regarding the Crown Prince. Belove has decided to participate in the Navy Festival. Everyone is paying attention to this event and its purpose. If it is that Crown Prince of Belove, he is precisely the fiancé of Princess Isabel. Clearly, the act of inspecting allies is just an excuse. The truth is, they likely want to directly verify the rumors involving the princess. The Emperor's people. Boss has summoned the Marquis, de Mail and Bastian to talk about this, and his wishes. Bastian explained for Thomas to understand. At a time like this, the Emperor wants me to portray an image of a loving, perfect couple, so living together urgently in one house is necessary. He lowered his head and thought, Actually, there is still plenty of time. But anyway, it is something that must be done. He affirmed that, thanks to it, if the Emperor's trust increases, it would also be beneficial for Odette. Thomas shook his head and stroked his chin, showing he understood. I see, of course, for a newlywed couple. To live in separate places like this is not good. But... He dropped his hand and looked at Bastian. I just feel this is not like you at all, young master. He suggested, if Mrs. Clausitz moved to Lutz temporarily, to live with you, wouldn't that be better? He closed his eyes and tilted his head. Once the matter of listing on the stock exchange is resolved, I can stay in Arden and handle the work from there, he said decisively. I don't want to entrust to my wife things that I am capable of resolving within my power. Thomas broke into a sweat. I thought you weren't satisfied with that marriage at all. He tried to find the words. It turns out the young master is a much better husband than I thought. Bastian laughed out loud. He gave a radiant smile, having married a bride of noble status. Isn't it natural that I should be this way? Blue sky and white clouds, sunlight shining down on the estate. A new day begins. Head maid Dora bowed respectfully. My lady, the master has arrived home. Odette's fingers were tapping the piano keys. She turned her head in surprise and asked, What day is it today? Dora replied respectfully, It is Wednesday, my lady. Odette thought so too. That's right. It's clearly so. She opened her eyes wide with doubt. The man who always said he was so busy that even on weekends, he wouldn't come home. Why is he back already on a Wednesday? Dora smiled. If I may be so bold. But shouldn't the lady quickly go and see how the master is? He said he has gone up to the bedroom first. Odette walked briskly. The sound of high heels echoed in the hallway. What is going on? I didn't even have time to do my makeup properly. She turned and moved into another hallway. She tilted her head to look at the noisy main hall. There were countless people down there. She looked at them in confusion. Staff from the townhouse were carrying large trunks. She pondered. Bastian went straight to the bedroom, which is quite different from usual. Odette arrived in front of the room door. Could it be? Suddenly a voice rang out. My lady. The maid pointed to the room next door. The master is in here. She was startled and tilted her head. She walked over, her hand on the doorknob. She opened the door, her heart full of questions. My bedroom. Though I don't know why he came to my bedroom. Bastian stood with his back turned toward the window. Odette looked at him and thought, he looks exactly like the true master of this estate. He turned around. Bastian, with his hands in his pockets, elegantly looking at Odette and smiling. She thought it was like a declaration. The true master of this estate has returned. The night sky was full of stars. The estate fell into a state of silence. The sound of footsteps echoed through the estate. Bastian walked by, wearing a bathrobe. He glanced briefly at himself in the mirror. Bastian with dark circles under his eyes. How long has it been since I was able to sleep properly? He remembered the scene of himself sleeping on the sofa, in the past period. When I felt so sleepy that I couldn't bear it, I would close my eyes for a moment. He remembered the scene of himself reading while eating a little something. Eating just to get through the meal was a necessity. He remembered again the scene of him working in the room continuously, day after day, and then day by day, focusing all his strength on work. Bastian reached up to stroke his face and sighed. He walked back to the room while thinking. Anyway, I have put in the effort to prepare the bait. From now on, I just need to wait for my father to bite. Bastian walked down the hallway thinking to himself. The preparations for the Navy Festival and the parade protocol are also in the completion stage. He knocked on the room door. A voice from inside said, Yes, come in. The sound of the door opening rang out. He thought, now there is only one task left. He looked at Odette holding her elbow and thought, that is to act perfectly as a newlywed couple. Enjoying a sweet honeymoon here. Odette looked at him gently. What do you want to say, Bastian? Bastian had a cold expression. No, the atmosphere was awkward. Both of them froze and said nothing. Odette tried to restrain herself from clashing with him. If I don't behave emotionally, then nothing will happen. She smiled cheerfully. If so, then what brings you here? Bastian brushed past her. To sleep. She immediately turned her head back in surprise. Could it be you mean using the same bed as me? He approached the bed and pulled up the blanket. Already he was near the bed. You already know, so why do you have to ask? She said seriously. Because I cannot understand. I understand that, due to the visit of the Crown Prince of Belove, our living together has been moved up sooner, in Odette's voice. And I also understand we need to show intimacy and affection. More. Bastian closed his eyes and leaned back against the soft pillow. He said dejectedly, But why? She broke into a sweat in surprise, thinking, why does he look so tired? She pursed her lips, thinking she must speak out regardless. She placed her hand on her chest and smiled politely. I am willing to cooperate with that. But Bastian, it isn't necessarily required to go this far. He lay on the bed and said calmly, If a problem arises at the most critical moment, will you be able to take responsibility for it? Odette hesitated. That matter... Bastian brushed his hand across his forehead. Perhaps there are still rumors even now that we are using separate rooms. It's just that those rumors aren't big enough to surface yet. She frowned. But couples in formal marriages also have separate sleeping quarters. He lay down on the pillow, resting his arm on his head, and turned to speak. I am a low-born man, so I wouldn't know about that. How could the grandson of a junk dealer be as noble as you? Odette widened her eyes and thought, oh no. She stepped forward quickly. That's not what I meant. She stood trembling by the bed. Bastian's voice rang out. Talk tomorrow, Odette. He closed his eyes and whispered, I can't hear your words clearly right now, so leave it for tomorrow. She looked at him in surprise. Bastian. She called him, but received no answer. She grabbed his shoulder and shook him. She widened her eyes in shock as his voice drifted. What is it? Bastian rested his hand on the pillow, sleeping soundly. Odette gasped. Is he really asleep already? Standing by the window, opposite the wedding estate of Bastian and Odette, Mrs. Clausitz was trembling all over. She yanked the window curtain and screamed, This is terrible! She turned away in irritation. Just how much longer must I live like this? Behind her, her son Franz Clausitz was reading a book. He looked at his mother and thought, It's starting again. She frowned and raised her head, her face full of anger. Bastian, that brat, don't tell me he intends to use the daughter of the beggar Duke to build social relationships and remarry the daughter of Duke, lazy like that poisonous cockroach. Franz was a bit worried. Even if he is reckless, how could he do that to the emperor's niece? Mrs. Clausitz's voice rang out. Well said. The emperor's niece is just a child with no power. She paced back and forth in the room irritably. There is no reason not to discard her. Furthermore, he is the son of Jeff Clausitz. She quickly grabbed a glass of wine on the table. I should have a disregarded reputation and cut off the bud sooner. Your father was truly a fool. She raised the glass and tilted her head, drinking it all, making an excuse to send him away, but ending up raising a monster. She set the wine glass on the table and said with some worry, But Franz, anyway, it is very strange. Her gaze lowered and her eyebrows knitted slightly. Everyone knows they are a newlywed couple, infatuated with each other. But the words of the servants are a bit different. Franz's voice rang out, What do you mean, mother? Her eyes widened in surprise as she spoke. Bastian goes to the villa on weekends, but they always use separate rooms. A man full of vitality. With a wife cannot be like that. Franz stood up trembling, dropping his book. Panic-stricken, he said. Mother, you are even investigating such an indecent matter? She closed her eyes with a bit of sadness. That's right. You should bloom as the noble flower of the family. Mother will wallow in the mud for you. Her face darkened as she spoke sternly. Even so, Franz, the world is changing. Now, nobles who do not control the source of money can no longer be called nobles. But you are different. She emphasized, your father's wealth and bloodline. You will inherit all of those things, so you are the most perfect noble. Franz looked at his mother in alarm as she stepped closer to her son. So do not disappoint your father anymore. She gripped Franz's shoulders tightly. Hold on tight to your fiancée, Ella. Your father was very happy to form a marriage alliance with the Count's family. Line? Mrs. Clausitz looked at her son with high expectations. You can do it, right? He bowed his head deep in thought. The book lay at his feet. He clenched his hands. Yes, mother. Outside the window, dark clouds are rolling in. In Franz's hand, he was holding a scrap of paper. He held it up and gazed at it. He remembered the image of Odette and the server carrying the plate of chocolates. She had taken one from the plate. He had seen her put it in her mouth and then close her eyes to enjoy it. Holding the chocolate wrapper in his hand, he sobbed, Odette! He closed his eyes, with a sad expression, quietly longing for that girl. What are you doing now? If only I could freely gaze at her beautiful face. He reached out to open the drawer of his desk. Inside was a red notebook. He picked up the pen and wrote. Now I cannot help but admit. He looked seriously at his notebook. The image of Odette gradually appeared in full. He thought, I want her. The sunlight from the window shone in. Odette slowly opened her eyes. She saw the profile of the man's face. She looked at him dizzily, her gaze coming from nowhere. Bastian, in the mesmerizing sunlight, propped his head on the pillow. Looking at her made her startle. She blushed with embarrassment. Why is he looking at me like that? Last night, after Bastian had fallen asleep, she went to the other side of the bed. From what happened at the villa last time, I knew for certain that requesting to sleep elsewhere would be an unwise move. She pulled back the blanket and lay on the bed. So this time, I decided to endure it and lie on the bed. She held the blanket with a pensive expression, but I slept far too comfortably. She had her back to him, looking happy while sleeping alone. I have never slept as deeply as this before. He looked at her with a questioning expression. A hand brushed toward her chin, starting to grip Odette's chin, pulling her face to turn back. Odette looked on with wide, surprised eyes. He let go of his hand. She looked at him, blushing and breaking into a sweat, thinking, what is it? She shyly lowered her face, thinking, first, I should say, good morning. She frowned, thinking, but we're wearing pajamas. So would that be too formal? Bastian closed his eyes and lowered his head with a sigh, making Odette startle. A servant's voice rang out from behind the door. Master, I have prepared the tea as instructed. Odette was still blushing when she heard Bastian reply, "Come in." Bastian took Odette's hand. He narrowed his eyes and tilted his head, saying gently, "Are you ready, my lady?" She turned her head to look at him in surprise. Ready for what? But she still nodded as if she had to do something. A lavish food cart was pushed in. On top were plates of beautifully shaped cakes and a teapot. Bastian narrowed his eyes, looking slightly dissatisfied. In front of them, the servant bowed respectfully, waiting. He reached out to put his arm around Odette's shoulder, thinking, could it be? Odette looked at the servant in the room and realized what he meant by getting ready. Was this? Bastian held Odette and kissed her on the forehead. She widened her eyes in panic. A red-haired maid blushed, staring with her mouth agape at the scene before her. Odette blushed in surprise. Is this really it? The sound of the piano echoed in the room. Odette smiled and closed her eyes, enjoying the music. Bastian stood at a distance, watching Odette play music. Bastian was solemn, his expression unreadable. She truly is a hard-working girl. The results of monitoring her over the past few days show. Odette hasn't wasted a single bit of time. Bastian remembered the sight of her checking the dishes in the cupboard. He thought with surprise. Even the tasks within the estate were not done carelessly, but performed as sincerely as a servant. That could have been left to the head maid. When he had gone to bed to read and prepare for sleep, she was still sitting at the desk taking notes. She is also carefully consolidating her social status, something I didn't expect. He sat down on the sofa, resting his chin, and thought, I didn't expect her to be this sincere in carrying out the duties of the mistress of the house. Perhaps I have made a deal that isn't too bad. Odette slowly opened her eyes. She widened her eyes in a startle. She stood up abruptly and asked in surprise, When did you get here? Bastian lowered his head, his finger lightly touching his chin. Continue. It sounds very good. She tilted her head, breaking into a sweat as she looked at him. Thank you for the encouragement, but I still have many shortcomings. Bastian looked at her with an expressionless face. Is that so? She smiled shyly. Yes, it has been a long time since I played the piano, so my hands are a bit stiff. She lowered her eyes, looking a bit melancholic. When my skills improve, at that time? She raised her eyes, something catching her attention. Oh. She doubtfully covered her mouth. 2 years later, I will leave. How can I say such words? He stood up and stepped toward her. He came before her, tilted his head, and asked, What about at that time? She looked at him in surprise. She lowered her eyes, blushing. At that time? At that time, I will play for you to hear. He looked at her, quite satisfied. A servant stepped forward and said respectfully, The horses have arrived, master. Odette looked on doubtfully. Horses? Bastian held her waist and answered, Yes, all right. He tilted his head to look at her and asked gently, You know how to ride, don't you? She pursed her lips. Odette gripped her dress tightly. She thought uncomfortably, Every time Bastian does this, I feel as if I'm suffocating. She looked at him with a radiant smile. Who knows? She encouraged herself. But I must try my best to act like a wife who loves her husband, because that is our contract. The servant led a white furred horse over and said with a smile, Her name is Snow, my lady. She is a 3-year-old mare, so she is very gentle. It won't be difficult to control her. He looked at the horse and said with a bit of concern, If you feel you can't do it, just say so. I will buy you a training horse. Odette turned back to look at him reassuringly. It's all right. I have learned to ride since I was a child. Although the feeling has faded since I haven't practiced in a long time. He looked at Odette's back and asked, When was the last time you rode a horse? She pondered, Perhaps 6 years ago. She stroked the horse's neck. Bastian's voice rang out, There is no side saddle for women. So is that all right? The horse tilted its head to look at her. She said with a pensive expression, Yes, in the past I also used my father's saddle, although my mother didn't like it. I found it to be more comfortable. Blue sky and white clouds under the gentle sunlight. He smiled as he looked at her. Then let's try it first. A horse galloped away. Odette sat firmly in the saddle, riding it at full speed across the field. Bastian sat on the back of his own horse, looking at Odette with a bit of surprise. I didn't expect her to be this proficient at riding, even though she lived in exile. A princess is still a princess after all. He sat on his horse, watching Odette gallop, reflecting. I heard that when Princess Helen was expelled from the imperial family, she had to sell many jewels to prepare money. Relatives abroad were also ready to help her. He narrowed his eyes and thought with admiration. If it weren't for Duke Dyson's gambling, she would have been able to live nobly. She rode the horse over to face him. He looked at her and thought, If that were the case, perhaps Odette would never have crossed my path. Not even once. He looked at her gently and encouraged her. At this level, we can probably go into the forest. What do you think? You can ride freely. Her gaze lowered as she softly replied, I still haven't... He lightly nudged the horse. It's all right, Odette. He turned to look at her and replied gently, I will escort you. She raised her head, eyes wide, thinking, Escort? She blushed and smiled like a blooming flower. Yes, Bastian. He opened his eyes wide, looking at her in surprise. He was startled while looking at her back. He pulled the reins and gave chase. Behind the forest was a lake with crystal clear water. Odette's long hair fluttered in the wind. Odette rode the horse along the lake shore. She looked free and full of energy. Bastian followed behind for the first time. The two of them galloped across the vast meadow. He reflected. It was the first time she smiled at me without any pretense. The maid asked in surprise, I heard that they slept in the same bed last night? The other maid touched her face and said with an unbelievable expression, Today they even kissed in front of everyone. The three people gathered to gossip. The rumor that they were forced to marry is wrong. Even the rumor that their relationship is not good. So they use separate rooms was also wrong. In that case, does the master really love the lady? If that is not the case, what other reason could there be? The red-haired maid said tremblingly, If the master truly values the lady, then what should I do? The head maid touched her hair and shook her head. She frowned and glared at Molly. If you want to continue working in this house, then you must please the lady. The red-haired maid said in a panic of worry. But head maid, I have already offended the lady. What should I do? She said calmly. The lady did not consider the matter that day to be an issue. So do not worry in vain. Come now. Everyone must prepare for lunch. Instead of chatting idly, the red-haired maid's face darkened. The head maid's voice rang in her ears. Stop gossiping. She walked quickly into the room. I didn't expect the master to actually have feelings for the lady, she thought worriedly. This won't do. I must tell that person this truth. The moon hung perfectly round in the sky. Night fell upon the estate. The clock struck past 8:15. Odette brushed her hair. She was a bit nervous. If only Bastian would fall asleep quickly. That would be good. Bastian crossed his arms and glanced briefly at her. Honestly, How long does she plan to keep brushing her hair? A tense atmosphere filled the room. A suffocating standoff. He closed his eyes and sighed. She will probably brush her hair until late at night, if I don't lie down first. He lay down, pulled up the blanket, and turned over. I guess I have to. The clock struck 5 to 9. She turned off the desk lamp and looked at him, thinking. He must be asleep by now, right? Waiting until Bastian was in a deep sleep. She pulled back the blanket, lay down, and closed her eyes to sleep quietly. Hearing a sound, she opened her eyes. She was startled and panicked, seeing Bastian with his eyes open, looking at her. She blushed and covered her mouth. Did he pretend to be asleep? I almost screamed just now. She restrained herself. Regardless, I must stay calm. She asked in a soft voice, Can't you sleep? He looked at her and asked back, What about you? She was stunned. She let out a soft breath of relief. What a relief. It seems he has no intention of crossing the line like last time. I can't sleep well even though I'm very tired. Her voice rang out. His eyes widened. Thank you for today, Bastian. She spoke happily and comfortably. Thanks to you, I had a great time. It has been a very long time since I last rode a horse. Many childhood memories came back. His voice rang out. Is that so? Do you want to go back to that time? She lightly grasped the blanket. Let's see. He looked at her. Her voice was sad. That is just a meaningless hypothesis. She suddenly remembered something. Turning her head to look at him. That's right. I intended to speak to you about the garden party that we plan to organize this weekend. What do you think if we invite Count Chanders as well? Both of their voices echoed in the quiet night. Bastian? Count Chanders? That botanist? Odette said, That's right. I heard that the Chanders family also owns a villa in Arden. Just this past weekend. They contacted us saying they had returned to that villa. They also said they would like to have a meal with us sometime. He looked at her with a pensive expression. There must be a reason to add someone not on the intended list. What could it be? Odette replied excitedly. Chanders is a prestigious family that has never fallen from the top position. In the Imperial Peerage Almanac, once you establish a friendship with him, you will gain great benefits in high society. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, in the end, who is helping whom? The two looked at each other for a long time. Bastian compromised, just do as you wish, because that is the work of the mistress of the house. Odette replied happily, Yes, Bastian. She looked at Bastian and spoke incessantly. Furthermore, regarding the program of the party, in my opinion, the night was still ongoing. Odette had fallen fast asleep. Bastian propped his head on the pillow, gazing at her face as she slept. Odette, once this marriage ends, how will your life pass by? He imagined the image of her wearing a wide-brimmed hat, stepping out of her cage to explore the world. An intelligent and upright girl. If the matters of her father and money are resolved, surely after that you will be able to live a brighter life. With anyone. Who knows? You might even have a proper marriage and manage a new family. He imagined the image of the lady and Count Chanders, happy together. In other words, like being the Countess Chanders. He felt sad and dejected. Why is my mood so dejected? Though such a life suits Odette well, however. She leaned over and turned to face him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her. It seems she is more trusting of others than expected. He reached out his hand to touch her face, compared to when she was prickly. As the time draws near, although she is gentler, she also sleeps very soundly. He brushed the long strands of hair falling down over her shoulder. Odette slept sweetly, her cheeks flushed red. He thought to himself about this right now. He looked at her, dazed. He suddenly sat up. Bastian hurried outside. He sat down on the salon chair in the living room. He bowed his head, seemingly reflecting on something. He massaged his forehead and sighed softly. He leaned back against the chair with his hand over his forehead. This is driving me crazy. Dawn broke, and the estate gradually emerged from the darkness. Dyson lay on the bed. His eyes were wide, his face gaunt. He gnashed his teeth and said, "That's right. There's no way that was a dream." He turned and shouted at the servant, "Hurry, help me up." The servant helped him up to lean against the headboard. "Look at this." His hands gripped the blanket tightly, trembling. "I can't believe I remembered." He remembered what happened back then, Tira pushing him down. It really was that girl who turned me into this state. He remembered Odette's face and thought angrily. Even though they knew it wasn't an accident, both of them kept their mouths shut. He scratched his head repeatedly. But there's no way they could have caused that, without someone backing them up. His eyes widened as he suddenly realized, that's right. It must be related to the marriage with Odette. He remembered Bastian's face, the grandson of the junk dealer. He is the one who aided and abetted. The maid broke into a sweat and asked hesitantly, "Did you have a nightmare? Shall I bring you some sedative?" Dyson scratched his head in a frenzy. They have such nerve. Both of his hands were trembling. The three of them formed a faction together, locking me in this place and then living ostentatiously. Is that it? He raised his head and held out his hand, shouting, "Bring me pen and paper, hurry up!" An exquisite and elegant banquet table. The table was decorated in harmony with the garden setting. The food was appropriate for the season. Even the seating arrangement was meticulous, showing the care given to the guests. The Countess walked ahead happily, laughing and saying, "There is not a single thing to complain about today's party. It is absolutely excellent." She turned her head to look at her and smiled. "Only one season has passed, yet you have become a completely different person." Odette stood seriously receiving the Countess's praise. "It seems you have now become a respectable lady." "Odette," she humbly and gently replied, "I really don't know anything at all. The Countess probably forgot about how I called every day and bothered her." The old lady laughed kindly. "Creating such results from just a few pieces of advice shows you are a capable person. Who deserves praise?" Odette thought sadly. As expected, blood does not lie. Truly worthy of being the princess's daughter. If bloodline truly determines everything, then half of me is also like my father, isn't it? Odette remembered the time before she read her father's letters. Her father continuously sent letters full of rage from the hospital, saying that I had married of my own accord, a marriage that he opposed. He even said I was a parasite on everything and was defiling the family's reputation. She put all the envelopes into a drawer and never touched them again. I don't have enough confidence to face a father like that, so I decided not to read anymore. I do not regret the decision of that day at all, the moment I abandoned my father for Tira. She lowered her face sadly, following after the Countess. But because she could not shake it off, guilt still remained deep within her heart. Anyway, one day I will have to go see my father. The Countess looked at the little girl being carried by her father and said gently, "My dear Maximin, shouldn't you let your daughter walk on her own? By now?" She raised her head, startled. The voice of that person rang in her ears. "She is still just a baby. Wait until she grows a bit more, and I will let her walk by herself." He held the little girl like a doll in his arms and looked at Odette, saying politely, "I have taken a walk around the garden. The garden is truly magnificently decorated." Mrs. Closets, Bastian strolled around the garden. He admired the beauty. Now I am forced to recognize the fact that Odette is a talented mistress of the house. He gazed at the magnificently decorated garden, quietly praising it. Just last spring, a girl who, at most, was only an object of contempt and pity. He remembered the image of her sitting in the wedding carriage, holding a fan to cover her face, her whole body covered in sparkling, colorful gold jewelry. And yet, in just one season, she has become the flower of high society, as if it were an obvious law of nature, exactly like a queen living a noble life. He closed his eyes, his face calm as he spoke bluntly. "Isn't it like a coronation ceremony? Built with money? What does the image of him placing a crown on her matter, no matter how much, as long as it can create a position that the world has never provided? I only need to be able to make my wife shine, brighter than anyone. There is no reason for me to hesitate." He tilted his head and looked around. But where on earth is Odette? It seems she was just here. Odette called him from behind. "Bastian." Odette carried that lovely little girl while walking with Maximin, looking like a family of 3. He spoke with a serious face. So you were here. Maximin smiled cheerfully. My lady, let me carry Alma. Maximin carried Alma and smiled at Bastian. I was truly impressed. While taking a walk around this magnificent villa, Captain Bastian narrowed his eyes. He stepped forward, put his arm around Odette's waist and said cheerfully, Thank you, sir. Everything is thanks to my wife's care and management. Alma, with her large round eyes, looked up. The little girl began to whimper. Alma opened her mouth and screamed loudly, startling the 3 of them. Mommy! A lady behind Bastian spoke doubtfully, causing his face to darken. Just now, the child called her Mommy. The Countess broke into a sweat and quickly intervened. How pitiful. It's just that the child is jealous of other children who have mothers by their side. So that's why. Odette has always liked children anyway. Maximin hurriedly carried Alma away. I am truly sorry, everyone. I will get her to calm down. Alma lay on Maximin's back and burst into tears. I don't like it, Mommy. The little girl's scream echoed everywhere just as before. Mommy! She hurriedly stepped forward to explain. It's just a child's mistake. I hope you can overlook it, Captain Bastian. The Marchioness smiled kindly. After all, that child... Marquis Demo cleared his throat. Those words are entirely true. Because Maximin's wife, who has left this world, looked very much like Mrs. Clausitz here. He raised a finger and thought reflectively. Alma also looks very much like my mother. That's right. That's what I'm saying. No wonder. My mother and Mrs. Clausitz look so much alike. Marchioness Demo turned pale and shouted, My dear! She hurriedly pulled his arm and said urgently, Stop talking such nonsense. Come here, hurry up. You've had too much to drink. Marquise de Mel disagreed. I haven't drunk much today. The Marchioness was frustrated. Oh my goodness. I really can't deal with you, honestly. The Countess looked at them and let out a soft sigh. She turned to the 2 of them and said gently, The 2 of you should also have a child soon. If you like other people's children that much, then with your own children, how much closer would the bond be? The Countess's voice echoed in her ears. Isn't that right, Odette? Odette bowed her head in silence and did not answer. Bastian smiled with narrowed eyes, looked at the Countess and said, Yes, certainly Odette will become a capable mother who loves her children. He turned to look at Odette with a gentle gaze. What if I want to have a beautiful daughter who looks like you? He held her hand tightly. The corners of her lips trembled as she thought to herself, Be faithful to what I need to do. Until the very end. She immediately smiled happily. It's fine, regardless of who they look like. In the evening, countless fireworks were launched into the sky. The 2 of them stood before the romantic scene, reflecting. By this point, today's party can be considered a success. Can't it? Even the Countess has not stopped giving praise. The couples happily embraced and kissed each other. Perhaps the invited guests are also satisfactorily enjoying the party. Bastian and Odette tilted their heads to glance at each other. Odette thought proudly, though it's not something I want to boast about, but... He raised his hand and lightly gripped her chin. She blushed and thought, because this is a party I truly worked hard to prepare. He pulled her into his arms, leaned over, and kissed her lips. With flushing cheeks, Odette thought, for the first time, I feel like I have performed my role well. The 2 of them stood kissing under the sky full of fireworks. Odette felt a bit of anticipation. But why is it that in my heart, I want to receive recognition from? Bastian of all people? Odette blushed. She looked dizzily at Bastian's face magnified, within her sight, thinking, I'm just doing the work I need to do according to the contract. Why am I... Bastian whispered softly. Odette. She widened her eyes, looking at him expectantly. He looked at her with a melancholic gaze. How about the reason for our divorce being an affair? That image was always lingering in his mind. Odette carrying Alma and standing next to Maximin. They looked like a real family. He felt a bit of loss, thinking, perhaps because of what just happened. So I am not completely like myself at all. But suddenly, such a thought has arisen. He softly called the name of the girl before him. Odette. He thought to himself, I want to understand the heart of this girl. Odette widened her eyes in surprise, looking at him when she heard him say, The reason for our divorce is an affair. The fireworks had faded away. A layer of clouds had hidden the stars. Darkness enveloped the 2 of them. He held Odette's hand and explained calmly, We had a noisy marriage, to the point of causing a stir in high society. Is there any more suitable reason to have a clean divorce? She bowed her head and asked softly, Do you really want that kind of rumor? He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at her. She let go of his hand. She put her hand to her chest, looking at Bastian, and said calmly, If that is what you want, I will do it. When that time comes, I will also try to find a suitable person. In their bedroom, the light was still on. He leaned over to look at her sleeping soundly. Exhaling a soft breath, he thought dejectedly, She says she'll pretend to be a weak woman while she can't even kiss properly. Bastian looked at her sleeping quietly. He thought, whatever anyone says. As long as there is determination, it will be done at any cost. He looked at her with infatuation. Beauty to the point that anyone would be enchanted is the truth. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch her cheek. The image of talking with the Countess in the afternoon appeared before his eyes. The two of you should also have a child soon. If you even like other people's children, then how much closer would the bond be with your own children? He pulled his hand back. He sat up abruptly and got out of bed, thinking to himself, however, such a thing with Odette will not happen. He raised his hand to stroke his forehead with a tired expression. Not creating the seeds of trouble is perhaps for the best, because I realized it when witnessing my father's life full of trouble, because he could not resolve it. The head maid, Zora, stood seriously serving in the estate. She subconsciously looked out the window and saw the red-haired maid hurriedly running somewhere. Molly is entering and leaving the garden arbitrarily again. She exhaled a breath and said dejectedly, every chance she gets, she wants to be lazy and dodge work. The vast and ancient estate appeared in the sunlight. The estate of Jeff Clausitz, Mrs. Clausitz, holding a folder of documents about the lives of the couple. Bastian recently, she smiled and said, as if he is showing off. Did he actually sleep in the same bed as his wife? That's not like Bastian at all. Molly smiled to curry favor. Clearly the two of them are in love, ma'am. If you read through it all, you will think so too. The affectionate actions that I witnessed with my own two eyes and recorded. You can believe them, ma'am. She exhaled a breath, placing her clenched hand against her chin. I thought they were just acting to please the emperor. She thought with a bit of suspicion, could he really be sincere toward his wife? She praised the red-haired maid in front of her. As expected, I was wise to accept your proposal. Nancy, your niece is very clever. She has made me very satisfied. Nancy smiled to curry favor. Molly has been quick-witted since she was a child, ma'am. I guarantee the girl will be of great help to you. If you keep her by your side, ma'am. The maid nearby asked doubtfully. How can you keep her by your side, ma'am? A child who was sold as a maid in that house? Mrs. Clausitz said nonchalantly. No, she doesn't necessarily have to be hired as a servant to be one of my people. Just take your time, thinking of a way. She lowered her face, her eyes filled with worry about her husband's son from his first wife. Bastian, but if I think back, that boy has not been normal since he was a child. Bastian as a child, with a dull gaze looking at his mother, even when witnessing his mother's death. Yet the pupils of a child's eyes were so still that it gave me goosebumps. His arm was in a cast. His gaze was cold, looking forward amidst his stepmother's fear. He just continued to endure those harsh times. No matter how many times I pushed him to the edge of the abyss, he only grew stronger and stronger. How disgusting. Mrs. Clausitz's hand clenched and trembled repeatedly. The day Sophia died, I should have eliminated that child. Even if I had to suffer the scandal for the family's reputation, I spared his life. Yet he isn't grateful and dares to be bold enough to want revenge. She naturally would not give up in fear. Of course, I cannot just sit still and watch. She gave instructions to Molly. Molly excitedly replied, yes, my lady. She pondered, seemingly having found a way. If Bastian truly loves Odette, from now on, focus on keeping an eye on Bastian's wife. Because who knows, you might become a good friend to her. At that point, it would be no different from the most wonderful shackles. In front of the estate's main hall, a man is walking on the red carpet. Bastian brushed past his assistant. Odette was happy because of yesterday's party. Yesterday, I was very excited to receive praise from the Countess. Bastian smiled at his wife. From tomorrow on, don't come out here. It's not necessary for you to wake up in the middle of it to perform these rituals. She looked at him and thought dejectedly, what am I expecting from this man? I'm truly like a fool. Her gaze was sad. This is just a contract with a predetermined end. Nothing will be difficult as long as I don't reveal my own feelings. She laughed out loud happily to hide her own sense of loss. Anyway, I can't sleep in any longer, so it's no trouble at all, compared to the happiness of being able to look at you one more time. What do those things matter? He looked at her laughing happily and thought to himself, her acting is getting better and better, isn't it? He put his arm around her waist and pulled her close, thinking, who knows, she might even win the leading role at the Royal Theatre. After the divorce, the two embraced as if in a place with no one else, laughing and talking happily. Bastian, if you have something to say, then tell me. Odette, you know that I only need you. He narrowed his eyes slightly, not very satisfied. Last night was exactly the same as this moment. He held her in his arms and kissed her lips. You said you would look for a suitable partner with that face. When you answered, you didn't hesitate at all. That time and even right now are not different at all. He lightly bit her lip, making her tremble as she stood on tiptoe. He gently caressed the skin of her back. Odette was immersed in the sweet kiss. He is bolder than usual. Why is that? Odette gripped Bastian's clothes, her hands trembling slightly. I can't breathe. His eyes gazed at her with infatuation, but he suddenly realized something. He let her go. She leaned against him, breathing in the fresh air. He gently held her and said, "Let's have dinner together. At the latest, I will return by 8 o'clock." Then he turned to leave. She started and widened her eyes. She ran to grab his hand and called out loudly, "Bastian!" She broke into a sweat and said anxiously, "It's not necessary to try too hard. Of course, I would be very happy if I could do that with you, but I don't want to become a burden." He glanced at her and smiled slightly. He let go of her hand, leaving her doubtful. He turned back, smiled, and waved goodbye to her. "Don't worry about that. Today isn't a day where I am too busy either." The two maids behind them blushed and covered their mouths, giggling. Oh my. She stood dazed as cold sweat broke out in waves. In the end, why? Blue sky and white clouds. The trees were lush green. Odette rode her horse through the forest. A dark shadow flashed before her. She widened her eyes in a startle. She panicked and pulled the reins. A dog with fur as white as snow raised its head to look at her. A puppy? She dismounted and walked toward the dog. She stepped closer, looked at it, and said, "Where did you come from? Could it be that you have lost your owner?" Suddenly, a larger dog dashed out. She reached out with a gentle expression. "I'm sorry. So you are the mother?" It paid no attention to the girl and picked up its pup in its mouth. It galloped off into the forest. She looked in the direction the dog ran and thought, where on earth did that dog come from? Though its appearance looks disheveled, it seems to be an expensive breed. Sunset fell upon the forest. She looked at the sky, a bit surprised. Time has passed so quickly. If I don't return fast, I won't have time to do my makeup and welcome, she thought dejectedly. If he finds out the truth, that I am receiving guests in riding attire, I don't know what kind of words Bastian would utter then. I don't want to see that cold gaze any longer. She sadly bowed her head. She remembered the image of the party last night, the moment when he uttered those words. How about the reason for our divorce being an affair? She reassured herself, thinking, although I eventually had to hear those words, at least before then, I want to perform my duties well. She remembered the piano kept in the room. Although it was a matter of being conscious of the world's gaze, Bastian has shown me much care, giving a piano as a gift. She remembered the white horse she had ridden, then giving me the opportunity to go riding, telling me I could ride anytime I wanted, even preparing all the equipment, everything. She sadly closed her eyes, because I know there are too many favors that he has granted me until now. Therefore, I will not say words that hurt him. She gripped the reins, her heart full of sorrow. At the very least, I will remain in that man's memory, as a worthy employee. She rode the horse back to the estate along the old trail, with a sense of loss in her heart, thinking because of what I desire, no matter how far it goes, there is only one happy ending with Bastian. It was almost dark. The servant informed Odette, the master sent word. The company's business is busy today, so he will likely return late. He bowed respectfully. It's also possible he might stay at Mr. Muller's house. So, my lady, please go to rest early and do not wait. She held the teacup in her hand, her voice firm. He didn't mention anything about staying overnight. She placed the teacup on the table, reflecting. It's true, it's a long way back. Just closing one's eyes for a moment, then having to travel again at dawn. Instead, it would certainly be more convenient to stay at the house of an acquaintance in the capital area. She stood up and replied, I understand, Levis. He said with a bit of tension, My lady. He looked at her back. I have a favor to ask of you. I'm not sure if it's convenient for me to speak now. She glanced over but did not turn around. What is it? He broke into a cold sweat and stammered. The matter is, lately, the master insists on not having a proper breakfast. It is truly worrying. He spoke softly about the events of this morning, when he brought coffee up to Bastian, even just this morning. The commute is quite far. I fear the master will be tired, so I will prepare a driver. Bastian studied the sugar he was pouring into his coffee. No, there's no need. He drank the coffee to the last drop. Lovis saw it and was dissatisfied. Is he making do with that drink instead of breakfast again? He softly advised Bastian. If that is the case, I beg you to have a full breakfast. If you continue like this, your health will be affected. Bastian smiled and said, I am the one who knows my own health best. You don't need to worry. Lovis disagreed and said, How can the person whose deployment was postponed due to health issues say such words? Bastian looked at Lovis and smiled defensively. It's not quite like that. Is having a proper breakfast going to help you avoid an incoming bullet? Lovis put his hand to his forehead and said dejectedly, It would be better if he had a full meal, instead of just drinking coffee. But he won't listen to me at all. Odette seemed to understand. So that's how it is. It's because he is worried about the Imperial hero's eating habits. Lovis placed his hope in the lady of the house before him. But if the Madame speaks, he will surely listen. Madam, Madam, please, could you help me persuade him? She thought about it and felt it was a bit impossible. A stubborn person who ignores even the advice of his closest. Butler. Why? Would he listen to the rambling of a fake wife of 2 years? Well, she found it a bit difficult. However, I can't possibly refuse this request either, she replied with effort. If that's the case, I will try to speak to him once. He bowed happily and said, Thank you, madam. Originally, he is someone who doesn't know how to take care of himself. But now it is fortunate to have you by his side. She broke into a sweat, trying to force a smile. What? If he does not agree, then I'll just speak frankly and request his cooperation. The city was submerged in darkness. Thomas gestured toward the car and said, Please come with me today, master. It's too late to return to Arden now. Bastian brushed past him and replied, No, I will return home regardless. He was surprised. You won't be able to sleep for more than a few hours before you have to come back again. What is the reason you must go that far? He closed his eyes and let out a breath. It's nothing, really. Just that we're newlyweds. He broke into a sweat, feeling a bit tense. It seems the rumor that a hero cannot pass the trial of a beautiful woman is not wrong at all. He was a bit worried. To be honest, I was very concerned, fearing the master would face misfortune because of a mistaken marriage. He tilted his head and looked at him. Don't worry, Odette is a good person. He smiled. Yes, since the master says so, I will believe it for now. He looked at his back and wondered, does the master even know? He looked at him. His face was calm. The corners of his lips curved slightly as if he were thinking of someone. After getting married, your face looks extremely peaceful. The car arrived at the villa late at night. As soon as Bastian entered, the head maid informed him, the lady has already gone to sleep. He thought as much. There was no way she would stay awake until the early hours of dawn. He put on his nightgown and walked through the villa with his hand on his forehead. He touched his forehead, thinking of Odette sleeping soundly. There's no need to share a bed tonight, right? I don't want to wake a girl who is fast asleep. He stepped gently down the hallway. Just the images shown during the past period are enough. He stood before the bedroom door, the door leading to Odette's bedroom. He looked at the door and suddenly realized he had come here subconsciously. Was it because of habit? He turned his head back. He stopped as if thinking about something. He closed his eyes and let out a breath. He turned back and walked, thinking to himself, just for a moment. He opened the room door, feeling a bit tense, thinking, I'll watch Odette sleep, and then I'll return to my room afterward. He remembered the image of himself walking in the hallway, thinking that maintaining a lifestyle had become a habit, is the most efficient way of life, because it can minimize the waste of thought and emotion. He remembered the scene of him lying on his side in bed watching Odette sleeping soundly. But now I am no longer sure. Without knowing when, Odette has become a part of my habit. He narrowed his eyes in reflection. And yet, the expenditure of thought and emotion has not decreased at all. He didn't know if it was the room door opening or the door to his heart that was opening. He thought that, on the contrary, because of that habit, his life seemed to be becoming more complicated. He looked around the room in the darkness. He walked over to the side of the bed. He came beside Odette and looked at her. He widened his eyes in surprise. She wasn't asleep yet. She was waiting for him to return. Come here, Bastian. Something seemed to touch his heart gently. He spoke tenderly. I had no intention of waking you. His voice echoed. Up until this late hour? She sat up. No, it's okay. I was waiting for you to return. She looked at him with flushed cheeks. If one is a good wife, isn't this a matter of course? He looked at her in surprise. Time passed quietly. The light from the stars radiated in the sky. A new day began. Duke Dyson tilted his head and asked the maid, Has there really been no reply letter? She bowed and replied, Yes, the Duke's mailbox is completely empty. His eyes widened in panic, his mouth agape. How can that be? Go and check it again immediately. The maid broke into a sweat. I have checked back and forth 3 times already. He clutched his head and screamed in anger. They know the truth and still dare to look down on me? The maid left dejectedly. He's having another fit. He closed his eyes and angrily cursed Bastian. Bastian, that bastard, has ruined Odette and turned me into this state just so he could marry Odette. He wanted to take my daughter like a trophy, to hide that low-born blood of his. The maid trembled when she heard the words he said. Tira, that stupid girl. There is no way she could use her brain like that. Surely Odette was the one behind the scheme. They conspired together to eliminate their father and live happily with each other, didn't they? When a maid overheard the shocking secret, she stood there frozen, listening to Dyson say, That's right. Clearly they intended to kill me from the beginning, because if I had fallen a little harder, I might have died instantly, right there. She touched her chin and reflected. Could it be that the daughter caused the incident that turned the father into this state? She tilted her head and looked at Duke Dyson, thinking in fear. If that is the truth, Isn't it clearly a crime? A hand knocked on the door. Bastian's voice rang out. Come in. Odette encouraged herself. It's okay. It's not that there is no chance of success. She walked in and tilted her head, looking around. Bastian stood before the window wearing a shirt. He turned back to look at her. Odette? She turned around, her face blushing, thinking awkwardly. Why did I have to come in exactly when he was changing? The maids were laying out food on the table. The voices of the two rang out. Bastian, what is it, Lady Odette? As you see, this is breakfast. She looked toward the dining table awkwardly. All the servants are also present. I cannot leave this place, just because he is changing. He pulled the hem of his shirt to tuck it into his trousers. He raised his hands to tie his necktie. Odette thought awkwardly. Just how long does he plan to wait before putting his trousers on? He buttoned his cuffs. Odette saw him put his trousers on. She closed her eyes and let out a breath. She breathed a sigh of relief. Now I can finally raise my head with peace of mind. For the first time, seeing a man's grooming process. She looked at him putting on his vest, feeling a bit dazed. Even with such a tall height and large build, he gives an impression of elegance. Or perhaps it is because of the graceful lines of the clothes. He stepped toward her, making her startle. There is no need for that, Odette. Coffee is enough for me. Her cheeks were still flushed. She gently suggested, now that the commute has become longer, you should try to change your habits. Wouldn't that be better? He said nothing, looking down at the dining table. But she thought firmly, there's no way Bastian would listen to what I say. Just from one attempt, she confidently remembered Tira. However, I have experience in coaxing others to eat their meals. Even Tira, who was a picky eater as a child, was very difficult to please. She reached out and held a spoon. Of course, Tira back then was just a small and thin child. Anyway, the essence of taking care and preparing a meal is all the same. She held a spoon in one hand and a cup with an egg in the other, smiling happily as she said, let's try the egg fortune-telling game. His face darkened. Egg fortune-telling? She used the spoon to tap on the top of the egg. It's about looking at the shape of the cracked eggshell and predicting today's luck. Look, like this. Lovis stood with his hands behind his back, watching Odette smiling happily. She said, come here, Bastian. I will read your fortune. She mouthed to him, please cooperate with me. He looked at the scene with a headache. It seems Lovis wants to force me to eat breakfast at all costs. He leaned forward and sat down in the chair. He suddenly realized there was no sugar bowl on the table. He looked at Lovis, who stood there smiling. Has Lovis decided to become the ladies' man now? She looked at him and said gently, compared to just drinking coffee, it's better for you to eat a full meal. Otherwise, if your body becomes weak, it will be a big trouble. He glanced at her slightly. His hand held the spoon and tapped on the egg. He smiled and looked at her. Why is that? Are you afraid of becoming a widow? She stood up excitedly. Of course. I don't want to be left alone. In this world without you. She lowered her eyes to look at the egg, thinking of her lovely younger sister. Actually, I came up with the egg fortune-telling game to draw Tira's interest. Stirring up this luck, it seems today will be a lucky day. The egg cracked in 3 lines. She smiled to coax him. Now if you eat that whole egg, the fortune will come true. Come on, come on. There's also bread and salad prepared here to go with it. She broke into a sweat, her eyes fixed on the egg. Bastian must have guessed that all this fortune-telling is just nonsense. She looked at Lovis, who was watching this way expectantly. But Lovis is highly hopeful and is watching closely. She looked at him with a blush, feeling a bit expectant above all else. She watched him as he rested his hand under his chin, thinking dejectedly, I've gone this far already. Please just eat it. His hand held the spoon and scooped up the egg yolk. Lovis widened his eyes and smiled in surprise. She also looked at him in amazement. He closed his eyes and put the spoonful of egg into his mouth. She thought happily, Bastian actually listened to me. Watching him eat the egg leisurely, she felt as if a burden had been lifted. I had thought about trying to negotiate, when it was just the two of us, if this attempt failed, but that is no longer necessary. She leaned her cheek on her hand, looking at him with infatuation. Anyway, for today, she looked at the egg cracked into the shape of a star. Perhaps a lucky star has appeared for me as well. A girl's voice rang through the telephone. Sister! She felt as happy as a blooming flower. Immediately answering the phone, she asked repeatedly, Tira, are you well? How is the first semester at the new school? Can you keep up with the classes? Are you eating your meals properly? Tira laughed cheerfully and reminded her, Sister, calm down. You might run out of breath. I'm doing very well here. I also have many friends to play with. Odette held the receiver and listened quietly to her younger sister, her face full of longing. I eat a lot. My waistline has probably increased by a size already. It seems she is living very well, thank goodness. Tira was silent for a moment, then spoke hesitantly. But sister, actually a few days ago, I had a dream that made me uneasy, so I called you. Hearing Tira's words made her startle and widen her eyes. I dreamed that father threw me into prison. That dream was so clear and vivid, just like real life. She cut off her sister's words. Come now, Tira. Her face darkened. That has nothing to do with you. Forget it. I already told you that I would take responsibility, Tira said. But sister... Odette cut her sister off again. Listen carefully. Tira Beller, if you utter those words even one more time, I will not see you again. Tira was stunned after hearing that. She said sadly, Sister, I'm sorry. Everything is going so well that perhaps I feel uneasy. I am very happy. Maybe it's because I'm afraid of losing my current life. Yes. Odette comforted her sister. It's okay, Tira. I promise that will absolutely not happen. Yes, now I will also forget everything. So please also promise not to say such scary things anymore. Tira's voice rang through the receiver. Now you have a new family, but I still only have you, just as before. Without you, I would be all alone in this world. Do you know that? She softened her voice to reassure her sister. Of course, I promise. Tira, the truth is I also only have you as my family. Tira announced excitedly. Oh, that's right. Sister, on the day they invite the parents. Can you come to me? You are like a mother. She was silent for a long time, silently calculating. If I want to go to Kaisba, I need Bastian's permission. I would have to be away for at least 2 days. Odette's voice rang out. I will check my schedule. Tira broke into a cold sweat and comforted her sister. I don't want to be a burden to you at all. If you are busy and cannot come, it's okay. Yes. Tira's voice rang out. Then I'll call again next time. I love you, sister. Goodbye, Odette said softly. Goodbye, Tira. I love you too. Goodbye, Tira. She hung up the receiver and reflected sadly. In reality, Tira could never imagine the situation of a hired worker who cannot leave the house for a few days without permission. Just like having a grand wedding ceremony. As if they were happy. She clenched her hands and shook her head. I can't. Don't worry about things beyond my control. She looked out the window. Clear skies and a gentle breeze. It's rare to have such a clear and blue day. She looked at the sky and smiled. There's no need to fall into a melancholy mood and ruin a beautiful day like this. I should quickly go for a walk and return before sunset. A servant's voice echoed from outside the door. Madam, a guest has come to see you. She answered in surprise. Aren't there no guests scheduled to visit today? The head maid said respectfully, yes, although there was no private appointment in advance. That person wanted to ask if the madam could spare a little time. Dora handed the invitation to Odette. Here it is. The visiting card that the guest wrote and sent. She looked at the card and widened her eyes in surprise. Sunset fell upon the city. Bastian was walking on the street. He glanced across the road. He saw Jeff Clausitz, holding the waist of a woman and laughing and talking with her by the roadside. He put his hand in his pocket and looked contemptuously at the platinum blonde hair and the pale blue eyes. This time, it is also a woman who looks exactly like Mother, constantly searching for a substitute for the woman, whom he took advantage of, and then discarded without mercy. What a grotesque hobby. He turned his head away sharply. The love of the stepmother, who endured that situation, is truly remarkable. A train was running on the tracks. The battle to win the right to build the railway line connecting the north and south is becoming increasingly fierce. He thought about his plan. Our joint venture with Levi will pull ahead of my father's company and win that battle. That is precisely the beginning of my plan. He will fall into disarray once the railway construction rights are snatched away, dealing a heavy blow. Father will certainly lose his patience. Naturally, he will act aggressively, taking risks in investments and seeking a breakthrough. He thought of the trap already prepared. At that very moment, I will spring the trap that has been prepared for a long time. I will ambush Father as easily as the palm of my hand. He looked up at the sunset in the sky and thought sadly. Even though the people out there imagine and spread rumors about my revenge at will, I bury my head in this work not for that reason, because ever since I left the family, they have become meaningless to me. He remembered his grandfather's words. Grandfather said it was because they had hurt me. If this silence were due to illness, it wouldn't be so bad. Grandfather wanted revenge for his poor mother. However, my grandfather, even before closing his eyes, always wanted revenge for his daughter who died unjustly. He remembered kneeling before his grandfather's grave. He had promised the grandfather who saved him from hell and gave him boundless love. I have a responsibility to repay his kindness. He gripped the steering wheel and drove home. He reflected. Anyway, I want to test it. Honor and bloodlines obtained by trampling on one's children. Would they still be fine without money? He clenched his hand and thought firmly. Once he loses everything, because of the money from the junk dealer who was once despised, he might know the answer immediately, no matter what, to bring that day closer. This plan must succeed. He remembered Sandrine smiling in the past. in that respect. Sandrine was the best bride, because it was the safe solution, with the best efficiency, in maintaining the friendly relationship with the house of Lavi. He narrowed his eyes. But even without the house of Lavi, I still achieved my intent. He thought of Odette. It was a flash of wisdom. He remembered the image of her holding the egg and smiling radiantly, saying, "You will one day achieve a precious enlightenment." He bowed his head and sighed. In the end, how long does she plan to pull these deceptive tricks? Every morning? The car traveled along the road, carrying Bastian's stream of thoughts. But then again, realizing the marriage with Sandrine was the best thing. Wasn't that a very wrong assumption? Sunset fell upon the estate. A voice rang out. "The master has returned. It seems you returned earlier than expected." Levis bowed respectfully. "Actually, there is a guest at the estate." Odette stood upstairs and called him, "Bastian." He looked up in surprise. Odette looked at him gently, with Maximin standing behind her. "Come here quickly." A young maid wearing round glasses held a handbag and walked along the street. She sighed and thought to herself, "I can't understand it." Recalling what? Dyson, haggard and gaunt, had screamed, "That's right. Clearly they intended to kill me from the beginning. Because if I had fallen a little harder, I might have died instantly right there." She truly did not understand. He is enjoying luxury in a private hospital, all thanks to his son-in-law and daughter. The girl's expression was pensive, her eyes showing deep reflection. However, seeing him so worried that he stopped eating, what is really going on? While trying to consider what it could be, the girl suddenly shook her head vigorously. "No way. It's probably just the victim mentality of a patient. It's not the first or second time I've seen patients confined to a hospital room become melancholy and fall into delusions." She continued to walk forward. Her eyes spotted a woman in the distance, standing in the middle of the street, under the lush green trees. She arrived early. The girl excitedly called out, "Sister Sujiang!" The tea-haired girl turned around elegantly, her mouth curling slightly. It was unclear if she was being serious or smiling. The scene shifted to another location. It was getting dark, inside a building with grand architecture. A voice rang out from within, as if continuing a story. "So, finally, the owner of those words has appeared. It is Mrs. Clausitz." She sat on a soft leather chair and said, "The son-in-law and daughter conspired together to turn him into that state?" "Yes," the maid agreed. "That's right. They say he constantly insists on that and causes a commotion in the hospital room, but according to that girl's observation, it seems he is just suffering from delusions. It's quite common." "That makes sense. Because of that accident, he can no longer walk. So how could his mind possibly be lucid?" The words she said seemed to make Mrs. Clausitz uncomfortable. Her facial muscles were tense, with her arms crossed and an extremely serious expression. Duke Dyson was completely forgotten by everyone after being injured by a slipping accident, making Mrs. Clausitz think that he might just be an important puzzle piece. Everyone knows the story, that he vehemently opposed his daughter's marriage, and yet the wedding went smoothly. Right after the accident occurred, it was just at the time she happened to find out that the sister of Susan was working at that hospital. Mrs. Clausitz thought that to win people over. Naturally, I shouldn't be stingy, but must open my purse. I promised Susan's sister that I would immediately pay twice the compensation she receives from Bastian. She took hold of the gold necklace, slowly stood up and added calmly, "Pass the word to your sister to continue observing the movements of Duke Dyson and report to me. Tell her that nothing dangerous will happen." Susan's hand was supported by the lady, whose other hand gently placed the chain in her hand. She obeyed. "Yes, my lady." Upon receiving the necklace, she was bewildered and flustered, saying, "There is no need for this, oh my. How could I dare accept such precious jewelry?" Mrs. Clausitz smiled. "You saying that makes me sad. Susan, we are longtime friends." Just hearing this, Susan's eyes immediately lit up with a smile. She bowed respectfully and thanked the lady. Mrs. Clausitz's inner thoughts began to become complicated again. Intricate webs tightly covered the path. The old image of Duke Dyson appeared through the mirror, but then it shattered into pieces. The fragments flew everywhere. "I cannot fully trust." The words of a cripple like Duke Dyson. But anyway, who knows if this is the opportunity to take down that bastard? Her face was grave. Her entire soul seemed to sink into darkness. But a ray of light still flashes. Although it is still just intuition without evidence, there is definitely something involving Bastian's wife. At the hall, the two men met. Sanders stepped down the stairs. "I would have felt regret to leave without being able to meet Captain Clausitz. This is truly fortunate." He also replied, "Greetings, Mr. Sanders. I really didn't think that the Count would visit my house." Sanders smiled socially and gestured with his hand. First let me offer my apologies to you. I was disrespectful for visiting without a prior appointment." Bastian was still smiling on the outside, but thought to himself, this is not the face of a sincere apology at all. He maintained basic politeness. "Do you have some urgent matter?" While Sanders replied calmly, The previous party. Elma's mistake occurred because an apology couldn't be made properly, so I kept feeling uneasy in my heart. I also wanted to invite you both to my estate for a meal, but because of family matters, I have to leave Arden earlier than expected. Bastian's eyes lowered. He mused quietly on the belief that once you give, the other party will receive it with gratitude. At first glance, it looks like humility, but in the end, the essence of it is a class consciousness found only among the nobility. Bastian also quickly returned to a smile on his lips. If that's the case, shall we have dinner together? Sanders, seeing him agree so quickly, became flustered. No, thank you. But I must leave now to catch the train on time. I only came for a moment to say goodbye before departing. He showed himself to be a thoughtful person, friendly and hospitable, so he still offered an invitation. If you say so, then let's have a drink together. If you leave like this, I will feel very uneasy. Sanders looked in Odette's direction. I have already had tea with Mrs. Clausitz. You have welcomed me very warmly, so please do not feel uneasy about it. Bastian looked at her, his expression becoming serious. He didn't say anything more. Sanders also continued cautiously. Ah, that's right. Once again, I sincerely apologize. Due to Elma's negligence on that day, the woman stepped forward following Sanders' words. Come now, Elma, you must apologize to the captain. The woman bowed slightly. The innocent girl looked at him. Her green eyes were very beautiful. The girl trembled slightly as she spoke. I am sorry, Captain. Bastian's expression did not smile, but his mind was full of thoughts. An apology. What on earth did this child do wrong? Looking at that man's smiling face, Bastian could not understand it. Wasn't it entirely his fault for putting his daughter out front and then lingering beside a woman who looked exactly like his deceased wife? No, if he were sincerely apologizing, he shouldn't have shown up again at all. Suddenly, his eyes widened slightly, as if something had caught his attention. Bastian's gaze fell upon the girl's collar, that decorative piece of lace fabric. Then he recalled something. It was when he watched her knitting something and wondered to himself, what is she knitting that tiny piece of lace for? After remembering, Bastian finally had the answer. It turns out, that is what Odette had been working hard on every night for the past few days. Then the butler entered, still maintaining his standard decorum. He announced, "The requested carriage is ready, sir." Sanders still maintained his standard decorum, placing one hand on his chest and bowing slightly, showing himself to be a nobleman. Then I will soon send an invitation for you both to visit the Sanders home. Please give me the opportunity to repay your kindness. The butler bowed, his hand guiding Sanders. Sanders and the butler carried the child toward the main door. Under the watchful eyes of Bastian and Odette, she exclaimed, "It's fortunate that we had the chance to say goodbye before they left." Odette, beautiful and radiant, smiled. Congratulations on becoming a part of Sanders' diplomatic circle. She continued to Bastian. Bastian narrowed his eyes, his expression showing nothing particularly special. In the luxurious space of the dining room, Bastian and Odette were having a meal together. Both sat at opposite ends of the dining table, appearing somewhat distant. A slender, beautiful hand placed the knife down on the food plate. Its owner thought suddenly. Odette looked off into the distance. Suddenly a guest visited, so I couldn't go for a walk. She began to think stray thoughts about the forest and those small animals just now. It has already been 10 days since I started taking care of the dogs that I accidentally met in the forest. Although it's still difficult to get close to them, every time I go for my stroll, they frequently appear in the same place and wait for me to feed them. The dark space outside the curtains made Odette even more worried. What if they are still waiting for me until this hour? Or should I speak up and ask permission to get up first? She hesitated for a long time. Finally, closing her eyes, she tried to steady herself. I can't. Don't let personal emotions dominate. She looked at Bastian, who was still sipping wine on the opposite side. I told myself this is still a time when I must perform the duties of a wife. Odette stopped the stream of thoughts in her head. She smiled and spoke to her husband about visiting the Sanders house. Anyway, it will be more convenient after the naval festival ends, right? Bastian stopped sipping his wine, his face thoughtful for a moment. He lowered his face so his eyes couldn't be seen clearly, answering casually, "Just do as you wish, my lady." Odette was surprised, feeling very troubled about the opportunity for a good relationship. Why does he seem unhappy? Is it that you don't like Mr. Sanders? But as soon as he heard Odette's words, he pressed the dinner knife with more force onto the piece of meat. How could that be? Back then you said it yourself, that you would find a suitable target. The sharp words that followed from Bastian made Odette extremely frightened. I think if it's someone like Mr. Sanders, then he would be a target that causes a shocking scandal. Such a precious connection. So I will keep it carefully in the future. Her hands shook uncontrollably. The words that followed were both hesitant and intermittent. Could it be? Now Bastian's face darkened. Odette said with dissatisfaction, "Are you thinking that I'm having an illicit affair with Mr. Sanders?" Bastian didn't show any particular attitude. Who knows? If you two actually had some kind of relationship? That is not my business. The atmosphere in the dining room suddenly turned cold. You're a fair partner to serve as a reason for divorce, as we discussed before. In my opinion, as long as it is Maximin von Sanders, he is wealthy, has good character, and is a prestigious nobleman with high education. With that much, he lacks nothing. To become my wife's new man. He continued to speak while Odette's face darkened. You chose your target well, Odette. Odette heard these words, and in her heart, she still felt a bit of sadness. Although she had known for a long time that he was a person who would not hesitate to use any method or trick to achieve his ambition, she clenched her hands tightly. But now his words had crossed the line. The surrounding space seemed to become a curtain, the color of wine. Odette said firmly, regardless of what the reason for the divorce is, I will do as you wish, because the contract stipulated even that. However, do not have the thought of dragging an innocent person into this. Bastian still wanted to continue with the previous topic. If that's the case, then why don't you try to build a good relationship? Give it a try. I think he is a good match for you. She immediately countered, Mr. Sanders is a good person. Do not insult him at your whim. As if just waiting to hear this sentence. Bastian spoke while Odette was startled. That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't it good for both sides? Anyway, I can save face even when losing my wife. At the hands of an upper-class man. And you get a good husband. I don't think there could be a more beautiful ending than this. At this moment, her eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Bastian picked up his wine glass again, speaking about the story like an outsider. Of course, you will have to endure the damage from the gossip due to the affair between you and Sanders. But do not worry. I will also provide compensation for that if you want. Odette could no longer hold it in and shouted, Do you think you can solve everything if you have money? Bastian sipped his wine and replied indifferently, There is nothing that cannot be done. Then Bastian spoke with a mocking tone. You are the proof of that yourself. Before Odette's wide-eyed, shocked gaze, the space outside suddenly grew dark. Odette pursed her lips and stood up from her chair, amidst the cold atmosphere. Even though Bastian was still drinking wine, she walked out of that place. She went outdoors, holding a small bag while standing under a lush canopy of trees. There was a small metal tray on the grass, containing only a few brown crumbs. She felt guilty. I arrived too late. Perhaps they have already left. They must be very hungry. She bowed her head slightly with a sad expression. If only I had come right after Count Sanders left. Perhaps I could have met them. She closed her eyes, thinking of the terrible things from earlier. If it weren't for that man. Odette covered her face with her hands and cried out into the quiet space. Bastard. Her face looked very hurt as she held her hands to her face. The natural light left half of her face submerged in shadow. He can think whatever he wants about me, even if I have to hear such words. First, we'll absolutely not shed a single tear because of this marriage. She began to fall into deep thought before closing her eyes. Mother left her final last words. Mother said if one day comes, when I can no longer protect you, at that time, you might as well live like a beautiful fool. She remembered the teacups, etiquette, and books. I have lived without ever disobeying my mother's words. Not even once. Even when I underwent rigorous training in high society etiquette, for the day I would return to my position. Mother, even when I endured the whip, if I didn't reach the standards she set, the way I spoke, the way I walked, the way I laughed, even the way I thought, I did everything according to my mother's words. Mother. Odette clutched the hem of her skirt. However, I will not follow my mother's final advice. She was burning with determination. I absolutely will not play the role of a beautiful fool. She turned sharply and called out loudly. Puppy! She told herself that one day from her own position. My own life. Not seeing the puppy answer, she continued to call out loudly. Puppy, where are you? I want to live the life that I truly desire. It doesn't matter where that position is because from the start, I never wished for glories that were not mine. Once this marriage ends, I will have everything. So no matter how excessive the degree, I can endure it. Odette did not falter. I will absolutely not live buried in the past like mother, no matter what happens. There was a noise in the bushes. A white-furred puppy burst out of the bushes and ran toward where Odette stood, seeing only one. Odette asked in surprise, Why are you all alone? Where is your mother? The puppy tugged at the hem of her skirt for a moment and then let go. Then it jumped back toward the dense bushes. A flash of insight appeared in Odette's mind. At this moment, the clock on the wall struck 11:30. Bastian listened to the report from Levis late at night. She has been walking for over 2 hours and still hasn't returned. Does she want to protest? He pulled the curtains and sighed. Whatever the case, this style of getting angry and leaving is not like her at all. As the curtains were drawn back, he realized it was pouring rain outside. He was startled. Rain? He didn't stop to think and quickly ran outside. Bastian walked hurriedly across the red carpet, The butler stepped out from inside, his voice urgent. I will call the servants to go search together. Bastian did not object, wanting to find his wife himself. No need, I can go alone. Because I know the place where she might go. The butler breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is, thank goodness. Bastian pulled his hood over his head, breaking into a sweat, thinking. Actually, I don't know where, but she wouldn't cause trouble. Outside the villa, the rain grew heavier by the moment. He reassured himself, just like the daily life of an ordinary married couple. It was just a petty argument. Bastian walked among the groves, observing the surroundings very carefully. If she were in the garden, I would have been able to see her from the window. Since the seaside is deserted, the highest possibility is that she is near the walking path in the forest. Searching repeatedly but still not finding her, Bastian began to think about the things that could have happened. She lost her way because the night is dark. The servants couldn't have neglected the maintenance of the walking path. Could they? The more he thought, the faster he ran forward. Even his hood had fallen off without him noticing. Or could it be that she had an accident? Bastian covered his mouth with the back of his hand. No way. Anyway, it is within the grounds of the estate. The possibility of an accident is very low. His hair and face were soaked by the raindrops. Bastian lamented in his heart. With matters related to that girl, controlling my emotions has become exceptionally difficult. Thinking back on what I said to her earlier, I think if it's someone like Mr. Sanders, then he would be a target that causes a shocking scandal. Today, even though I knew Odette was not at fault, I still could not restrain myself. But the most tiring thing is that this chaos is no longer unfamiliar. Bastian's footsteps moved through the curtain of rain. He was dazed, lost in thought while still searching for his wife. Could it be that on the first day I met her, I shouldn't have refused, but should have accepted the reward of the bet? If I had done that, even if we met again as marriage partners, perhaps it would have been different from now. While Bastian was still blaming himself for Odette entering the deepest part of his life like this, he saw a girl with long hair, clothes covered in mud, sitting under a canopy of trees in the distance. Bastian approached and questioned her. It's pouring rain, what are you doing? Suddenly he startled and cried out, Odette, you... She was sitting on the ground, face sad, her hand injured. Under the trees, the rain was still falling like a downpour. Bastian mocked. There is no way you have a hobby of playing in the mud in the middle of the night. He tilted his face and asked further, What on earth are you doing? Odette slowly stood up. I'm sorry if I caused you concern. A stray dog I occasionally fed has died. It seems it was sick. She continued to explain. If I just left it like that, peradventure, it would be eaten by scavengers. So, I buried it. Looking at Odette's injured hands, Bastian asked with a bit of heartache, So you dug the hole with your own hands? That's right. I didn't want to cause trouble by asking. The estate's servants for help. Hearing her answer, his eyes revealed a sense of disappointment. Odette looked dejected, clasping her hands together as if she had committed a fault, or was being punished by an elder. She blamed herself deeply. If only I had arrived a little earlier. If only from the beginning. I could have helped with something better than just feeding them. But if that wasn't possible, then I should have just ignored them from the start. Odette closed her eyes again. Then, as if remembering something, she turned around and walked toward her handbag by the base of the tree. Odette used her injured hand to pick up the handbag. Bastian saw her thinly dressed and shivering. He reached out his hand to touch her. Odette. Odette startled and jerked away from Bastian's hand, even dropping her handbag. The items in the bag scattered everywhere. Her eyes were filled with panic. Why does it have to be at this moment? She winced when she saw him picking up the items for her, only able to scream helplessly in silence. Please, just pretend you didn't see it. Why did I leave this chocolate bar in there? A moment later, Bastian picked up a knife and examined it. A useless object. Even the blade is loose and worn out like this. Bastian spoke to her. Please tell me that this isn't a weapon for self-defense, is it? Odette snatched the knife from his hand. He drew the conclusion immediately. It really is for self-defense. At this moment, the puppy peeked out from behind Odette's skirt. Bastian suddenly changed the subject, his expression a bit pained. You will find someone else as a replacement for Count Sanders. Won't you? Odette, still trembling, answered in a low voice. I did have that thought, but unfortunately, I am only a woman. Bastian was silent and did not answer. Suddenly, he took off his outer coat, then draped it over Odette's shoulders. That scene was as poetic as if someone had planted a whole flower garden. Odette was covered from head to toe. I'm fine. Bastian did not let her protest and wrapped her tighter. Don't be stubbornly useless. Odette said nothing more. But in her heart, she thought, it's truly warm. Bastian held out his hand in front of her. His handsome face under the curtain of rain spoke, let's go home now. Odette quietly listened to the sound. He continued to call, Odette. She monologued. The moment I heard my name being called behind my back. But honestly, I'm so happy. even though I know this is the hateful man who has caused me pain. And the greater the joy, the more I hate myself. She picked up the little puppy. She pleaded with him, please allow me to bring it back with me. Its mother is dead, and it is still so small. If it is left alone, it will never be able to survive, Bastian advised her. If you want to keep a dog, it's better to buy one with a clear pedigree. Feeling slightly hurt in her heart, treating me even worse than a dog, Odette continued to beg, I don't need another dog. I promise I won't cause any trouble for you. As if afraid he would refuse, she committed, I will raise it quietly and then take it with me when I leave. So I hope you will allow it for the time I am here. The next morning, there were whispers in the villa. Is it true they brought home a dog last night? The short-haired servant said, that's right. I heard the madame found the dog in the forest. The brown-haired maid added, holding her cheeks in admiration. I saw it too. The master welcoming the madam who was holding the dog in her arms. Oh, what an affectionate gesture. And also, I heard that while going up the stairs, the madam stumbled, and the master even swept her up in his arms to carry her up, another servant said. I was worried whether the two of them had a serious argument. It seems that was for nothing. Another added, that's what I'm saying. The chestnut-haired servant was a bit more rational. Wait, but doesn't the master dislike dogs? Normally, he doesn't keep even a single hunting dog. But from what I've heard, he was once severely injured by a dog bite when he was a child. Another maid was surprised. What? I didn't know that. Was there really such a thing? I had no idea. The brown-haired maid said excitedly, it seems he loves the madam, to the point of enduring even the dogs that he hates the most. The short-haired maid continued the discussion. If things keep going at this rate, who knows? We might even have to look for a wet nurse. As they were saying this, the butler passed by. He broke into a sweat hearing the maid's conversation. The master brought home a dog, and a stray dog from the deep forest at that. The reason the previous master took away his grandson and sent him away. Wasn't it because of an incident caused by stray dogs in the deep forest? Of course, people said that. At that time, a large hunting dog had attacked the master. The butler stood before the door and knocked. Come in. He was still trying to find a way to make everything proper. However, a dog is still a dog. Anyway, it would be better to let the madam know the story. The butler respectfully greeted Bastian. Master, did you send for me? He replied, I think we need to contact Dr. Kramer. The butler asked worriedly, Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Bastian answered, No, not me, but Odette. She keeps running a higher fever. Please ask him to come to the estate to examine her for me. Yes, master. I will contact him immediately. Following that, Bastian made an additional request. As for the incident back then, I hope my wife will not find out about it. The butler was shocked. You mean the incident at that time? He confirmed, It is exactly what you are thinking. The butler was still worried. But master, the dog. Bastian replied, I don't hate them. I just don't like them. Bastian recalled some events from his childhood. Back then, he was still a young boy. It was soaking wet. Young Bastian, wearing pajamas, was wandering barefoot in the forest. It had rained on that final night. I wandered through the forest in Arden. The young boy was terrified as he looked at the scene before his eyes. His small feet were filthy. He questioned himself. I was clearly lying in bed and had fallen asleep. At that time, Bastian didn't know he suffered from sleepwalking. However, the condition grew increasingly severe. Finally, it crossed the limit of what he could hide. He had once clenched his hands onto a rope. That night before going to bed, I tied my wrist to the bed so that I could wake myself up. While struggling alone in that bound state, when I wake up tomorrow morning, I just need to hide the rope. Then I can hide it as if nothing happened. Yet the symptoms continued to recur, even after he followed his grandfather and moved back to the Illy's family. About a season passed after leaving Arden. On a certain weekend morning, the problem stemmed from Bastian letting his guard down and oversleeping. Young Bastian fell from the bed to the floor. His eyes were open, but his face was very dazed. His hands were tied with a rope to the headboard. Faced with that situation, his grandfather shouted, Oh my grandson! He worriedly held Bastian's shoulders, trying to pull him up. Who made you end up in this state? Tell me, hurry. Bastian sadly answered his grandfather. I did it myself. Because every time I fall asleep, I unconsciously wander around. The wounds left by the rope were clearly marked on his arms. He suspected his eyes showed resentment. He hugged Bastian with heartache. Why didn't you tell me? My poor grandson. How much you must have suffered in that house. Even if I have to search the entire empire, I will definitely find someone who can cure you. I will. Bastian woke up in the middle of the night. The moon was high outside the window. He put his hand to his forehead, thinking to himself, that dream again. Bastian looked to his side. Odette was still sleeping soundly. He put his hand on her forehead to check her temperature, whispering, Why hasn't the fever gone down yet? He remembered what Dr. Kramer had said while diagnosing her. Body aches accompanied by a high fever. Since her body is frail, the symptoms seem more severe. He stared intently at her, careful as if he were cherishing a treasure. Blaming himself, the doctor said her body is thin and weak? How can that be? Bastian gently looked at Odette's hand and looking back now, compared to the time she struggled to support her family before marriage. She has almost not changed at all. She is still as thin and pale as before. Why is that? She clearly had an affluent life, incomparable to those days lacking food and clothes. Before, he tried to adjust the blanket for his wife carefully, trying to find the cause himself. Is it true that she is sick like this, just because of a weak body? A flash of light sparked in his mind. Could it be that it's not due to a frail body? With all the love he had for Odette, Bastian told himself, anyway, wait until it is light. I must call Dr. Kramer to come for a medical visit once more. At the Ministry of the Navy today, the sky is blue and the clouds are white. A handsome young man wearing royal attire said to Bastian, I heard you married the cousin of my fiancée, Princess Isabel, Captain Clausitz. Bastian. The person speaking was Crown Prince Belov. Bastian respectfully replied, Yes, that is correct, Your Highness. Observing the Crown Prince's moves, he inwardly assessed, personally visiting the Ministry of the Navy to a certain extent. It seems he really wants to check his fiancée's rumored lover himself. The Crown Prince continued chatting for a while. I have heard that. It was a marriage directly arranged by the royal family. Emperor Berg, who is a man who values tradition, gave the child of his own sister to an officer, without a title. He must surely cherish Captain Clausitz. Bastian also responded very cleverly. While that is like a favor, bestowed upon a soldier who has achieved great merit, but above all, I believe, that is precisely the policy of a prosperous dynasty, encompassing a rapidly changing era. Thanks to that, I told myself I would repay the favor of having a precious wife, with even more loyalty to the empire and the royal family. Suddenly, Belov's attitude changed. It seems the captain loves his wife very much. Bastian did not reply, his gaze flickering with coldness. He naturally gave a light smile, his face full of pride. My wife is a beautiful and gentle person. I believe that she is the only love of my life. Now and in the future, that will not change. Belov was stunned for a moment before the worried eyes of the person beside Bastian, but very quickly after, he laughed boisterously again. This makes me even more curious about Mrs. Clausitz. During the naval festival, may I meet her in person and offer my greetings to the madame? Bastian still smiled. Of course, Your Highness. I will accompany the madam to the promotion ceremony and the parade. The Crown Prince bid farewell. All right, see you again in Luzon. Another officer, after the conversation between him and the prince ended, ran after him, asking curiously, Wait, Bastian, I heard Crown Prince Belov met with you privately. What did he say? Could it be that he directly questioned the matter regarding Princess Isabel? Bastian turned away to avoid answering that officer. Seeing the indifferent attitude of his comrade, never mind then. His expression seemed to indicate that. Anyway, I didn't expect you to tell me. Then he quickly changed the subject. Regarding your request for appointment to the battlefront. Overseas, there is a possibility by the middle of next month. Bastian finally spoke up. Next month? When? The other officer replied, On the last weekend of the month. After all, you have passed the standard evaluation, so you only need to submit the application to be able to be deployed immediately. Bastian asked again, Are you sure? The comrade answered firmly, I have confirmed it with the personnel department. It's certain. The comrade was still not without wonder. But are you really going? The superiors want you to work at the headquarters instead. For example, another possibility. If I don't deploy next month, about when will the next round be? The comrade estimated, perhaps next year. There is no exact schedule yet. Bastian checked his watch. It's 4 o'clock already. Around this time, perhaps Dr. Kramer has already arrived at the house for the examination. The colleague asked seriously. So, are you planning to postpone it, or will you deploy? Bastian didn't answer and turned around, saying, I have an appointment, so I'll be going first. Looking at his hurried appearance as he ran off, the colleague could only utter one sentence. What an annoying guy. He hasn't answered what I asked even once. Sunset had settled on the roof of the villa. Butler Lovis reported the situation. The madam's illness is much better than it was this morning, sir. Bastian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the main point. What was Dr. Kramer's diagnosis? Well, he recounted. He said the fever has subsided a lot, and the tonsil inflammation is also gradually decreasing. If she rests and gets proper nutrition, she will gradually recover. He acted as if he already knew. I see. Remembering something, Lovis added. That's right. Margrethe is also doing very well. Bastian's footsteps stopped. He turned his head coldly and questioned, Margrethe? The butler reported, Yes, the madam's puppy. The madam herself named it that today. Bastian listened without saying anything. The master's attitude made him break into a cold sweat. The madam's maid is currently looking after Margaret. Of course, the puppy is also very healthy right now. He repeated the name one more time. Margaret. His smile twitched slightly. Bastian's expression also became gentle. All right. I understand you've worked hard. This attitude shocked Lovis slightly. The butler thought, it seems he loves the madam, to the point of enduring even the dogs that he hates. If things keep going at this rate, who knows, we might even have to look for a wet nurse. I used to think that. The rude words of the maids were just gossip. At this moment, Bastian had entered the room. He gazed at Odette, who was sleeping soundly. The butler's thoughts continued, but perhaps that might actually come true. Marguerite had a pretty bow tied around its neck by its mistress. Be good. Wait a moment. There, Odette was radiant and beautiful just like before. It felt as if flowers were blooming all around her. Now, right here in this villa. I have a family of my own. It was truly lucky that Bastian agreed to let me bring this puppy home. She was reflecting on everything that had happened. Thinking back, as for Bastian, what on earth is he? She remembered when she was sick with a fever. Her face flushed red, sweating profusely. At that time, he had very gently wiped her forehead while she was in a daze. Odette opened her eyes. She sensed an expression exactly as if he were worrying about her. That face was both gentle and sad. Odette was hesitant. Or was I delirious from the fever and saw it wrong? She shook her head, to keep herself from thinking about unrealistic things. No, I was just dreaming. Anyway, today, he will also ask me to prepare a simple dinner. Bastian said he is attending a party organized by the company. She stood up and looked out the window. She exclaimed, just like that, a year has passed since the wedding day took place. And so the snow falls, the flowers bloom, and summer arrives again. At this rate, in just one more year, this marriage will end. She took out a pen and wrote a few words. Now I should gradually prepare for life. After the contract concludes, then the lines of text following the pen strokes began to appear on the paper. Tira McLeod is the family that I will have to take care of. In any case, migrating to a new continent isn't necessarily that bad, because either way, I can start a new life, in places that don't know about us. Odette continued to calculate. With the compensation amount as Bastian promised, it might be enough to buy a small house in the suburbs of the capital. The problem is the living expenses. Perhaps I should work as a tutor. She thought it over. If I recover my skills from the old days. Could I teach piano? Good. I will practice even more diligently. Odette murmured. The necessary budget should be added here. Meanwhile, at another large building, the party began. An older man raised his white wine glass high. Congratulations today. Everyone, please enjoy the party to your heart's content. Is this not the anniversary of our claiming the throne of the railway king? Isn't it so? The other men at the party whispered. A man with a goatee remarked, I never expected that. A new company could win the rights to build the railway. A man standing with crossed arms replied, Isn't Clausitz's ability simply outstanding? I was deeply impressed by his ruthlessness. Even the rival company was his own father's company. The guests continued to discuss it like that. It seems Jeff Clausitz was very shocked. I heard he was screaming uncontrollably and was in a complete panic in the meeting room. That's right. Seeing his furious state with the intention of killing his son, I was very surprised. The stockier man continued speaking. However, it seems they are trying to salvage the damages somehow. The guest with the mustache agreed. All that effort over the past years, how could it just vanish like this? I think if he sells his current shares, he could mobilize investment for the new company. They chatted for a while. Still no sign of Bastian, making them very curious. In any case, when on Earth is the host of the party going to show up? Two pairs of long legs walked side by side down the hall. One of them said, I heard. They are holding a grand celebration party at the company right now. Everyone, hurry and come. On the street, two men walked ahead, chatting boisterously together, laughing and talking happily. Oh my. The weather today is truly beautiful, the other agreed. Weather like this is indeed perfect for hunting. Bastian followed quietly behind without saying a word. They were very excited as the bidding had ended successfully. Let's all go hunting together later, he thought to himself. Hunting. Bastian remembered the knife that had fallen from Odette's bag. A worn-out pocket knife. He didn't know where she had found it. She must have carried it as a means of self-defense. When wandering through the dark night, the image of Odette dressed simply appeared. The security in the area where she used to live seemed poor. Finding a way to protect oneself, the so-called fate. Bastian's narrow eyes were deep in thought. He said to his boss, the director, Perhaps I need some rest now. Go to another place again. In the middle of the splendid room with brilliant lights, Bastian thought clearly. The head maid said that Odette was here, yet he was extremely impatient, leaning his back against a lamppost. I've been waiting for a while and still haven't seen her come. It seems she has gone somewhere else. This is the price. for refusing the position of the host of the party. Bastian exhaled a long sigh. Suddenly he saw a piece of paper on the table. Bastian intently read, "A new beginning, a new continent or the border regions of the empire. Is she planning how she will live after the divorce?" He looked through all the expected fees to be received, and the compensation money. In the end, he could only utter that it was truly cheap compared to the outside world. The largest amount of money that woman thought of. Is that all? Bastian stood dazed, reading everything written on the paper. Standing quietly at the very end, he bitterly realized that, in Odette's plans, no matter where, his name was nowhere to be found. If one tried to trace it to the end, at most, it was just the compensation amount to be paid. He placed the piece of paper back in its original position. Earning living expenses by teaching piano is the goal? To that girl, the position of Mrs. Clausitz isn't even worth as much as a tutor. Amidst the paths filled with light, in there was only the determined will to care for her half-sister. And the dog. He picked up the piano that still lay there silently, its lid raised high, not knowing what secret it was hiding. There was one certain thing. Bastian did not show melancholy, but his eyes were filled with disappointment. You are truly Odette, having absolutely no regrets after the divorce. Odette still glided over the piano keys under the sunlight. Her beauty was both exquisite and evoked a gentle sadness. He lightly clapped his hands, drawing Odette's attention. She was startled and hurriedly stood up. Bastian! Bastian walked over and praised the wonderful performance, with sincere emotion. My lady. She shyly thanked him. She thought to herself that it was she, who always insisted on drawing a clear boundary, stating that he was no more and no less than an employer. Odette asked him, but it seems the news was reported incorrectly. I heard that you would be back late, but... Bastian acted as if he were prepared. The work schedule finished faster than I thought. She flashed a very happy smile, extremely radiant. I didn't know you would return, so I didn't make it out to greet you. I have been rude. From next time, please give a signal in advance. Seeing her like that, Bastian could not quite understand. Odette always faithfully obeyed orders. Why was he dissatisfied to this extent? Those deep blue eyes of his held many hidden thoughts. Even though she smiled very brightly, he still felt that smile of Odette's was an icy wall. Images of her smiling flickered through his mind one after another. It wasn't that she was opening up, but rather that she had simply changed her way of expressing rejection. That's all, now I understand. He reached out his hand and lightly touched her cheek. Bastian still felt a bit conflicted. However, the fact that I like her, he asked softly, even though she was completely astonished. Don't you like it? After accepting that truth, the conclusion became even more certain. Before her astonished gaze, he leaned close to her blushing face. The desire became even more intense. I want you, Odette. A gentle kiss fell upon her lips. Bastian became even more firm with the words in his heart. My today wants to have you just like yesterday did. At this moment, in that cozy room, Bastian Clausitz and Odette were holding each other. In Bastian Clausitz's heart, he thought to himself, no matter what is in Odette's heart, or whatever she is thinking, none of those things can become a variable anymore. He spoke in a soft voice, whispering, like a breeze passing by her ear. Let's go out, Odette. Go get ready. Hearing that, Odette asked in surprise, where are we going all of a sudden? Bastian Clausitz did not say where they were going. He told her, go change your clothes. Something comfortable, like riding a tire. Then he thought smugly to himself, because in this marriage, all decision-making power belongs to me. Odette didn't say much, just obediently followed orders. She immediately replied, yes, I understand. Bastian Clausitz muttered with satisfaction, for now, this is enough. At this time, her dog poked its head out. Seeing this, Bastian Clausitz spoke up and asked, but aren't you going to bring that dog along? Hearing that, she immediately exclaimed, ah, then sat down, caressing its white fur that was like a snowflake. She said, I have named it Margret. She gently picked it up, held it in front of him, and continued, you can call it Marg for short. Bastian Clausitz seemed a bit uncomfortable at this moment. He let out a sigh, then strode outside. He told her, Odette, put it aside and come here. That coldness of his left her with a question mark, not understanding what he was thinking. At this time, outside at the shooting range, the servants were busy preparing. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Do you need the guns from the warehouse, sir? No. Bastian Clausitz, having heard that, looked around and answered. This seems to be enough. You've worked hard. She had reached the field by now. She looked around with concern, thinking to herself, I thought we were going for a walk or riding horses. Bastian Clausitz turned his head and asked Odette, have you ever fired a gun before? Odette lowered her head and stammered her answer. No. I never thought I would have to deal with guns in the future. Bastian Clausitz heard this, smiled, and said, who knows? Perhaps you are wrong about that. Hearing that, Odette asked, why do I have to shoot? Bastian Clausitz continued, "The weather is perfect for shooting. If it's not today, it won't be easy to find time like this again." Then he called out, "Come here quickly, Odette." Odette, while walking closer, thought to herself, "I shouldn't resist." Bastian Clausitz held the gun, handed it to Odette, and said, "Although it's an old gun, it's suitable for practice. Try holding it." After she took it, he immediately asked, "Is it heavy?" Odette replied, "A little heavy." Hearing that, Bastian Clausitz said, "In that case, it's fine." Then he continued, "First, I will guide you on how it works." As soon as he finished speaking, he showed her how the gun operated. At this moment, Odette still didn't understand. She immediately said, "Wait, I still don't quite understand. Could you explain it one more time?" Hearing that, Bastian Clausitz was not angry. He spoke slowly and gently. "I will explain it more slowly." Then he explained everything again from the beginning. Here, from this part. At this moment, Odette was not paying attention, but instead looked at his handsome and gallant face, thinking to herself that when giving instructions like this, he is extremely kind. After finishing the explanation, he picked up the gun. That should be enough for the theoretical guidance. Watch closely, because a gun cannot always protect you. Even so, it is still more reliable than GEU pocket knife. Having heard that, she remembered the old story again. Odette muttered in surprise under her breath, "Could it be?" Then she spoke up and asked him, "You still remember?" Bastian Clausitz's face darkened upon hearing that. Odette thought to herself, "Because I constantly had to move to houses with cheap rent. I had to protect myself in places with complicated security. Because my helpless father was addicted to alcohol every day and could not protect me. And Tira. Back then, that pocket knife was like an amulet, containing the desperate need to protect herself. But why was the only person? Who knew about that, this man?" At this moment, Bastian Clausitz had picked up the gun to aim. In Odette's head, those thoughts still lingered. She asked herself in her heart, why on earth? While she was immersed in those thoughts. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Bastian Clausitz had hit the 10-point mark. Then he turned back, handed over the gun, and told Odette, "Take it. Now it's your turn." As she received the gun, she spoke up to praise Bastian Clausitz. "You shoot really well." Upon hearing that, his expression became smug. Seeing that, Odette realized she had let it slip. She thought, "Ah, I uttered something far too obvious." Seeing her standing in the wrong posture, Bastian Clausitz immediately reminded her, "Spread your legs wider. Straighten your back." He used his hands to adjust her shoulders and said, "Lower your shoulders." After adjusting to the posture he described, Odette spoke up and asked, "Like this?" Bastian Clausitz immediately answered, "No, Odette, not like that." Odette held the gun while her body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Bastian Clausitz asked, "Is it heavy?" She immediately replied, "Of course." He then stepped closer to her and thought to himself, "It seems that verbal instruction is impossible. It's useless." He embraced her from behind and told her, "Look forward, Odette." Bastian Clausitz touched her chin and pushed it up. He said, "Lift your head." He lifted her hands to adjust them to the correct posture and told her, "Inhale slowly. Now exhale." After finishing the adjustment, Bastian Clausitz asked her, "Ready?" Odette immediately answered, "I think so." But suddenly she spoke up and said, "But Bastian..." Bastian Clausitz hummed in response. Odette asked, "Are there many more things I need to know?" Then Bastian Clausitz reminded her again, "Don't close your eyes like that. There, that's it." Then both of them pressed the trigger and hit the 10-point mark directly. Seeing that, both Bastian Clausitz and Odette were delighted, flashing bright, radiant smiles. At this moment, there was the sound of footsteps. It turned out to be Mrs. Clausitz. With an angry face, she walked while muttering, "Bastian, that brat has finally blocked our path. Right now, he must be excited because he defeated his father's company." In this situation, what on earth is Franz doing? The Countess was already very dissatisfied with his indifference toward his fiancé, and he hasn't even been seeing Ella. Coming to the front of the room's door, she knocked without any hesitation, opened the door, and went in. Then she shouted, calling for Franz, but there was no one in that room. Her face hardened, and she bit her lip, muttering, "Alone? It seems he's not in his room." His mind is always immersed in those meaningless paintings. That's why he's neglecting his fiancée, isn't it? Then she walked over to the painting that was covered by a cloth, and she slowly pulled that cloth away. After seeing the painting, she widened her eyes in surprise and thought to herself, the person that Franz drew, is it Odette? At this time, at the shooting range, Odette had switched to a revolver. She turned to say to Bastian Clausitz, "It seems I have improved much more compared to the first time," seeing her smiling face. Bastian Clausitz thought, look how proud she is. Her skill is not too bad. Then he stepped forward, picked up the rifle, and said, "Now let's finish up. Finally, the rifle." Odette immediately replied, "Okay." Bastian Clausitz said, "Don't forget to keep your back straight." Odette blushed with embarrassment and thought to herself, "How many times has this happened already? But I'm still not used to it." Then she spoke up and said, "About that, you have a talent for teaching. I think it's just as excellent as your shooting skills." Hearing that, Bastian Clausitz leaned down close to Odette's ear and whispered into her ear, "It is my honor." Bastian Clausitz told Odette, "Aim a bit to the left." Then she called out, "Bastian?" He heard her and hummed in response. She then asked, "Why did you choose the Navy?" "Actually, I once saw a comment that you fight exactly like the Army, the horse riding, and your shooting level is excellent as well. Did you choose the Navy for some special reason?" After hearing her question, he stammered his answer, that matter?" Then he thought to himself, in truth, it didn't matter which side I was on. Then he recalled unpleasant memories. The guilt of being labeled the grandson of a scrap metal shop, because my grandfather was determined for me to become an officer. Due to the conservatism of the Army, I chose the Navy. It was easier to advance. But even the talk about me fighting like the Army is just the rigid reasoning of the conservatives, those who did not approve of the combat during the Battle of Dronzer, because they believed that face-to-face engagement with swords and guns is not the Navy's way of fighting, saying that a choice based on utilitarianism is a disgrace. But I don't care much about the perspective of those aristocrats. Anyway, my honor is not on the same level as theirs. But while he was immersed in his own thoughts, there was a call that brought him back to the present. "Bastian." Then he answered, "That's how it is." "Because I like the uniform." Bastian Clausitz thought, right now it is not necessary to open up about those rigid matters. Then Odette asked again, "Because of the uniform?" Bastian Clausitz immediately replied, "The Navy uniform suits my taste better." Odette smirked upon hearing that. Then she looked up and flashed a smile at Bastian Clausitz. "That's true. The Navy uniform looks very good on you." Seeing that, Bastian Clausitz leaned down slightly to look at her. Then both of them laughed together. Then Bastian Clausitz gently removed his hand. Then he watched her hold the gun and shoot. Odette slowly pulled the trigger. Then the gunshot rang out. The shots she fired all hit the high point marks. Seeing that, Odette happily and excitedly turned around and called, "Look at this, Bastian!" Seeing that, Bastian Clausitz spoke up and asked, "Do you want to enlist? You're good at digging, and you're good at shooting. Perhaps you would become a useful soldier." Then Odette excitedly said, "I might have the ability to command a naval fleet, don't I?" Bastian Clausitz then stepped toward Odette. "That depends on you." Then he took Odette's hand. Then both of them held hands and strode together. At this time, at the Sabine tailor shop, Madame Ross sat and said, "You say you are raising a dog?" Odette immediately replied, "Yes, Madame Ross, a small and cute puppy." Then she continued, "I will show you when you visit our villa next time." At this moment, Madame Ross broke into a cold sweat. She thought to herself, "It seems she knows absolutely nothing about that matter. I didn't expect Bastian to pamper his wife so much. Even today's matter is like that." Then she remembered the previous call. The voice on the other end said, "I want to prepare winter attire for my wife. The weather is cold, so she will probably need a thick, warm coat." He contacted us directly to ask if it was possible to book an appointment at the tailor shop in advance. Madame Ross thought to herself, what on earth is he planning to do? She looked at Odette and muttered, "Obviously, she is indeed a beauty who could enchant anyone. Could it be that Bastian is one of them? He doesn't even have the intention of hiding that fact. No, that can't be it. Could this also be part of a calculated plan?" Suddenly, the door was opened by someone. Someone stepped into the room and said, "Hello, Madame Ross." That person saw Odette and exclaimed, "Oh my, is Odette here too?" Odette thought to herself, that voice. The other woman excitedly continued, "I happen to have something I want to say right now. It's so nice to run into you like this, Odette." Odette thought to herself, "It's Sandrine." Then Madame Ross stood up and said, "What should I do? The frame for the new dress has been prepared. Perhaps I need to go and take a look for a moment." Sandrine smiled brightly and told Madame Ross, "I will chat with Odette, so don't worry." Madame Ross replied, "Very well. Then please enjoy your conversation." Then Sandrine sat down and said, "It seems Bastian is planning to prepare winter clothes for you. The shop staff are preparing thick fabrics. Surely nothing has happened. Worth changing the dress measurements for, right?" She continued, "Oh dear, you look so scared. I'm only saying this because I'm worried about you. After all, you've had new clothes made, but it would be a pity if you couldn't wear them. As you know, Sabine is a tailor shop where it's very difficult to get an appointment. Won't it be hard to enjoy special favors, like these after Bastian leaves?" Odette spoke up. "What are you talking about?" Sandrine exclaimed, "Ah, so it turns out you didn't know." At that moment, she recalled the words that Lucas said. Although the application for discharge hasn't been accepted yet, The matter of Bastion's deployment has almost been decided, Sandrine muttered. Fortunately, the information dug up from Lucas is useful. There were times when I didn't want to see him off. Bastian is returning to the battlefield, but now it's different. The most dangerous place for that man is right by her side. Then Sandrine said, Bastian will be deployed again. Hearing this, Odette was immediately surprised and alarmed. Odette asked, Did you say deployment? Sandrine continued, He is returning to the North Sea Fleet, the overseas combat zone, the place where the Battle of Dronzer once took place. I heard he will leave immediately, after the naval festival ends. Odette felt uneasy and clenched her hands tightly. So that's how it is. Sandrine then pretended to be innocent and said, I'm sorry, this matter was discussed with me previously, so I thought he would have told you too. Then she continued, Bastian is truly heartless, isn't he? Anyway, he should have given you time to prepare. Doesn't the time of the contract also end when he completes his overseas mission and returns? Oh my. Now it seems the days of you playing the role of Bastian's wife don't have much longer left. She then glanced at Odette and thought to herself, enjoy it while it lasts. You will have to move out when that time comes. She is only worth that much. I don't know why for all this time. I kept feeling worried. Then she stood up and said, try to have many beautiful clothes made, because this will probably be the last gift Bastian gives to you. I hope you are a bit more careful so there's a perfect ending. Odette then thought, I didn't expect the end to be this dull. At this time, inside the house, someone was playing the piano. It was Odette. Suddenly, the dog Margreta looked at something. When the door opened, it also ran out to see what was there. Bastian Clausitz slowly opened the door. Seeing this, Odette turned around and exclaimed, Bastian! Then she continued, I left a message for you to rest first. Or did you not see the head maid? Bastian Clausitz replied, I heard it already. Odette didn't understand why he entered, so she continued speaking. Then why are you here? As for Bastian Clausitz, he walked toward her. Then he replied, I don't know, I couldn't sleep. Having said that, he looked at her with a lingering gaze. Odette continued, I'm sorry. The practice time wasn't enough, so I took a moment to practice more. From next time, I won't let this happen again. But in her heart, she thought to herself, I thought he would complain about having his rest time disturbed. Suddenly, Bastian Clausitz pointed at the sheet music and asked, What does this mean here? Odette immediately replied, It's a vibrato. Bastian Clausitz asked further, Vibrato? Sounding like the waves? Odette then exclaimed, Ah. Then she played that note and asked back, You are talking about this part, right? Then Odette explained that vibrato is a type of grace note. Bastian Clausitz muttered, Grace note? Odette answered, That's right. In piano, the duration of the sound is quite short. Therefore, if we play accompaniment with the adjacent keys, then the sound will be sustained. Do you want to try playing it once? Bastian Clausitz asked, Me? Then Bastian Clausitz sat down with Odette. Then he played that note, but his face looked disappointed as he thought to himself. It's completely different from the vibrating sound Odette performed. Odette laughed and clapped her hands, saying, This isn't bad at all, is it? Perhaps it's even more excellent than my shooting skills. Hearing that, he laughed and thought, She is quite good at being sarcastic. Then by coincidence, both of them turned to look at each other affectionately. Odette thought again, Why doesn't he tell me about the deployment? The day after the shooting practice, Bastian gave me a rifle, preparing a defensive weapon for me to protect myself. Perhaps it is also a final gift before letting me go. If so, then I need to be grateful for that. The marriage is coming to an end. I want it to end well with only deep gratitude. So, I should wait until Bastian speaks up. Then she called out, That's right, Bastian. Can I take a leave of absence this weekend? Bastian Clausitz heard this and asked back, A leave of absence? Odette replied, Yes, if there is nothing special on the schedule. I would like to ask for a day or two off. Bastian Clausitz turned to look at her and said, Did I ever promise you that you would have a vacation? Odette then said, Although that wasn't the case. Even with a regular labor contract, there is a leave policy, isn't there? Bastian Clausitz heard that and said, If it were a maid's employment contract, that would be true. Odette immediately said, Of course, I know it's different from the agreement. Bastian Clausitz found it strange and said, What on earth is going on? Tell me, Odette. Odette hesitated and said, My younger sister, I want to attend an event for parents at Tira's school. Bastian Clausitz heard this and exclaimed, So that's it. I believe it's the Gillian Girls' School in Caspa. She thought to herself, As expected, it's not possible. After thinking, she stood up and said, I'm sorry if I made a troublesome request. It's late at night now. Let's go back. Seeing this, Bastian Clausitz pulled her arm back. You can go, Odette. Hearing this, she turned her head in surprise and asked, Really? Bastian Clausitz continued, If we go together, then it's fine. Hearing that, she was heavily shocked and dazed, exclaiming, Huh? Bastian Clausitz saw her surprise and explained, "It just so happens that I also have business visiting Caspa to handle company matters." At this time, at Caspa Station, Tira saw Odette and hurriedly ran to hug her and called out, "Sister, I missed you so much, I really did." At this, Odette said to Tira, "Don't act like such a child." Tira looked up at her sister with tears in her eyes and said, "You can't imagine how happy I am that you came here." Odette smiled and said, "All your feelings have been fully revealed now." Tira heard that and immediately denied it. "No, this isn't even enough. It was to the point where I wanted to jump over the dormitory wall, just because I wanted to see you." Seeing her sister so happy, Odette said, "Calm down, Tira." Tira excitedly continued, "It's true. If it weren't for your scary husband, the person who kicked me out and sent me here, I would have run straight back to Arden's." At this moment, Tira saw something. Then her face darkened with a look of fear and she let out an, "Ah." Tira thought to herself, "Is that scary husband here as well?" Seeing this, Odette immediately reminded her sister, "Now, Tira, you should greet him." Then she turned and gave a forced smile to her husband, saying, "For Tira's rudeness, I will apologize to you on her behalf, Bastian." At this time, there was a carriage outside. Odette stood inside the house looking out, thinking, "Just like that, it's already been 3 days since arriving in Kensford. I felt it was strange because he suddenly said he would come along. Despite my doubts, Bastian remains the same day by day, going through a busy schedule, with appointments with businesses at the northern headquarters. Even during that time, he also called Tira to come and insisted on having dinner with us. The husband coming to meet the younger sister of his beloved wife. He probably wants to broaden the appearance of affection, to show people that. And furthermore, today, after accepting the invitation to the Duke of Herhart's luncheon, Hell Hunt, I am also forced to accompany him on his schedule." When looking at his facial expression, she thought to herself, "It seems he is tired. Handsome to the point that even the princess is infatuated, both an honorable soldier and a successful businessman. Regardless of the world's gossiping whispers, I have never thought of the marriage to this man as a humiliation. Perhaps from the very beginning I haven't stopped." Suddenly, at this moment, Bastian Clausitz also turned to look at her, making her startle. Then Odette quickly said, "It seems your tie is a bit crooked." Bastian Clausitz heard that and asked, "Where?" Then she reached out her hand to adjust his tie, saying, "Right here." At this moment, the two of them drew close together, making Odette's face turn bright red. After fixing the tie, she said, "There, it's done." Then she asked Bastian Clausitz, "How do I look today? Is it okay?" Hearing that, Bastian Clausitz looked at her and smiled. Then he said, "You are perfect." At the hospital at this time, Dissen sat on the bed and muttered, "Just like that. 3 seasons have already passed since I have been imprisoned in this hospital." The more he thought, the angrier he became, and he slammed the table. And yet, during that long, endless period of time, not only did they not visit, but even my letters, they did not reply to even once. I have given them a chance. But at this point, I can no longer be patient. Odette, she was the one who abandoned her filial duty first. Does she intend to pay for her sins with just the hospital fees? For this child? How absurd. Even if I cannot recover my body that was crippled and robbed of Odette, a vast fortune worth thousands of other things. In any case, I have the right to be treated better than I am now. After thinking, Dissen picked up a pen to write something. Fine. First is Tirabella, the child who is no different from a murderer. I must throw that girl into prison. Dissen wrote while laughing and muttered, "Just wait and see what happens. If you all do not meet my demands, you won't be able to ignore this letter." At this moment, he did not know that the nurse was staring at him. As for Odette, she seemed to have just finished eating. Her face was radiant. Holding a bouquet of flowers, she said, "The food was truly excellent, wasn't it?" Seeing that, Bastian Clausitz asked her, "If you like it, should I steal him for you? The chef of the Herhard house, his skills are good." Hearing that, she turned to ask him, "Then how do you intend to do that?" Bastian Clausitz said, "We just need to pay more money, that's all." Hearing that, Odette immediately disagreed. "Not necessarily. It's not certain that everything can be resolved with money." But Bastian Clausitz continued, "However, I still win in those shameful battles. Odette, I have a type of weapon that their side can never have." Seeing that, she asked what that weapon was. Then he said, "The shamelessness of the nouveau riche." Hearing that, Odette burst out laughing. Then both of them went outside together. Then Odette said, "Although it's a pity, let's just let it go, Bastian. Because the cooking skills of the chef at the Arden's villa are also very delicious. The sky looks so beautiful right now, truly beautiful." The carriage was already waiting for the two of them outside. While the carriage was moving, suddenly both of them looked out the window. Outside was an amusement park with a Ferris wheel. Seeing Odette staring outside, Bastian Clausitz said, "Let's go try it. It seems it's not very far from here. Hearing that, Odette turned and waved her hand. No need. I'm fine. Seeing that, Bastian had said. Last night at the hotel. You were looking at this amusement park the whole time, weren't you? Then she turned and smiled at him, saying, that was only because it was pretty. That's all. At this moment, Odette remembered her conversation with her sister. Tira said, is it true that you're taking me to the amusement park, sister? She replied, yes, Tira. Hearing that, Tira immediately hugged her and said, I'm so thankful to you. She thought, if only I hadn't made such a promise to Tira, it would have been so good. If so, then she wouldn't have risked her life, trying to keep the reserve money out of our father's hands. Her face became sad. I really shouldn't have done that. She turned and said to Bastian Clausitz, you have an appointment tonight, don't you? We should be going now. Hearing this, he thought to himself, the purpose of me getting on the train to Caspa was to meet her heart. That matter has been settled. So the other schedules just need to be handled appropriately. Then he turned and looked at Odette for a while and muttered, above all, right now, I want to be by this woman's side. He placed his hand on hers and muttered, the two of us will just stay like this. He turned and told her, it's okay. The schedule has been changed, he thought. I hope this time will last a little longer. The amusement park at night is even more beautiful and sparkling. At this moment, Tira exclaimed in a panic, why are you not being observant at all? What am I supposed to do since you brought me here? Odette asked, observant? Tira pointed forward and said, honestly, I thought that you felt frustrated and suffocated because you had to be with your husband. Seeing that, Odette said, don't be rude, Tira. Bastian hasn't done anything wrong to you, has he? She remembered earlier when she hesitatingly asked him, in that case, would it be all right to invite Tira along? Then Bastian Clausitz asked back, your younger sister? Odette immediately explained, because I already had an appointment with her. Therefore, if you insist that we must go, then I want to bring Tira along. Then Odette said, anyway, Bastian already said it was fine. Although his expression was a bit strange, Tira said, who says the captain did something wrong? The fault is yours, sister. Bringing your younger sister along to a date with your husband. What are you thinking? Hearing that, Odette said, it's not like that, Tira. At this, Tira shouted, if it's not like that, then what is it? Odette explained, we are just... Tira couldn't say anything more and sighed helplessly. Goodness, sister, look and see if this isn't a date. Even if it isn't, I still find the captain very scary. Suddenly becoming a third wheel and being watched is very uncomfortable. Hearing that, Odette immediately told her sister, Bastian is someone you should be grateful to. He has granted you a great favor, hasn't he? Don't be so dismissive like that, Tira, immediately replied. I'm just saying I'm afraid of a scary person. What do you mean dismissive? Hearing that, Odette asked, is Bastian scary? Tira turned her head and asked, are you not afraid of the captain, sister? Odette lowered her head, unable to find the words. She thought back on those matters and thought, of course, being by his side is extremely uncomfortable. That is the truth, but it's different from being afraid, even the things I requested. In the end, he granted them all. If we get closer gradually, I might see a deeper. Sighed. Seeing her friend, she quickly turned around and ran off, shouting back to Odette, great, I'm going to go play with my friend. Hearing that, Odette didn't have time to say anything and cried out in alarm. Huh? Tira! Saying goodbye to her sister. See you later, sister. I'll be at the Ferris wheel before 9 o'clock. At this moment, she walked back to Bastian Clausitz and said, I am truly sorry, Bastian. You showed so much care and concern and yet... Anyway, she's at an age where she prefers playing with friends more. So maybe that's why. It turned out like this. I'm truly very embarrassed. Even the cotton candy she asked to buy, she didn't even take it with her before disappearing. Bastian Clausitz let out a sigh of relief after hearing that and thought to himself, I thought she was just a child, but it seems she's quite observant after all. Having thought that, he told Odette, don't worry about it, Odette. She is still young, at an age where she prefers playing with friends. Just as you said. Seeing this, she was very appreciative that he understood her. Thank you for saying that. Then Bastian Clausitz held out the cotton candy and handed it to her. Seeing this, she said, I'm not a child who likes this kind of thing. Bastian Clausitz immediately disagreed. No, aren't you younger than me anyway? Unable to refuse. She took the cotton candy and looked at it thoughtfully. Then Bastian Clausitz took her hand without a single wasted motion and said, all right. Let's go, Odette. Then she looked up at him, looking clearly at his face and thinking to herself, why hasn't he told me about the deployment yet? Does he think that since this is just a relationship that will end, there's no need to maintain that level of politeness? What is the reason he insists on showing this? Goodwill to me? This man who is always good at handling people. Suddenly she stopped and called his name. Bastian. Then she thought, looking back, he has always been polite and kind, even flashing a gentle smile from time to time. But it was all just on the surface. Bastian Clausitz heard Odette call his name and leaned down with the, Because I have also become accustomed to fake smiles. If it were a moment when he revealed his true feelings, then she remembered something from the past. He was pinning her down. Then she recalled his cold face at that time. I almost forgot. I have experienced days of peace for a brief moment. Every time that man expresses his emotions, all that remains for me is hurt. Therefore, I have resolved not to confront him. As a result, I can experience a pleasant life during the entire time we are together. The empathy that arises is perhaps something indispensable. However, that is nothing more than a momentary illusion, just like this cotton candy. Therefore, while she was immersed in her own thoughts, suddenly Bastian Clausitz pulled her back. It turned out there were two people running past who almost collided with her, making her startle and cry out, "Ah, just let it go, Odette, I will buy you a new one." But at this moment, she looked down at the ground and thought. The fantasy immediately vanished. Because she was tired of what she was thinking, she closed her eyes, sighing and muttering, "Just don't exceed your duty." Then she smiled and waved her hand, saying, "There's no need. I'm fine. There are so many people, aren't there? Let's go try that over there. No matter what that person decides, I only need to fulfill my duty." The red wine in the glass was being swirled back and forth, just like the person holding the wine glass, who was thinking about something. It turned out that person was Mrs. Clausitz. Suddenly a voice called out, "Madam!" The head maid, Dora, ran in and said, "My younger sister has brought the letter that Duke Disson wrote to his daughter." Hearing that, Mrs. Clausitz shouted, "A letter? That delusional guy is just babbling. Meaningless words again, isn't he? I don't even need to look to know." The maid Dora held the letter and hurriedly replied, "About that. This time it's different. You must read it." Hearing that, she also picked up the paper to read. After finishing reading, she widened her eyes in surprise because she couldn't believe it. Holding the letter, her hands trembled as she muttered, "So that's how it is. So that's what happened." Then she burst out laughing and thought to herself, "I was wondering what on earth that girl was hiding. The culprit who left Duke Dyson crippled turns out to be Odette's younger sister." Bastian pointed to the game behind them. "Let's try playing this." Odette smiled shyly. "There's no need." The two of them walked together. He then asked, "How about the puppet show?" She still refused. "It's okay." He still didn't give up, pointing toward the place where there were exciting games. Odette immediately replied, "I'm fine, Bastian. The clock has struck the hour." The two continued to walk side by side together. Bastian was secretly puzzled. In the end, we're just walking around the amusement park. If that's the case, then why did she want to go to the amusement park? Walking toward the Ferris wheel, Bastian suddenly had a thought. He continued to probe her. "Do you want to try it?" But Bastian did not expect much from the result. "She will probably say she's fine again this time. Just watch." His gaze suddenly stopped at a certain point. Odette said shyly, "It seems there are only 30 minutes left before it stops." Bastian felt happy in his heart. Did she agree? He quickly replied, "Perhaps so." Inside the attraction, a suspension of service sign appeared in front of the entrance. "Oh, we truly apologize to our guests." The staff inside explained that the central axis is making a rather serious sound, so it was ended early for inspection. Bastian turned to ask for Odette's opinion. "How about another ride? If not, we can go on the carousel." She declined politely. "It's almost time for our appointment now. There are still many beautiful places. We can just go sightseeing. Please don't worry about it." He suddenly fell silent. Bastian was a bit unhappy. "I really don't understand your roundabout and confusing way of talking." Odette brought her face closer, intently observing Odette's gestures. "Is it true that you are fine?" Odette smiled at Bastian. "Yes, it's true." She quickly turned around to leave. "Let's sit on the bench and wait for Tira to arrive. We've walked a lot, so it's a bit tiring, isn't it?" Odette sat on a nearby bench. Her eyes were a bit sad. "It's a pity, but there's nothing that can be done." She looked up, surprised to see everything empty. Odette stood up in a panic. Bastian!" She went looking for him everywhere. Where did he go? Could it be that he is joking? The sound of footsteps approached. Bastian, holding a cup of water, walked toward Odette. "Here." He handed the warm cup of tea to her. "Take it." Odette looked at him blankly. The two watched the Ferris wheel in front of them together. Odette said, "Not being able to ride the Ferris wheel doesn't seem so bad. Thanks to that, we get to stay here and watch to our heart's content. It looks much more beautiful up close, doesn't it?" He turned to ask, "Don't you think this is just an excessive excuse?" She looked at the warm cup of tea in her hands. "How can you see the Ferris wheel itself while being inside it?" "So, if we were sitting in there, we probably wouldn't be able to see this view right now." Odette flashed a gentle smile. "Thanks to you, I have many beautiful memories now." Thank you, Bastian. He looked at her with confusion as a sudden sense of unease rose in his heart. Why is she speaking as if it's a final farewell? Bastian said to Odette. Let's go on it next time too. In Jazz, there is also a Ferris wheel like this. Odette fell into deep thought. Both fell into a silence, where each had their own private thoughts. Bastian leaned down to look into her eyes. She turned away to avoid his gaze. He raised his hand to touch Odette's timid face. Her face began to blush as their eyes met. Bastian drew closer to her small face. As their lips were about to touch, there was suddenly a shout. Sister! Tira was standing in the distance, waving and calling them. Hearing her sister's voice, she joyfully turned toward Tira. Odette immediately left Bastian's embrace and ran toward Tira. You arrived later than the scheduled time. Sorry, I was so absorbed in playing that I didn't notice the time passing at all. The next morning, the two stood together chatting. Seeing you living well like this makes me very happy. Thank you, Tira. Tira's eyes welled up with tears. Blaming herself, why must you say thank you? I'm a sister who is nothing more than a burden. On the contrary, I'm the one who should say thank you and sorry to you. Bastian sat in the carriage, listening clearly to their conversation. Well then, I'm leaving now. Take care of your health, Tira. She sadly ran to hug Odette. Goodbye, sister. I love you. Her eyes showed her reluctance as she accepted Tira's hug. I love you too, Tira. Sitting in the car, Bastian quietly paid attention to Odette's expression. He didn't understand her thoughts regarding this woman. In the end, what is family? That she would be so devoted to the point of self-sacrifice and be so blind? It's like becoming a mother. Bastian felt a bit curious. That person is a half-sister, her father's stepchild. Why are you so devoted? Odette calmly replied. Being born as an illegitimate child is not Tira's fault at all. It was our father's mistake. No matter what anyone says, I still consider Tira my family. The carriage was still traveling on the road. Inside, the two continued to converse. Your love for family seems to be reserved only for your half-sister. Isn't that right? She coldly replied. Father is the one who gave up his own rights as a father. Bastian was a bit skeptical. Then, is it true that Tirabella also loves you just as much? Odette gently replied. Even if she doesn't, it's okay. She told him her thoughts regarding her younger sister. I don't expect Tira to love me so much that it makes her heart ache. More than that, I just hope that child likes me. Bastian was a bit surprised when he heard her speak. I hope that I can be someone who makes her mind bright and happy when she thinks of me. So, it's like the lights of the Ferris wheel that we watched yesterday. And Bastian found it hard to believe. Is becoming family with Odette really that precious? At the villa, Odette held the card in her hand, feeling puzzled. Suddenly, an invitation card from Theodora Clausitz arrived, asking me to visit her house just because she wants to have tea? The head maid, Dora, standing nearby, said, Actually, I know this is an interference. That exceeds my position. But it is an invitation from your in-laws. My lady. She gave Odette a piece of advice. I think you should refuse, my lady. Of course, that is only my perspective. The decision is yours, my lady. But in her heart, Odette secretly considered the situation, looking at the head maid, who had never exceeded normal boundaries, making such a big determination. Surely within that house, there are complex matters hidden. She calmly replied, Yes, I think the same as you, Dora. Furthermore, would it bother you if I asked for one more piece of advice? Dora readily replied, Yes, my lady. Please ask anything. Odette asked her, Would it be better to discuss this matter with my husband? She asked Odette back. The Naval Festival will take place in not much longer. Is it necessary to bring the master worries that are not needed on a great day of glory? Hearing her question, Odette almost understood it completely. In that case, I will refuse within my own authority. She placed the invitation card down on the table. Dora continued, You are very thoughtful. The master does not like to hear that name at all. Odette replied, Thank you, Dora. You have helped me a lot. Having successfully advised Odette, she smiled happily. So now, are you ready to prepare for receiving the guest? Odette asked, It's the interview for the daily newspaper, isn't it? She stood up and turned to leave, leaving the invitation on the table. I will go right now. Odette began the interview. She sat opposite the person from the editorial office. He picked up the paper and said with satisfaction, Thank you for giving us your precious time. Captain, now we just need to take the photos, and then we can finish. He began to lead the way. Please come this way. Bastian stole a glance at Odette, who was beside him. Marquis Demel had told him, This interview is the Emperor's command. The Emperor said, He wants to use the image of you and your wife as the promotional image for the Naval Festival. He continued speaking. However, he said he would not force you. If it harms the honor of a hero, if you don't want to, it's okay to refuse. In his heart, Bastian also understood clearly. It's simply about wanting to exploit our image to consolidate the national marriage of Princess Isabel. Bastian already knew the complexity of the royal family. The Emperor, has a special attachment and pride for the North Sea Fleet, even though knowing that appeasing crown prince Burlock is important. There is no way he would choose to harm the honor of a hero of the Battle of Trossard. He looked at Odette, standing beside him in a pure white dress, which further revealed her fair skin. However, despite understanding everything, I still accepted. Because this is what I want. The person from the editorial office spoke up. Both of you, please look forward. Bastian saw that the plan to overthrow his father was proceeding more quickly and smoothly than expected. He believed that if things continued to progress in this direction, he could achieve his goal without needing to marry into the Lavier family. The man began taking the first photos of the two of them. Bastian's train of thought continued. If this business project concludes successfully, by paying a reasonable amount, I will be able to hold a half share in the management of the joint venture railway company with the Lavier family. Duke Lavier is a man skilled at calculating gains and losses. There is no way he would refuse a transaction that could bring immense benefits without having to marry off his daughter. The man gestured to them. Now, this is truly the final shot. To make it a bit more affectionate, my lady, please place your hand on the captain's shoulder. Odette placed her hand on his shoulder. Bastian thought with satisfaction that if it could be like this, continuing this marriage might not be so bad. The person from the editorial office looked through the camera and said with satisfaction, I'm taking it now. 3. Bastian thought that. Once all assigned duties were completed, and the complex beneficial relationships were handled, a day when I can start my life over. From a starting point like that, if that day comes. The man continued to count down. 2. And the flash went off. 1. The appearance of the two of them in the photo was a perfect match. He thought that treating this woman as a real wife and dreaming of a family, wouldn't that also be very happy? At the residence of Countess Trier, she set down the newspaper featuring the image of the two of them. Look at this, Countess Trier said with joy. It's so good for it to be clearly displayed like this. She said to Odette, who was sitting opposite her. In the past, there wasn't a single wedding photo, so your heart must have been quite uneasy. I offered to introduce a portrait painter, but you always refused. The conversation gradually lost control. Odette was a bit surprised to hear the Countess reveal that she almost misunderstood your husband. Goodness, he kept talking nonsense, saying it was because he didn't want to leave evidence of this marriage. Odette quickly explained. It wasn't like that. Bastian, Mrs. Trier immediately cut in. All right. I know. I won't speak ill of him anymore. Furthermore, seeing how deep your husband's feelings are, then a honeymoon truly is a honeymoon, isn't it? If he had a wicked heart, he would never have publicly and officially presented his wife to all the people of the empire. Mrs. Trier realized that. It seems his feelings for you are deeper than I thought. You don't need to worry anymore. Seeing her attitude, Odette became more convinced that the situation was suspicious. She looked down at the newspaper with their picture. She thought to herself, why is that? More than anyone else, the man who once didn't want to leave any evidence of this marriage, even if it was said to be an imperial command, the fact that he obediently accepted the interview is, I think, very strange. The Countess asked impatiently, whatever the case, is there still no news of a child? Yes, Odette replied in confusion. Yes, not yet. It's okay, she reassured her. You both are still young and healthy. No need to worry too much. The Countess said, anyway, please understand the heart of this old lady, who wants to see her grandchildren soon, that's all. Sitting opposite her, she could only give an embarrassed smile, but she thought to herself, if Bastian is deployed, I will have an excuse to escape these awkward questions. He probably considered everything, even this matter, and decided to leave Berk. Thinking of Bastian, he truly is a capable commander in this marriage. I have to admit that. He always has the appropriate strategy to achieve his goal. She placed her trust in Bastian. I'll just trust and follow Bastian's decision then, because his victory is also my victory. A servant entered, interrupting their conversation. There is a letter for Mrs. Clausitz. Odette asked in surprise. A letter for me delivered to the Trier residence? The servant said, it is a letter sent via a courier service. They said there is an urgent matter to report and asked to bring it directly to where the madam is present. They also said it was from the messenger of Lady Lena. She took the letter and carefully opened it to see. She couldn't help but wonder, Lady Lena? This is the first time I've heard this name. Seeing the letter from that day appear here, Odette was shocked by this letter, staring intently at it. Her hands were trembling non-stop. The Countess asked anxiously, are you okay? Seeing her unstable state, the lady asked, did you receive bad news? She explained to the lady and claimed, number, it is just from the wife of one of our close officers. She said there is an urgent matter to discuss regarding the naval festival. Hearing that, she did not keep her any longer. So that's it. It's a pity we end here today. You should go. You cannot prepare. for the day that brings glory to the family in a careless manner. Odette hurriedly stood up to say goodbye to Mrs. Trier. Thank you for understanding, Countess. She quickly departed. The sound of high heels became more and more urgent, faster. The pace became faster and faster. Odette rushed to go there. I must go see Theodora Clausitz immediately. Bastian was walking while holding documents. Eric said that compared to being deployed for battle, wouldn't performing duties at the headquarters be more beneficial for promotion? Lucas also said to Bastian, that's right. High titles are not only obtained through military achievements. Besides, if you take an important position at the headquarters, wouldn't it be more convenient? Yes, he thought to himself, if thinking in that direction. Staying here is the right choice. However, what Bastian truly wanted. I have no intention of living as a soldier for the rest of my life. In order to consolidate my reputation in this place, I only decided to wear the military uniform for a certain period of time, and Bastian had calculated that in the meantime. Nothing would be better than scoring a military achievement, like adding a few more medals. He turned to leave. I still need more time, until I finish my father's business satisfactorily. Since the things I need to do are complete, leaving the rest to the director is the most effective way. Bastian was still looking for an opportunity. The problem here is how to use time to make the most profitable trade. When considering many aspects, then deployment is the best choice. His feet suddenly stopped, and Odette, Bastian had a desire. If she were my legitimate wife, looking at the dossier in his hand, I have been hesitating back and forth the whole time I was filling out the discharge application, repeatedly writing, then tearing it up, remembering the gentle appearance of Odette, the girl who is always loving and utterly devoted to her family. Surely she will also be faithful to a new family, even if she has no feelings for me. Gripping the dossier tightly, although I completely do not know what a warm and peaceful family feeling is. He secretly resolved that, but I am confident I will give Odette a better family. A family much better than the Dyson house, which spent a lifetime only exploiting that woman. And Bastian also hoped that if it could be so, Odette would enjoy a noble life, more than any other aristocrat. He thought of their happy life. I will let you hold everything precious and most beautiful in this world in your hands, as long as that girl wants it, no matter what it is. Regardless of the method, I will bring it back to you. He thought of the days to come, holding her in his arms, and I will always protect you, so that no more hardships come to your already exhausted life. To live with the status of such a husband, such a father, and such a family, I would be content. Bastian was certain that if he lived like that, sometime, the day I touch your heart will come. Because the Odette I have seen until now is not a woman who would betray trust. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Bastian hesitated for a moment. After all, it might just be a momentary impulse. Opening the door and entering might also be a fantasy, created by the longing for the woman I want to possess. But concluding everything, the answer is, he believes that time will resolve everything. In front of the shop, the sound of Odette's high heels as she hurriedly entered, Mrs. Clausitz said arrogantly, why be in such a hurry? There are still 10 minutes left. If only you had accepted the tea invitation, it would have been fine. Odette entered with an exhausted appearance. Then you wouldn't have had to work so hard like this. She felt confused and questioned her. In the end, why did you call me here with a letter containing such a ridiculous threat? She calmly replied, I have read the letter written by Duke Disson's own hand. He has recalled all the memories of that day. How much longer do you intend to lie? As Clausitz set down the book she was holding, Odette asked in confusion, do you mean my father sent a letter directly to you, madam? Her answer left her astonished. It could be seen that way. Odette felt her mind go blank. She tried to convince herself. It seems my father has made some sort of mistake. Naive Odette was still saying that, just as he said. The accident that day caused him too great a shock. Perhaps his memory is also seriously distorted by the after effects. Clausitz burst out laughing and looked at her. Ha, a mistake? In a mocking tone. I find it truly regrettable that you have blindly believed the words of a weak patient, both mentally and physically. This time I will be understanding, but I hope you do not insult me and Tira in this way ever again. Odette bowed in disappointment. There is nothing more to say. I shall take my leave. Turning to leave, Clausitz still refused to let it go. Doesn't it feel miserable to act so confident in front of me like that? She tried to reassure herself to stay alert. Don't let yourself get swept away. Clausitz suddenly asked about Mrs. Palmer. You remember her, don't you? Her feet suddenly froze. The next words left Odette in shock. The wife of the building manager where the three of you used to rent. Your father said she is a witness. She remembered that moment. Tira was painfully holding her face in despair. Even if father cannot remember. But what if someone denounces you? What if someone living in that building saw it? Odette felt a bit vague. Was there really a witness? She calmly continued. It seems Duke Dyson wants a three-way confrontation. He requested to call both Tira and Mrs. Palmer to the hospital together. Clausewitz continuously used words to attack Odette. If you leave like this, I will consider it to mean that it's fine. If a daughter is heartless and continues to ignore it until the end, I wonder if I should help him resolve this grievance. Of course, I will also have to discuss this with Bastian as well. Her hands pressed down on the table. It seemed Odette could no longer stand firm. Father's memory has really returned. Seeing Odette's fearful look, she became even more smug. It seems you finally understand my words now, Odette. Slowly approaching Odette. Bastian still doesn't know anything, does he? There's no way that calculating child would collude with a woman hiding a secret. Exactly like this time bomb, right? She whispered in her ear, saying terrible things. An illegitimate child intending to kill her own father, and an older sister acting as an accomplice to that half-sister, and a father harmed to the point of being crippled and unable to move, all caused by two daughters like that. This is an extremely interesting story. Odette was trying to endure the sarcastic words of Clausewitz. Furthermore, the main character involved in the incident is the daughter of Princess Helena, the wife of the hero soldier. Just that much is enough to become a scandal that shocks the entire empire. Using her shoulder to brush her hand off, she turned to question Clausewitz. If you need a scandal to tarnish Bastian's reputation, then you didn't need to call me here this way and threaten me. Tell me, what is your purpose? Clausewitz smirked. As expected, you are a smart girl. The more I look at you, the more I like you. Clausewitz raised her hand. First, I will ask one thing. Her question left Odette astonished. Do you love your husband? From a state of calmness, then shifting to a state of instability. Odette didn't know how to answer. She slumped down. Clausewitz laughed smugly. She moved forward with satisfaction. Good. Now we will start on the main point. It has turned dark. Stepping out of the room. The application for deployment has been quickly accepted. Bastian's head was spinning. Demel was very upset. Not being able to see you for a long time is truly a pity. Bastian was exhausted. Instead, I had to keep drinking with the Admiral until late at night. Changing into pajamas, he opened the door. It's past midnight. Odette must be sleeping. Odette was still waiting for Bastian. Bastian entered while wondering. I thought you were already asleep. Odette replied with a troubled look. I was just thinking about some things. Picking up her shawl lying on the floor, Bastian kindly handed it to Odette. The shawl fell on the floor. She took it shyly. Thank you. Looking at her weak appearance, Bastian couldn't help but worry. Once the contract ends as planned, the next husband will probably become Odette's first man. He sighed. If this continues, and then we divorce, I'll get a reputation for being impotent. Odette asked with concern, It seems you are very drunk. Bastian, let's go to sleep now. Bastian immediately agreed. She took his arm and said kindly, I will help you to bed. Bastian's face was flushed from the alcohol. He had a request for Odette. Since we're at it, could you sing me a lullaby too? Odette blushed with embarrassment. Bastian moved closer. He gently called out, Odette. She replied in confusion, Bastian, Bastian took her into his arms and their eyes met. Bastian gave her a very deep kiss. Odette accepted the passionate kiss from him. After that day, he had never been like this even once. Why? When their lips parted, Odette felt a bit of regret. Why was it so affectionate? The two continued to kiss intensely. In her heart, Odette couldn't help but wonder, why does it feel like he is being sincere with me? Her hand unconsciously clawed at his arm. Bastian, Odette said in confusion, I have something to say. She looked at him, puzzled. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Bastian hesitated, thinking to himself. The deployment has been decided. It is also time to let Odette know. He didn't know how to start the conversation. But in the end, what should I say? A thought suddenly occurred. Let's go together. Bastian considered the deployment site at the Trossard Islands. There are also housing facilities provided for military families. Though it cannot compare to life here, it is not a place where one would have to suffer too much hardship. Odette is not a fragile, pampered girl. Surely she would adapt well to that life. Looking at the girl before him, who was staring at him in confusion, he deliberated even more. But that is exactly what makes me hesitate even more. Because bringing Odette along to the assignment location means continuing this marriage forever. Odette's sweet appearance, that girl is so incredibly beautiful. Perhaps I have already been enchanted by Odette. He raised his hand, intending to touch her small face. When I regained my senses, I finally realized that when standing before this girl, emotions have overwhelmed reason before I even knew it. His hand suddenly stopped. It truly is a foolish act to decide the direction for the rest of one's life. In this state, Bastian chose to remain silent. No, Bastian did not have enough courage to bring her closer to him. He would stick to the decision to leave alone. That is the beneficial choice for both sides. Bastian replied gloomily, I don't. She stared at him as if expecting something from him. Odette closed her eyes in disappointment. With a sinking heart, she turned to leave. So that's how it is. Bastian quickly grabbed her arm, giving her a loving kiss from the bottom of his heart. Odette looked at him, and in her heart, she couldn't help but compare. Every time Father got drunk, he would shout and curse, insulting us or smashing furniture. Bastian looked at her tenderly. Lull me to sleep, okay? Looking at the man being so gentle before her eyes. But Bastian, whenever he's drunk, he smiles more and becomes more affectionate, taking his hand away from her face. Odette quickly refused. It's a pity that you are far too old for that. She thought that although they were two extremes, they shared one point in common. That was the bad habit when drinking alcohol. Bastian let out a laugh, his shoulders trembling slightly as he silently moved away. He collapsed onto the bed and fell fast asleep. Odette stood there in astonishment. She went over to adjust his body. Her heart was full of heaviness, looking at the handsome face falling asleep between family. Who are my everything and the master of a 2-year contract? It's all too clear what choice I have to make. She had looked at Tira with determined eyes and said, if someone must go to hell, then I will be the one to go instead. I have already made a resolution to ask about the truth of that day, and made a promise to her. Odette remained silent. Now is the time I must take responsibility for those words. He raised his hand to pull up the blanket, to protect her Tira. She looked at him with heartache, forced to betray this man.